USA YouTubers, and let's be honest, grifters in any fandom would.
So the first thing I'm worried about is that it gives some of these YouTube grifters, these tourists that have been, visiting our fandom just to shit on some of the projects, it adds more fuel to their fire that they're trying to burn about how, American Godzilla sucks or there's only 3 Toho movies worth watching.
There are a lot of grifters around right now, and they do not care about the franchise, no matter what they say.
Grifters.
YouTube grifters, these tourists.
There are a lot of grifters.
Grifters.
Hi. How's it going, guys? Yeah, it was supposed to be at 9:30, but I put it specifically at 9:30 in case anything that happened at my job meant that I was going to be staying a little bit later. So I felt that that was appropriate, at least to set a time where I knew for a fact I could come in and do the stream properly. And if not, and I got back early, which I did, was able to shower up, sound nice. If I kind of sound a little nasally, it's literally just because since it's spring, everything's blooming, and my nose is not like that, and everything wants to rip off my nose. So yeah, how's it going, everyone? The OP too strong. Grifters, Shallah, my good sir. How's it going, everyone? This is good times. I'm making good times. I'm helping out everyone. Oh boy, who are these people? This is a bio, man. It's good to see everyone. So yeah, the topic of the stream is the grifters. And if anyone is not familiar with it, the clips come from the Kaiju Canuck video that we covered the same day as we covered the Mike's Monsters video. And the other one came from the Rick the Squirrel video that we covered in the big Rick the Squirrel Rooney Longman that we did. Was good, Brandine. I love grifting. Don't we all love grifting? We like to graft, we like to goof, we like to gloff, all that wonderfulness. So yeah, and I am the CEO of grifting. You could technically say if there is like the villains, if you want to do the villain arc, you've got Skipper. So I do like Black Rooney's Adolf Skipler joke. That's the good one. And then we just need the two other ones. I know I had one. I think I put it in his stream earlier today. Go check that out if you guys haven't. So yeah. But before we get into the topic of what a grifting, gloffing, goofer, gooby goober is, gonna do a bit of housekeeping because some interesting stuff went down that is totally unrelated to Godzilla or this situation here, but it is kaiju related. So I do want to at least bring it to y'all guys' attention because the person I am bringing in the spotlight here has been on the channel before, and I like my friends, so I do things for my friends. And Alice is in here too. Hello. Good to see you as well. But King Tyrannos, Lizard King Productions, this is just the Instagram, guys. If you haven't looked at it, I would recommend that you order one of these guys. They're painted and unpainted, $15 plus shipping for the unpainted ones. And the painted's like $25. These are the King Tyrannos minifigures. So these just got the production's done. They go live. I'm going to be ordering mine tomorrow. And yeah, so actually just read out for you. Today's the day. Pre-orders are now open. If you want a painted or unpainted minifigure, direct message DM me and we will discuss. I take PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. Pre-orders will be open until July 10th. So 2 months. So what I will do is hide menu. Please do not hide menu. No, please. Too strong. So I'm putting the Instagram thing across all the things that I do sharing for, so that if you are watching this on Twitch, Facebook, or YouTube, that you'll be able to look at this. Yeah, so please support him. He's just trying to get his kaiju projects off the ground, and he's providing a minifigure. It's really cool. I really like the design. I'm probably gonna get a unpainted one, only because I probably want to start getting into painting minifigs more, because I have a bunch of Warhammer stuff and I have a bunch of Battletech stuff that I already have bought, and I'm a goofy goober and I feel ashamed of my painting abilities, even though I have someone in my life who knows how to paint really, really well, and she would love to paint with me. And we bought Warhammer figures together, and she got a Tyranid thing, and I already had a pre-built Space Marine. It was a Primaris Library Chaplain that I got, and we haven't painted this together, and I keep pushing it off. So I have not really a pile of shame, because they're like the Battletech minis are built and the Warhammer minis are built. So it's just a matter of painting them. So, ooh, model sign me up for non-painted. Yeah. So there it is right there. Then what I'm probably going to do afterwards is I will send a, sorry if that sounds really weird of me snapping my fingers like that. If Lizard or King doesn't send me a message tonight after the stream, I will do a community post tomorrow to let everyone know kind of where you can find him outside of Instagram, because I know he's on Facebook too. I know he's on Twitter too. I just need to get everything together. And since I started the stream earlier, I'm kind of a little bit less prepared, because I also want sleep. I have yard work I'm doing tomorrow, so I just kind of want to balance everything as much as possible, because I love you guys and I really wanted to shout out my friend here. So yeah, guys, spread the word. If there's anyone else who's doing projects similar to this or plan to do something similar to this, do these, like, let me know, and I'll do these as like little segments before these streams. Does he have an eBay shop for this? No, he's doing it via as you can see. Whoops, sorry. Just DM. He does PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. And so those are the 3 ways you can do it. And if there's like another way, because you really, really want to get it and you don't have those, reach out to him. Check tomorrow, as I'm going to try to put out the community post as early as I can tomorrow, so that you guys can get talking to him as quickly as possible, so that if those don't work out, you can work things out. The Rooney who is black, the BBR, $2. Thank you. You didn't have to do that, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Don't know if I'll join, but I wanted to say hi. Hello. But he's also giving me the discussion of the video, which I wanted you on. But that is really cool design. Yeah, Minecraft. Obviously, you're on the server, so you can you definitely have access to him from there. So you'll be able to DM him on Discord too, because I know he obviously has Discord because he shows stuff on our channel there. But yeah, I know there's a Colossal Conqueror also is doing something, but I'm not really in talks with him. I may try to schedule an interview with him just to talk shop and stuff. So yeah, if anyone's got something similar to this and it's in the works and they want to use me as a pedestal to sort of share and get the word out, I will be happy to do that. So yeah. But with that out of the way, we are going to get into the topic that needs to be said, the grifters. So for a show of hands, or just type in the chat, what do you think a grifter means? Because obviously, is it still there? Yeah, it's still there. So we'll highlight Mike's Monsters comment right here. So another moment for Mike's Monsters. I'm unable to join as I'm out on a photo shoot tonight, but I'll say anyone who leaks the plot of the movies to get views, like Mr. H, is a grifter in my eyes. I may give you some clarity of why I say he is one. Anyone who shares that stuff for views years and months before a film's release is before a film's release is only looking to gain off a fan base and not helping it. So I don't hard disagree, but I disagree. So I'll explain why I disagree. But what I'm going to do is, hopefully, because I do have at the moment, I am sharing my iPad screen in the background, but then I also have, I'm going to probably pull up Blender as well. So I'll wait for that. I'm going to see what people think they mean by the word grifter. So hopefully the stream doesn't tank, because I'm trying to load up something else, and since we're streaming everything else, and obviously stuff around my house is going on, so there's gonna be probably other people doing all that stuff, but Howdy ho, gang. I've arrived. Alex Lemons. And for some obscure French lore, if you drink 3 glasses of milk and place 3... what? And you place 3 cat whiskers underneath your pillow before bedtime, it will tickle the underside of your balls. Just wondering, will the stream be open? Probably after all the videos. YouTube Grifter is basically getting views and being negative about said topic. Okay, that's one person. One person's got something. So actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a Word doc then. So I'm going to want to copy all these down. So essentially gets views and being negative about a topic. Okay. It's Joe Schmo. Hello, hello, hello. My squirrel is my OP. I'm on enemy. I find the weird shipping dubber as more of a grifter. Sure, but like, how would you define grifter? If you not without like using it in a sentence, like define the term. Which Godzilla source depiction do you prefer? If we're gonna actually there's technically only one official Godzilla source interpretation, which is the one from Godzilla versus King Ghidorah, as Yamazaki is continually called the pre-mutated version just Godzilla, and hasn't like called it Godzillasaurus. So if you're gonna actually, then there's only one interpretation. But if I had to pick between those two, then I would probably say -1. The only thing I want to grift is your attention. This is why I beat you. And then it's funny because I think this is like one of the highest, at least the most viewers I've gotten in like a single stream, like starting out. So people are like, what? He beat someone? Jeez. We love Brighton here. Or do we? Tough love, I guess. And obviously Sea Monsters. I forgot to say you were here. But yeah, so Bioman and one scumbag exploits popular trends or people's ignorance. Scumbag. That's, let me see. I have short-term memory apparently. Exploits popular trends or people's ignorance. Trends or people's ignorance. That's another one. So we have gets views by being negative about a topic, and scumbag that exploits popular trends or people's ignorance. You actually bruh. Bruh. I mean actually. Yo, Mamasaurus. But yeah, we're gonna keep going. So right now we still just have 2 because we're gonna be watching a video which out of like all the things that I saw so far is at least the most charitable in-depth analysis on the word. So yeah. GKG mid AF -1 version was bad as scary. I think -1 was already mutated even before exposure bomb didn't look like a normal dinosaur. Well, if we're gonna do more actuallys, at least from what Yamazaki has said, the regeneration is naturally occurring, which is interesting. And I think that has interesting story potential and implications outside of even the scenes he appears in, which I do like. Yeah, anything else? I love Natosaurus. I do love me sauruses. But, so at least we're going to be going off these ones. gets used by being negative about a topic, and scumbag that exploits popular trends or people's ignorances for grifters. And we'll go back up to Mike's before it goes away, which is essentially anyone who shares stuff for views years or months before a film is released, usually, and in this case, leaks and the like, only for gain. So those would be the three that we bring up. I would say that, at least looking at these, I don't think that a grifter necessarily gets used by being negative, because there's a lot of people who can coast off a positive grift, and scumbag that exploits trends or people's ignorance. I think that a grifter is someone who does that, but the actual mechanics behind what a grifter is not really defined in that either. And I think that in the case of what Mike's Monsters showed here, at least talking about leaks, what he is saying is that is only looking to gain off of a fan base and not helping it. Hypothetically, it is possible in that situation, in French speaking, hypothetically, you could have someone who looks at a leak about a movie that they weren't necessarily interested in, gain an interest, and then by their own merit pursue research of their own, finding more in-depth content creators or more in-depth sources by virtue of looking at leaks. I think a lot of people who weren't necessarily interested in Godzilla may have seen a leak about a Godzilla movie or were interested because of something, and by that metric then we're more engaged because of it. And I think you're new. Hello. Sega Jerome, grifter. Now, grifter, person who engages in petty swindling. That is also a overall pretty fair. It's a by the book definition, and it's the one you're going to find on Google when you look it up. And for context, let's just do that right now. So, as they say in Starship Troopers, the exact words of the text. But do you believe it? Do you understand it? So, yep, a person who engages in petty or small-scale swindling. I saw him as a grifter who preys upon people. And I think that's why there is usually a synonymous idea between someone who is negative and someone who's grifting, because when you're negative and you are sharing your opinion online, you usually attract other people who have this negative sentiment. And if you were the first person to discuss this idea in a negative fashion, you can build an audience that way. And if you start to gain money off of that, it can be seen as a grift, because if other people don't believe your negative opinion on something and you're gaining money off of it, it could be seen as a form of swindling, but I don't necessarily think that's correct. Also another new person, unless the picture looks familiar, but if you are new, hello. If not, and you're not new and you have been here before and I've highlighted you, I am sorry. But it depends on how you leak it. If you don't give notice of the leak, you have higher chance of ruining experience than most people who wanted to watch the movie already. That is true. That is very true. However, the premise I am making is that someone does not necessarily need to leak something to therefore be a grifter. A grifter can leak, but not all leakers are grifters. Because in a lot of cases, it could be argued that a lot of leakers, because of what they are doing, actually run an even higher risk, because in most cases, they're not doing it on very monetized platforms, like a lot of people who leak on Twitter or leak on Reddit. If they are actual reputable people who are indeed leaking real information, then they don't really gain a whole lot of financial incentive by doing what they're doing. Whereas grifters, if they are swindling someone, they're getting something out of it. And in most cases, if the leaker's wrong, their credibility is shot and no one's going to trust them anymore, because they're already in the tenuous position of being a leaker. So I think there are a lot of people, if they're on YouTube who are leaking stuff, can very well be grifters, because at least there was an incentive for it. Let's call it on that specific example I meant. Yeah, okay, fair enough. And shalom shalah, good sir. Or ma'am. I don't know. I don't judge. Good, you always wear. But let's at least start going into the videos. And these aren't even the actual like main videos I was looking at. These are the 2 grifter videos that we're going to be talking about. So what we're going to do, kiddies, is we're going to streamception a little bit. And this is why I still need to get another monitor, work on OBS. Okay. So hide. And no, I just want, thank you. Okay, cool. And this is only a few minutes, so we'll do TISMs. So I'll do 1.5 times speed for you guys.
Grifter. Grifter. A grifter is a con artist, someone who swindles people out of money through fraud. If there's one type of person you don't want to trust, it's a grifter, someone who cheats others out of money. Grifters are also known as chiselers, defrauders, gougers, scammers, swindlers, and flim-flam men. Selling a bridge and starting a Ponzi scheme are things a grifter might do. The difference between a grifter and a thief is a grifter tricks you out of money through lies, while the thief takes it by force. The end result is the same. Definitions of grifter. Noun, a person who swindles you by means of deception or fraud. Synonyms. Chiseler, defrauder, gouger, scammer, swindler. Usage examples. Low-key, who was a grifter from Minnesota, smiled his scarred smile. He made his living as a grifter, working with another god from his pantheon, a god of chaos and deceit. I hated that anyone would think Martin was a grifter, especially people with big hearts. The war was rife with charlatans, grifters, and opportunists.
And what's interesting is that charlatan, grifter, opportunist can mean similar things, but they are all used here and imply different things. Because, and I see this politics stuff here, because a lot of this spills
The war was
into
rife with charlatans,
the sphere of politics, and I think the term is downstream from internet politics or idpol or whatever, however the term is used. So, like a charlatan could not necessarily be an opportunist. Person could just be like lying. Grifter is someone who usually has the incentive to have deceit. Well, an opportunist may not necessarily be lying, may very well be telling the truth, but they are, however, pouncing on an opportunity. Usually the opportunity is a dire one so that they can get something out of it. In terms of how loaded they all are, I'd probably say, at least from my own perspective, opportunists and charlatans are the least loaded compared to grifters, but an opportunist would be, I would say, at least the most honest, even though, again, you don't want to be called any of these things generally, but if you're going to be called one of them, at least hopefully you're either a charlatan because you're pretty harmless, or you're an opportunist because you may not necessarily be lying in your attempts. Before I actually learned the definition, I assume grifter meant someone who bases their opinions on false information and act like they have knowledge on something. That's another definition which I don't think is necessarily correct either. They do the same thing over and over again. They basically just use Godzilla Minus One as a weapon against modern day woke Hollywood. Well, we're going to be going into that, so we'll be able to see if that definition is valid. Flim-flammin'. Or, to me, my flim-flammin'. What if what you're gaining is also petty, like the satisfaction of trolling or bothering? Would that still be a grifter, since in the internet the words are somewhat warped from the IRL meaning? I think they're warped from the IRL meaning purely because of the fact that no one solidly actually wants to get down on the definition. And because of that, you have this de-evolution of the term, and a lot of people then weaponize terms. So because a lot of people will say this, that is a grifter, grifter loses its meaning, and it just means something negative, which is why it's actually easier to combat the phrase grifter. PC background leak. Yeah, like incel. Yeah, like incel. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good example. So, and even right here, like, I looked at this, like, for what was a grifter, this was actually, like, super partisan. And was there any others that are going to show up here on the list of, like, recommended? Because I was looking through other things for grifters. That's the next one we're going to be looking at. Doesn't look like we do. Okay, so I'm gonna just do it like this. to kind of show you what you like when you hear the word grifter, and this is just grifter on its own, you're gonna see things like this. So anti-woke grift is dying, grifters exposing themselves, how to spot a grifter on YouTube. And like, for example, you got Sam Cedar, Super Partisan, Turf Nation, that kind of goes without saying. Xander Hall, famous political commentator. Watcher makes a big mistake. I assume that's probably. I have no context for that. The Grifters is also a movie too. I should just watch that for the hell of it. Why does the left have Grifters like the right? David Pacman, I think he's also like super left leaning. The right wing grift is insufferable. Vosh, that goes without saying. Mainstream, that has nothing to do with grifters. I didn't finish that video. And then you also have the comic book carrier character Grifter. I would love to see him get his own series. That'd be fun. TikTok's biggest grifter. And like, as you can see with TikTok, it's also just sort of bleeding into like what people commonly are using for like outside YouTube, like TikTok. And like, I've seen so many TikTok with like the word grifter used. It's insane. So you just be obliterating grammar into the dust for real. Bro, that's bussin', I swear. Turf Nation mentioned. Do you know who that is? Because I got no context for them. So the word has been politicized lately. I mean, the term always had like a political bend to it, especially with like Ed Poll. So let's call it anti-woke grifter gets exposed for fluffing over Fallout TV series. So yeah, like when someone just says the word grifter and then someone unfamiliar with the term just looks up grifter, this is what they're going to be exposed to. Because outside of SFO, which is, and Destiny, which are like the only people I think I scrolled through here that I actually am subscribed to. Yeah, outside of those two that I subscribed to were like something I've already watched, because like these were videos I was watching the other night. This is what people are being exposed to when they hear the word. So outside of you in the Godzilla community, when you move out of that Godzilla bubble, this is sort of the context for it. So we're gonna switch out for to the SFO video, which I already watched, and I'm just gonna watch. We're gonna be watching it again together, so you can have a context as to what I mean when I'm using the word grifter and how I would define it. Xenodrome says it's a pretentious way to call someone disingenuous. Yeah, essentially. But it's worse than calling someone disingenuous, because it implies you're being disingenuous because of a profit, and because obviously finances are something that's gonna be hard for people in a content creator space. It feels worse to people because not only are they being disingenuous, they're being disingenuous and they're making money off of it. It's the financial added layer that makes the use of the word grifter hurt and hit hard because of that. So let's go in. And Dev talks pretty fast anyway, so Dev. So I'm going to do it at 1.5 times speed. I'm going to do 2 times speed for everything else, though. Different motivation. So let's go, guys.
Answer, me. There, I beat you to it. People throw the word grifter around a lot, so I figured it's probably best to actually talk about what it means. From a historical point of view, the root of the word comes from graft, which appeared around the 15th century in botanical context. You know, like grafting plant shoots and such. Through the botanical influence, by the 19th century, the maximum amount of soil you could dig up with a shovel or a spade in one scoop was known as that tool's graft. And shortly thereafter, the act of digging was known as grafting. This later generalized to any kind of hard work. By 1865, graft was considered a slang term for obtaining profit or advantage by dishonest or shady means, especially bribery, blackmail, or the abuse of a position of power or influence. The shift from honest hard work to dishonest tactics that nonetheless still may require hard work to pull off is also attributed to the term's origin in botany. Grafting techniques of that era often created excrescences in the plants, an excrescence being a distinct abnormal outgrowth of a living organism that is malformed or diseased in some way. The implication is obvious. While a graft may require as much effort as honest work, it is not actually honest work. By the turn of the century, grift was considered a diminutive form of graft, which is commonly done in the English language by replacing a word's vowel with the letter I. A grafter was considered to be somebody who engages in political corruption, and a grifter was a small-time confidence man or a carnival swindler. And while grafter's usage in this way has fallen out of popularity, mingling with its botanical and hard-working variants, grifter has remained to the present day. It currently refers to a person who is willing to say or do anything to make money, but not in a positive, hard-working context, rather in a negative, dishonest context. They have no problems with lying, cheating, or stealing. They will say things that they explicitly know to be false, or they will completely abandon the idea of consistency in their pursuits.
So, dang it, Dev. So, when I'm using the word grifter, generally this is what I mean, and I'll say it again slower. So, a person who is willing to lie, cheat, or steal to make money, they will say things that they explicitly know to be false, or they will completely abandon the idea of consistency in their pursuits. So, the key being that they have the monetary incentive, they are doing something knowing explicitly that it is false, or they will completely abandon the idea of consistency in their pursuits. I take a small bit of umbrage with this because I think that it's not an or, I think it's and can would be better. Because it could be argued that if you disagree with someone, you're going to be hyper aware of anything wrong that they do. And because of that, if someone, for example, may have had their idea actually change and their mind has been moved on something and they now are pushing something else, it could very well be that they actually believe this new thing now, but to everyone else, especially someone's opponents, they're going to see it as either them flip-flopping on a position or they didn't have a hard stance to begin with. And because obviously we don't know everyone, we don't know what everyone's inner thoughts are, that makes it really hard to actually pin down someone as a true grifter, which is why we usually fall back to the idea of someone who's willing to do many things to make money and explicitly knowing it to be false. So for anyone wondering, this is the closest you're going to get to my definition. And if you need my definition again, you're just going to repeat the phrase or I'm going to repeat this highlight here. Excuse me, man, I'm dying and just doing all kinds of crazy stuff.
Or stealing. They will say things that they explicitly know to be false, or they will completely abandon the idea of consistency in their pursuits. To be a grifter, it helps to be a sociopath, but it's not exactly necessary. You just have to know how to manipulate people, and to make them think they want to give you their money, at least long enough for them to actually give it to you. Boy, I knew that English degree would pay off one day. Hit up my subscribe star if you want to help me pay for it. Unless you actually consider me a grifter, then I guess it's okay. But that's the rub, isn't it? If I were a real grifter, and as part of the grift I was trying to create a reputation based on honesty and voluntary action, I would say things like, here's my donation links, guys. You don't have to donate if you can't afford it, though. Who knows if I'm being compassionate towards my viewers, or I'm just cultivating an image of compassion in order to get paid without actually meaning it. Who knows?
One sec. So a grifter is someone who has nothing worthwhile to say about someone's art? No, not necessarily. Because if we're going off of the idea of the subjectivity crowd, what everyone says is valid. Everything's subjective. So therefore, there can't really be someone someone by that definition would be a grifter. However, we're going by the objectivity crowd. That person may not explicitly know what they're saying is false or untrue, but they consistently and in their heart of hearts believe it. So they can be wrong, but not be a grifter. Wartsu's dumb. I don't know who Wartsu is. And Sir Dangerville is like a grifter, but we can, I think, because I know someone said they may want to come on to talk specifically about the Vills. Send a request FYI. I see me in that friend request. You know what? We'll bring Rick on because Rick's tweets are going to be coming up later on. So let me get through the video on the term grifter, and then Rick's coming on to have his talk. And if he wants to say, he can say for the other videos.
Is what level of the game each of us are playing at. And the truth is, you can't really know. A perfect grifter will never let you. Nowadays, if you hang around political YouTube, you'll notice the terms grift or grifter tossed around quite a bit. There's a commie channel called The Serfs, fitting name considering that's where their ideas lead, that really seems to love those terms. Let's analyze a few examples. It's simultaneously hilarious and rage-inducing that anyone threw money at this grift, said in reference to the Lincoln Project, which is an organization that appeals to the broader left and Democrat voters for donations in order to combat Trumpism from a rightist position. They did so by supporting Republicans that, while they were anti-Trump, were still not Democrats or leftists. Are these people grifters? I mean, maybe. They did take money from left-leaning sources who were too dumb to think beyond orange man fascist, and never really made it clear where that money was going until they started endorsing anti-Trump Republicans. Just a friendly reminder that the free marketplace of ideas is a complete grift, said in reference to Dave Rubin blocking them over some Twitter trolling. I don't really know about Dave Rubin being a grifter, although Joe Rogan seems to think he is nowadays.
Kanye was the wrecking machine, but I think in the grand scheme of things, Candace is much bigger. I really believe that in terms of, because I think she could be a direct line to all of the political parts of this if she decides to go that route. Because I think she could run for Senate or
what?
Yeah.
You said you watched the podcast I did with her.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I watched maybe at least an hour and a half of it or so. Okay. Yeah. Why?
Why what?
I don't know. Why are you saying it that way?
I mean, I don't want to name any names, but there's a bunch of people that do it blatantly. You see them. I've even seen them switch teams. And you see them switch teams, and I don't buy their rationalizations when it comes to ideology. What I think is what they're doing is they're switching teams because they realize there's an in on this team.
Right.
And they can just say, this is the problem with the team I...
One sec. Wartsu is the main guy saying Space Godzilla was confirmed. He made like 14 videos on it saying the Godzilla he truly believes it, so technically isn't a grifter. You know what? Since we started the stream so early, I'm gonna go down the Wartsu rabbit hole. Then we're gonna do some fossil digging.
I used to be on those fucking losers, and they're really Benedict Arnolds, right? And like they probably have as much of an affinity to the ideas of one side as they do the other side. They just go all in on one side to get acceptance from the group.
Will you go on Joe Rogan's podcast, and will you have Libertarian presidential VP candidate on your show before the election? Will I go on Rogan's podcast? I asked him, and our PR people asked him about a bajillion times to go on for my book. We did not get a response as far as I know, so I don't know what happened there. It's a little weird for me to say that publicly. I don't know what happened.
Even if you disagree with the way people feel about so many different things, it doesn't mean you can't be their friend. It doesn't. And I'm telling you, we got it wrong, man.
Sweet.
Here's what's important. What's important is whoever that person is, they got to be sincere. Now, as soon as you feel like someone's a grifter, you've got to cast them out.
Right.
You got to cast them out because they got to figure that out on their own, and they got to apologize.
That's cool, man.
Listen, you can be wrong, but you have to be honest. And if you're just bullshitting, then I can't hang out with you.
And I gotta say, it is kind of funny to see Lance regurgitate a repainted "so much for the tolerant left" style argument. So your platitudes were utterly meaningless and you were a grift all along. Thanks for clearing that up. Said in anger out of Andrew Yang supporting Biden over Bernie. So is making moves out of political pragmatism a grift? Because that's literally what you and every other breadtuber and nearly every other leftist ultimately did when you decided you were riding with Biden a few months later. I think it's probably funniest to juxtapose these two examples, though. The joy of being a leftist is wearing your values like a badge instead of a grift, in response to Tim Pool's assertion that some moderates are afraid of speaking about their values publicly due to the far left. And your woke grift is tired when Paul Joseph Watson talks about the dominant religions of countries most likely to stone gay people to death. I'm sure you've noticed by now the obvious. What stands out like a sore thumb when I put these two tweets together? According to Lance, it's a grift when it's somebody he disagrees with politically, but it's wearing your values like a badge when it's a fellow lefty. Nowhere in that extended definition of grifter that I armed you with earlier in the video did I say that its definition is somebody you personally disagree with. And yet, that seems to overwhelmingly be the way that radicals use the term. Most of Joe Rogan's top viewed interviews are grifters. Now, you may disagree with Alex Jones, Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson, or Steven Crowder, but are they really grifters? Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson seem to genuinely believe what they say, even if you might disagree with them, while Alex Jones and Steven Crowder, on some level, though obviously not entirely, are exaggerating some of what they say for comedic effect. When people take sponsorships, sell products, or plug their Patreons, is the only criteria for them being a grifter whether or not the accuser agrees with their point of view? Not if the creator thinks they're telling the truth, not if they actually provide the good or service they're selling, but is it really all just politics to these people? Sargon is an excellent example. These accusations are a dime a dozen. LOL,
One sec. F29, so tribalism. I think tribalism leads to a lot of people saying that someone is a grifter. I think it leads to an issue. And I was having a conversation earlier in one of the other servers I'm in, and someone was talking about, like, why not just ignore these people? Like, why not ignore the grifters? And I think that, like, the ignore the grifters wall archetype stuff ultimately doesn't help. And I think it leads to tribalism because it creates this hyper harm reduction mindset that as long as, like, people stand within these purviews that are still pretty big, but in the grand scheme of things, honestly smaller, you end up becoming more insulated. And because we're all sort of do in our own little bubbles, doing our own little things in a community, we're not unified in that sense. We're pretty diverse in that regard. You're going to run into someone that you're not going to agree with. And because you guys are actually closer than you think, because you agree on a shared community / fandom, the differences with one another are going to stand out more. And because of that, you're going to probably accuse someone of being a grifter more likely, because there's going to be this visceral reaction you have to someone you think you should agree with because you have a shared sort of identity. And because of that, that's where it kind of falls apart. So at least that's what I would say there. And I forget what the term is. It's like, I heard it somewhere, but it's like about the differences of like minor association or something like that. I'd have to look it up, and I'll probably pin in like a comment tomorrow after the stream. But yeah, so like tribalism is a component to why people call other people grifters.
Sargon is such an unbelievable grifter. All right, let's see what they're talking about.
Man, Joe Biden likened Ted Cruz to Nazi propagandist Goebbels for helping Trump spread big lie about election fraud. That's mad. That's mad. Biden, not even in office yet. He's already calling Trump and his administration.
Hey, for context, this is a really old video too, as you can see.
On the allegation
it's from 2021.
Unreal. This is genocidal rhetoric. This is terrible. It is awful what the Democrats are doing right now. And the thing is, with so much power, you would think that they would have some kind of grace, but instead they've gone into full-on vicious, absolutely crush our opponents mode, and that's quite terrifying. And it shows that it is the left that has been the problem. It is the way that they operate in politics. They are not tolerant. And the problem with not being tolerant is it means you can't run a democracy.
What is so objectionable about this clip? Okay, you may disagree with what Sargon's saying. If you think he's wrong, fair enough. But clearly he believes it. And clearly he's speaking to an audience of people who also believe it. So if he's delivering the product they're paying for, how is it a grift? This is like a radical Christian saying that an LGBT YouTube channel catering specifically to
2021, that's like 3 years ago. Yeah, well, what's it called? So much stuff's kind of moved ahead, and like when it comes to idpol, and like Twitch politics, online politics, stuff like that, 2021 is like old news because there's so much like drama, there's so much little debates, there's metas and stuff that changes. It can get crazy, especially if you like follow it religiously. I don't, and I'll like look back and I'm like, yo, why did this landscape change so much? Why are these people beefing now?
people interested in LGBT ideology is a grift for delivering a product they're advertising that people actually want. Here's a lengthy criticism of Sargon from the now defunct subreddit of Chapo Trap House, and it's clear that they're trying to turn "I disagree with Sargon politically" into some blanket statement about his character and his business. This is a man who dropped out of college to scam people out of a video game Kickstarter and used that money to run a 5-year right-wing grifting project that consists of him shitting on feminists while calling himself a classical liberal. Not only is this factually inaccurate, Sargon refunded the money and posted the receipts last I heard. It's also one of the most try-hard things I've ever read. Right up there with "LOL, I have more subs and views than you. Internet clout totally matters, you guys." Let's take this caption, remove all of the personal attacks and statements of political difference, and see what criticisms actually remain. Nothing he said ever provided an idea, concept, or solution to modern problems. He's never said anything useful besides SJW is bad. He's never provided a radical idea that can change the world, unlike Ruther Bregman and Richard Wolff on the left, or Jordan Peterson and Andrew Yang on the right. Andrew Yang on the right? Nothing he said has provided valuable discourse, etc., etc. It basically boils down to 2 points. 1, Sargon has never proposed a solution to the problems he points out, and 2, all the problems he points out are SJW's bad. Even for back when this was written, I don't think this was the case. But nonetheless, if you are legitimately an anti-SJW individual selling anti-SJW content, and your viewers are all anti-SJWs looking for that content, how is this a grift? When a radical calls somebody who's in the mainstream center, the liberals, the conservatives, grifters, they're generally not saying, here is a person lying, cheating, and stealing, saying things they know to be false, being hypocritical in order to get paid. Instead, they're saying, here is a person presenting ideas I think are false, and because I'm obviously correct about everything, they are taking money from people for reasons I don't approve of. Let's swing back to the serfs for one final chuckle. Anybody who says they're a socialist but isn't comfortable forming a worker co-op, or is a progressive who extols the virtues of worker rights and refuses to let their workers unionize, is a grifter. Why, yes, I do agree, Lance. This is why literally everybody laughed when Vosh said his business did not have to be a worker co-op, including myself. Check out my old Eat the Rich video on that topic if you like. Now, I don't believe the serfs are grifters. They might say a lot of dumb shit all the time, but I actually think they probably believe it. However, who knows if they're actually living it? In general, if you're a radical, you're also more likely to be a hypocrite. Yes, the number of male feminists who are forcefully respecting women with their penis is truly astounding. Yes, the number of cult leaders and mega church pastors who live hedonistic lives seems to be basically 100%. And yes, progressives and neo-socialists who spout rhetoric about wanting the workers' revolution while exploiting everybody around them as hard and fast as they can just seems to be the thing that BreadTube does. This realization was the center of the most recent debate between Vosh and Destiny, where PhilosophyTube was raking in shit tons of money online, keeping her income private, when a common lefty line of thought is that the expectation that incomes are kept private is one way that bosses keep workers in line by preventing them from comparing their pay, all the while encouraging people way less well off than her to go on rent strikes and other stuff like this. If it sounds hypocritical, that's because it is. And Vosh defended her in such a way that he basically revealed himself to be somebody not interested in truth, or even socialism at all on some level, but only raw power. No, really, listen to this.
I tried to live my principles, and I think that it would be unethical for me to maximize my existence in a capitalist society. I've turned down a lot of money for stuff that would maximize my existence in a capitalist, because I think it's unethical to do so. I don't agree that, like, because it doesn't further what I believe in, and it doesn't further what turned down. I turned down a ton of fucking gambling sponsorships. There was so much money flying around in the CSGO skin days. There was so much of that shit that I fucking turned down.
So you've turned, okay, good. And you've turned down, and I, for my part, have turned down every sponsorship.
Why?
It's not a part of my aesthetic. I don't want to.
Okay, wait. Then don't make those things the same. Wait. Don't compare that to me, okay? You're on a lower level there, okay? I intentionally, hold on. I intentionally have foregone money that I could use otherwise because it is in accordance with my principles, okay? You're not doing it because it doesn't fit the aesthetic that you sell on your YouTube channel. That comparison to me was insulting because I don't not take certain sponsorships because of my aesthetic. I do it because of my principles. Those two things are very different. That's what upset me. Do you understand?
When I said aesthetic, I suppose you wouldn't buy me saying, as a lefty, I don't like the idea of doing legwork for corporations to advertise products that I don't give a fuck about. But you would say that's walking back, because what I actually believe is that it's purely an aesthetic flourish, and me fleshing it out now that I realize you've been made upset by my language is...
The thing is what I would say is I wouldn't believe you. I don't believe that. I don't buy that.
Okay, I know you don't, but that's fine. You've assigned me so little charitability.
No, it's because the first response is the most likely to be the honest one.
And this.
There are plenty of like higher order things that could be fucking with our ability to understand.
Yes, that's true. Right. Okay, so if you acknowledge that, and you're a moral anti-realist, so there is actually no choice of the matter, which state of truth is, right? Then you also acknowledge that any empirical statement I make is also arbitrary.
I mean, we went into the Godzilla 2014 arc. Bioman12 in the chat. When is Godzilla showing up?
I think it would be arbitrary insofar as we would have to disagree on like the meaning of truth. But I think that most people
a few more minutes. We're 2014
something that can be
in
empirically
this.
verified. If a person disagreed with that, I would have to kill them.
Reagan is the authentic monster versus
it's all relative to what someone wants.
Yeah, but I do think you can make empirical statements about the world.
That depends on you.
Wait, yes, the morality of the Holocaust depends on your subjective. Whether it happened? Sure, if you have a different definition of truth, then yeah. But if a person
can't say that they're wrong, they're just
oh no, well I don't have to say that they're wrong. All I have to do is convince them.
Right now, you are basically saying that.
I would disagree with them. I would try to convince them on
Yeah,
that
you would
point.
disagree with them, but you have to acknowledge from this,
Yes, I acknowledge that. I've always acknowledged that. Yeah, it's about power.
So you are.
So what? Like again, it's like 2014. I thought we wanted like those wonderful human characters before we got to the sweet Godzilla action. We're making it authentic, like the Monsterverse. We're doing the 20-year anniversary.
You're in a state of complete nihilism about the world. No one's position is more justified than another.
Inherently, no. Correct.
Wow, okay. So you're literally incomplete. So actually, right now, if I wanted to, I could flip a coin, and if it lands heads or tails, I'm correct about this issue. And you have no way to refute what I just said.
Empirically, no. But I could argue that that's dumb.
Wow. Well, doesn't matter. I mean, if you just acknowledge all you do is just scream at people to make you feel good.
Wait, fine. Wait, no, I don't. Wait, I don't scream at people.
So you don't care about truth in the world, I guess.
Wait, yeah, I do. I care about my truth in the world.
Yeah, you care about how you feel.
Yeah, yes, because all moral positions are downstream of our subjective emotional preferences. How many times do I have to reframe this?
No, it's crazy to me hearing you say it. Like 2 + 2 = 4, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are multiple theories of truth. Something can be true because it's actually existing in the world, right? Which is probably what you view truth as. The cup is red is true if it is actually okay. There's another theory of truth. It could be something is true if and only if it makes me feel good, right?
At least I feel like I'll be relatively younger on the Monsterverse's 2-decade anniversary than I will be for Godzilla's 100th anniversary.
Question to you would then be, well, which of those theories of truth should I adopt?
It depends on which moral system you subscribe to.
Destroy all goblins.
So you acknowledge that theories of truth are moral statements.
All of thought is just power grabs between people who can decide subjectively whether or not their positions are better than others.
Power grabs.
Unironically,
wow.
In some cases,
the truth of whether the Holocaust happened, a power grab.
Yes.
And this.
The thing on like mob rule, I can't believe you think that. There's no way that you do.
Do you not feel I've applied a consistent standard where I think it's more moral to just submit yourself to the mob than it is to just kill everyone who comes for you? If I've submitted a consistent standard, I don't think it's fair for you to accuse me of being
the horse.
It is consistent. Maybe that's how people feel when they argue against me, and I'm consistent in something. Maybe you genuinely do believe it. I guess it's possible, but I'll be super serious in the future because I can think of a lot of scenarios that are really sensitive where fucking black dudes have been lynched by white people thinking they were in the right, where saying that like, well, but then you said that earlier. Maybe the black guy should just submit himself to get arrested, and then they can hash it out of court.
Wait. If people are coming to arrest the black guy, then yeah, I think that he should submit to arrest rather than gunning down a bunch of unarmed white people.
Well, not submit to arrest, but like a mob of white people approaching him.
I wonder how many people are just coming into this thinking, oh, it's gonna be like a Godzilla stream, and since it's a crypto one, we're doing this.
Maybe it depends on the context there and how legitimate the lethal
I wish
threat is.
Byro was here.
Let's say that there are 10 people, okay? They're gathered on the beach. And unfortunately today, there's a lost soul, okay? He's 100 meters out. This guy is fucked. And none of the people on the beach, they're not good enough swimmers to go get him, okay? Now let's say another guy walks by, okay? This guy is called Chad Marks, okay? Some people call him Charles Marks, okay? This guy is a fucking state champion swimmer. And he walks by and he sees that kid out there. Do you think that guy, with his additional means, all that he has available to him, do you think that it would be just as morally neutral for him to stand by and watch that person drown as the other 10 less capable people on that beach? Could he simply say, I don't have like an obligation. It'd be good if I did, but like, I can just sit here and watch it happen. I don't think it's bad. It's just morally neutral if I sit here and watch it. If he has the means, otherwise.
Either analogous.
No, okay.
We should go out and save the person.
Okay. Why is that disanalogous?
Okay. Because if they decided not to do that thing, if they decided to abstain, it would cost the person their life. Whereas in the case of a lefty opening a business, their decision to open it would not add any negative utility to the world. So in that case, we're talking about, for a lefty, it's either you abstain and you have nothing, or you participate and you have nothing, assuming you don't do extra bad or extra good.
That's not really material to me.
That's swimmer. If they abstain, you have a death, and if they participate, you have
that's not at all material to
participation and abstinence in these two examples meant very different outcomes.
Well, participation in a morally righteous way, in the swimming one could result in saving somebody's life. Participation in a righteous way, in the economic sense, could be you opening a business that improves your conditions of multiple other workers and families. I think those are comparable.
That'd be great.
Okay. Abstinence, in one sense, is you just stand by and you watch a person drown. And abstinence
This is exactly
abstinence in the business sense, you just stand by and watch other business open up and exploit workers.
Which would be neutral, but the death is negative.
How is that? Okay, I never ever want you to say again that like capitalism is negative or business owners are bad because you
understand my argument.
I guess not, because you've bit the neutral bullet on basically every single actor in a capitalist system.
I'm sorry, if there's some irreconcilable difference that we're not going to resolve here, then we might as well not waste an additional hour on it. If you acknowledge that when a lefty opens a business and let's say pays market rate same as everyone else and workers are treated fine, really middle of the road, as hard as that is abstract, all you are doing is institutions.
Have the means.
I genuinely
your principle. What are you saying?
That your perspective at Jesuit high school, and what part of what we taught, I guess, was like that you should live your principles.
If you still have any delusions about whether or not Vosh believes what he's saying, or really any other breadtuber who parrots his rhetoric, I hope this puts them to bed. This is what a grifter actually is. When you openly, nakedly say that truth does not exist beyond what you can twist people into believing, that winning is more important than being correct, that the appearance of being anti-corporate is more important than living your principles, there is no more clear example of a grifter than that. The problem with the grifter worldview that Vosh espouses is that eventually reality will snap back. It does not matter how many laborers or scientists or engineers that Soviet Commissar Vosh browbeats into submission. If you don't adhere to objective, real-world truth at some point, you're going to get Chernobyl out of your nuclear program. You can scream that 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4 as much as you want, but the mushroom cloud forming over the ruins of your project does not care. And while that is an extreme comparison, this sort of thing happens all the time when you ignore the truth. What happened to Ethan Ralph, Andy Worski, Mr. Medicare, Channel Awesome, Game Grumps, or any other YouTube channel or online personality that ignored the truth in favor of grifting, hoping their popularity would allow them to skate on by? They're all shadows of their former selves. And that will be where Vosh finds himself sooner or later. The reason grifters have to keep leaving town eventually and move on is because the people they swindle inevitably catch up to them. The act of grifting makes enemies of your own audience, the very people that pay you. You can't run away from that forever. The clapback will come for Vosh and the rest of RedTube in due time. And just like it did with Ralph, with Worski, Medicare, Channel Awesome, and Game Grumps, I will be here with a bucket of popcorn, laughing my ass off about it. Thank you for watching, my friends.
Here we go. All right, finally, we got through. We did it, guys. We did it, ladies and gentlemen. So now you've gone through my winded, my beautiful thing about the grifting, the grafting, and my definitions of it. And I love the fact that it actually says I have consistent viewers somewhere else, because there's actually a really big discrepancy between how much it says my viewers are on YouTube versus where my viewers are everywhere else. So I appreciate everyone else who's not viewing it directly from YouTube, because that's where I'm primarily watching the chat from. I appreciate all my Facebook and Twitch users. So what I will be doing is I can finally give Vic the chat in, because we're going to go over his specific tweets, and I want him to explain things more on his idea of the grifting, the grafting, the hubba lubba dub dub. Crap. And he showed up quick. Welcome up, sir.
Hello.
All right. And pulling up. I can hear you fine. You're a little soft, but I think it's because you're speaking softly.
Sorry about that.
No, you're good.
I was listening to that. I was hearing what he was talking about with grifting. When I go on Google, it has a different definition of it, which is what I used when I was talking about it on Twitter, which was a person that engages in petty or small scale swindling. He's not asking for money. Let me make it clear, but like he's bragging
as well for a what's it called? For context for everyone else.
All right.
There we go. And if you're saying something, I can't hear you. Yep. Nope, I can still hear.
I love that my freaking profile, it just has like the OBS thing in front of my eye profile.
It is the showering gun for your eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Squirrel showering gun.
Yeah. What I'm saying there about the grifting is that because I go to Google, it says a person that engages in petty or small scale swindling. Swindling can be like, getting money out of it, or just like something possession from someone. So like a couple days ago, like he made a video, like a parody video. He said that it was satire, but the way he went about it was very similar to how he reacts to anyone that criticizes him. So I didn't really think that was like a parody or satire. And then like he made a screenshot later on that said, "Oh, look at how many views I got," and it's not even like Saturday or Sunday or something like that. So I thought, well, he's getting attention, and attention, with YouTube, if he monetizes it, he can get money from it. And he also has a Patreon for this stuff. So if he gets more attention, that gets more viewers for that. Like, it isn't exactly the definition that I pulled up from Google, but I thought it was very close enough that it felt like that was the definition. I wouldn't have said that in my thing if I didn't think it was similar. That's why.
So, at least in this case, let's actually just try to go there, because fundamentally, he's nowhere close to actually being able to get to like the first point of monetization, because unless he's got enough views at this point, he still needs to get to the sub count. Which
that's what I thought about it too. It wasn't exact, but I thought to myself, like, if he continues doing this, because he said in another community post that he would probably do something like that again, and if he gets more people, like angry people, to see it, that means like you'll still get people, because eventually that'll get recommended, because any interaction with that will mean that anyone else that will be recommended through the algorithm.
Yeah. However, if we're taking him in as most shareable and he is saying it's satire, then fundamentally, him completely going off of this and getting views off of a satirical video that's making fun of points he genuinely believes in would still be satire by his definition. And even if we say that he's making money off of it, he's making money off his Patreon, which even though it is linked to his personality on YouTube, what he is providing, at least based on everything here, is shown in these segments to begin with. So if unless we can prove that like unlisted videos, script screenplays, and audio recordings are things that he is saying he's providing based on these patrons, and he is not providing those, and there is tangible proof, then you can't really say
Right. I wasn't completely. I should have done something because that was a screenshot from something I was going to post before.
Mhm.
I thought not to, but in the context when I was, having a conversation and arguing with someone, I used that because I had
Mhm.
other points in that screenshot that I had that I decided not to post, but I kept the screenshot in case if I needed it in the future.
As well as like also
I don't
like
think he's a full complete grifter, but I believe like I said before, I don't think that his satire is at all different from what his other responses are, like to me or someone else that ever criticizes him. Like, don't get me wrong, there are people that don't know how to criticize people and like have really bad takes. Like they can't like take criticism or anything. But to me, the only reason I'm being critical of him is because I think some of the things he tries to point out is either he doesn't actually get what actually happens in these movies, right? Or I think he just has a really faulty way of, talking about these movies. Like I just think it's a bad take. And I just thought one of those that was beforehand that we were talking about was because he recommended a YouTuber. We talked about this in a live stream, or at least mostly you did, was the Little Platoon guy. And he had a lot of questionable things in his video. And he said that it was a really good video, and he still defended him when people were saying like, oh, this is bad and stuff. So I just thought I wanted to say, like, I get that you're trying to like say, oh, this other guy agrees with me, so I'm going to link it here to like show you guys that the difference is that I'm criticizing him for that is because just because like someone agrees with your film opinion doesn't mean you can't like say, hey, the reason you're going about it is wrong, especially when it comes to Little Platoon's video, which is a lot of ableism, racism, and other stuff like that. You probably went into it. I didn't see the whole live stream. I was only in it for a bit, but yeah.
Would it then be fair to at least say then because since you just already pointed ableism and racism, would it then be at least somewhat fair or understandable if I were to say that it feels like you're using those to whole cloth say that Rooney endorses these things because he agrees with the base point of the video, and instead of directly being like, I disavow these things, and because I disavow these things,
well, he doesn't do that.
But I agree with the main point.
But the other thing is that it just seems like I don't know. No, wasn't like the first thing that happens in the video is that Little Platoon says that anyone that likes this video is like stupid and like
you mean anyone that likes this movie?
Yeah, anyone that likes this movie is stupid, and you're like rooting your kids if you go and take them to see this movie.
Little Platoon.
As far as
I think at one point he does. He does at one point.
I think like he doesn't even get into the movie for like 9 minutes into it.
Yep. Let me do that. Streamception away, and you've seen him as watch. It's a really good video. So
oh man,
go back. Oh no! Wow, I pressed on Cinemas's video. My God, I'm so sorry. There we go.
I just watched it earlier. It was a pretty
different.
decent video.
Cinemas's?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's good people. And there's the ads.
Cats are a mystery.
You gotta get ad blocker or you block.
I don't bother. I'm like, it doesn't affect me all that like much. What I would say is that when it comes to at least this, unless like he would really get hit hard by I don't know, there was something else that they were working on in the YouTube algorithm where if your videos aren't matching similar lengths, that you're going to be disincentivized in the algorithm. And what's it called? Most of it, like, let's just do last things 2 hours, 1 hour, 2 hours, 2 hours, 5 hours, 15 minutes. It's a pretty wide range. If I go my most popular, 3 hours, 56, 2 hours, 48, 3 hours. So at least he's consistently hitting above like 30 minutes for almost everything, and his most popular stuff shows that. So if we're going off of that logic, then it would make more sense if he actually split all these videos up into more parts, if primarily he was focused on making a lot of money. I'm going to all the little things. But let's just go into, I just want to go into the video real quick to the beginning. I'm probably going to have to stop that because of the thing there. That's still down there.
I don't understand why he was like putting Diddy in the title.
In the video, because it's sort of like a goofy Godzilla thing, so that's why.
Oh yeah, because he was 1998. Puff Daddy, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when that was a thing.
2 seconds of a video, so this review of Godzilla X Kong: The New Empire will begin shortly. This film is a fucking disaster. Oh, we should probably be clear. The entire Monsterverse, with the arguable exceptions of Skull Island and that Godzilla movie from 2014, yeah, the entire thing besides those two is a fucking disaster. Its target audience is made up almost exclusively of brain-dead morons and people who are careless about their children.
Yep, there you go.
Okay.
Like its audience, like anyone that like is like, you know, enjoying these things that are just brain dead. And I saw like in his comments, anyone that was like critical of him, like he would just say the R word. Like even though he censors it in here, it's the only thing that he censors in it. But it's like he knows that it's wrong to say that because it is ableist. But
I think it's also because it's an easy way to get reported as well. So
true, but
because like for example, there are people who stream on YouTube, and obviously since it's happening in this stream, so I'm not sure it's going to affect me, but they will censor the words like they will censor the F word, they'll censor fuck, they'll censor Nazi, fascist,
right?
And I'm probably killing my channel right now. So it could be argued, and this is me being super charitable and steel manning this position completely, is that if we're going to say like his standard of ableism is not the same as your standard of ableism, and saying using the word retard as a slur is not on his mind base at all, and he says that, considering that that's already a contentious topic, and I know there's so many people that I can pull up examples of who use that word but then also talk about it being ableist in the first place using it. So at least there's already a precedent for people being inconsistent in terms of their standards for this, but then also if there's enough people who disagree with them and then report it for that reason, there is a good enough chance that it could actually get taken down. So it could be him just being cautious in that aspect. And if you're, I think that, is it true that you could get ableism, like could you spread ableism by his video? Sure. But I think that anyone actually reporting it because of that, because they think wholeheartedly that is what's going to happen, I think that's also being a little bit too hyperbolic and slippery sloping it. And I think also just a mix of, I don't like this person, so I'm going to maliciously report it. I just have a good enough reason to do so.
Right, but the way he goes about it in the video and like later on, he makes it seem like anyone that likes these movies and anyone that defends them doesn't have like any stance on them, and that's like my problem. And like his responses afterwards in the YouTube comments and on his Twitter when like it came around through the Godzilla fandom was it only showed that he was being like genuine with that. So
I would also say too, the other problem is that obviously since we're going to be smaller in the fandom overall, that goes without saying. But if we go back,
my whole problem, like I'll get to the point of why, like like I said, it wasn't like Black Maroon wasn't entirely grifting, but it was very similar to what was happening a couple of days ago, which is why I brought it up. But it wasn't exactly the best thing for that screenshot to put. But
yeah, but then the other thing too is that like outside of
the thing
so this is I haven't seen this, and then obviously there is my stream right there. So my problem is that there's a lot of people going at him in the comments instead of just responding to him, and it's clear based on CNMS getting 1.9k views off his video that if there's anyone that's going to actually do something worthwhile, it was him in terms of responding to it, because he actually like gave pretty good reasons as to why Platoon's video wasn't good, but also why GXK isn't a good movie either, because he doesn't like GXK. So it's not like he's arguing in favor of the movie, but he's still able to argue why the movie is bad, but then also critique the video in a proper way that actually gets views.
Like if you think the movie's bad, that's perfectly fine, but actually give good reasons. And like one of the criticisms he has in the video is like he doesn't like that they knocked over like the pyramids, which then he compares to Black Lives Matter, like taking down monuments of historically
but
known
let's
slave
like,
owners.
it's also very clear how much he doesn't really care about the movie, and he's
that's
already
kind
gone
of
in
the
depth about it
problem
in the
is
stream.
that
So is it the problem that he made a video that uses offensive humor in it, or is the problem that he made the video in the first place and you think he framed it as a analytical analysis? Because at least going off of what he's done in the past, I would say that it's not enough character for him to do stuff.
But the thing is that he's making it say like anyone that argues with him is dumb, but he can't make any good point as to why the movie is bad.
Yeah,
so
then I would
it's
say
like
that
saying
you can do a CNMS
you stinky, I'm binky because I said so, and that's just not something I like to have like in discussion. That's something why I don't care about being in Star Wars. I don't want to watch Star Wars or be in the community of Star Wars because it's gone so bad. I don't want to have any part of it. And what I'm afraid of is that once -1 came out, and then we knew GXK was going to come out, this whole thing just started, because the franchise has never been more popular as it is now. And I'm just afraid that it's eventually going to have all these bad faith arguments from people. And if they get like viewership, there can be impressionable people that don't really think twice about this stuff or don't have anyone else to like form your own conclusion for things, and that's just my problem. And that's why
let me see if I can make this make sense. So use this right here. So at least we're gonna do it here. So your impression, or at least your idea of things, is here, okay? And where you think these people coming in is here. However, at least in terms of the grievances you have, are a mixture of genuine evils in your mind, so like evilism, sexism, etc., and
it's not all of them being like
just bad faith videos or videos that just do not put a whole lot of things here. However, I think the problem I see is that there seems to be a conflation between the two that you think are being pushed in this direction here towards your opinions as well as the fandoms in general, which I'll just put here. And I would say that generally, I think if most people who are going to be in the fandom, because of how insular we are, we have enough people who are specifically kaiju focused, who have their ear to the ground on outside forces like this and are able to cut that off pretty well. And it's very clear because Animus's video is the first one that comes up after Platoon's video. So clearly there's enough traction that's going on from his video as a bulwark for fans, where I don't think that whatever's going to be happening to you here is going to get affected at all.
The thing is that
I think the other problem too is that I feel at least that unless like to stop like this happening in general, instead of having to have that cutoff period here, just having more videos like this to begin with and engaging with them as honestly as possible instead of looking for reasons to complain or looking for cheap gotchas is what's going to be more productive. Because at least if we're going purely off numbers, then what CNMS did, and at least what CNMS is doing, is far more productive because it's more of a whinging scenario, I think, because we're upset that these people are coming in. And I feel like it almost comes off, and I know Black uses the term insecure a lot. I think it's not necessarily people genuinely being insecure. I think that we just have better arguments in general, and that we can engage these people on better terms easily anyway.
That's not necessarily true. I feel like sometimes we do have like bad.
Wait, you don't think we have better arguments to begin with?
Well, sometimes we do, but I know that some people like who might know more about like film and stuff, like they have like reasons like, hey, this is a bad movie. It's like, and you know, like I said, there's not a lot of like Godzilla fans that can like make a good argument and stuff. Like,
do you think that has to do with the fact that like we do a lot of circle jerking towards like trying to defend these films? Because you can make a good point for most of the films, and
I'm just being
I think
fair.
we also try to poo-poo on the films too much as well.
I'm just trying to be fair here because I know that there's going to be like people who are critical of these movies, and it has nothing like to do with like looking down on the franchise as a whole.
Yeah, I think so, but I also think you're giving a little bit too much defense for them, which is what's leading to this issue in the first place. I think that mindset is what's.
Believe me, I'm shocked that I'm saying this. I'm just giving the benefit of a doubt here for anyone who might, you know, be outside the fandom, who might actually have some sort of criticism. And if like we're pushing it back and they're like afraid to like make a genuine critical thing, like they watched the movie, they paid attention, they wrote down notes, and like they're giving their reasons why they didn't like it in the first place.
I would say in that case then, at least on YouTube, what would be a good example of that? Of a non-fan making a Godzilla video talking about the franchise and criticizing it in a way that I think genuinely had merit to it. Because I've seen a lot of people.
I don't know if it's a fan who did it, but there was a video called "Why I Don't Like Shin Godzilla." I thought that was a pretty interesting like thing. I disagree with some.
I think that's by Accented Cinema. Why I don't like Shin Godzilla. Yeah, it's the one by Accented Cinema. I think I already did a video on this.
Mm-hmm.
Either I did a video on this or I had it planned.
Is he a fan or no?
He's done several videos on Godzilla, and the next stream I'm going to be doing is talking about a two-parter he did on King Kong versus Godzilla and Godzilla X Kong. So I would say that he's at least a fan enough to where it is a common sight on his channel to talk about Godzilla.
Right.
But it's not the main focus of his channel. No.
Mm-hmm. Well, then I would think that is a, you know, good enough like video. That's how I would see it.
I would say that I honestly don't think the video is that good.
Well,
because
agree to disagree.
Well, because the problem with it is that it has too much, it infers too much, and it also has a big problem with bad faith, in my opinion, based on how he perceives Anno's work and how he perceives the politics of Shin Godzilla, which I think is also the problem with a lot of the politics of Shin Godzilla videos. The coronavirus one from the other day being a prime example of that, because I see a lot of people, especially with Shin Godzilla, is like the biggest example of it, where a lot of people saw the film. It was pretty good. It was really well liked by the Japanese public. And had a lot to say, but then a lot of people really wanted to input all of their feelings and opinions about other contemporary political issues onto that film and say it was analogous.
See, there's going to be people that come from different perspectives, so
no, I think that's fair, but then in that case you have to engage that perspective and be like, do you think that's really a fair statement to give? Because for example, you can like, are you aware of the idea of like lenses for like analysis?
Yeah. I'm just thinking that Anno isn't exactly like the most straightforward person when it comes.
I don't think he's the most straightforward person, but I think that like there is going to be, unless like you can have a direct interview or statement saying otherwise, inferring too much, especially from a negative side, can always be an issue. And as I was considering that everyone knows me for my dislike of 98, I've been doing extensive rewrites of the retrospective script primarily because I'd rather be able to show blatant misinformation or blatant inaccuracies or contradictions in Emmerich and Devlin's statements rather than saying from his other movies and from these other statements, it can be inferred that based on what he is saying, that so-and-so. So,
right.
And one sec, F29 said, I brought up Alin's on Matt Burkett's server and he thought I was being condescending. I saw some of that. I can't really comment on it too much, and it's also a private server issue. So I think that there's a genuine I think at least the point you were giving was good. F29, I don't remember everything off the top of my head. I'd have to look at how you delivered it, and probably I could definitely like DM you sort of how it could have been seen that way, without a doubt. But real quick, Asa says, Skull explain it's very simply, you don't go into someone's house drop about people who wouldn't have defenses. If people wouldn't have to be defensive if they were being insulted. But yeah, looking out at people's watching because like the comment above me. Yeah, sure.
I didn't want to interrupt your thought, but you asked me about, or you said that the better way to like interact with this type of behavior that's coming out is like making like response videos. And I am thinking of doing that because I know like some of his points, like I thought about making a video like some of his criticisms of GXK, like saying, oh, nobody cared about making the movies. So I was just going to make a short video saying like, here are some things that had some thought put into it. And I just think even some of the worst movies ever made, there's still someone behind the scenes still putting in some effort.
Some effort,
like,
some kind of,
like
passion.
for example, I know people will disagree nowadays, but most people agreed even back when the Star Wars prequels were hated that John Williams gave it all for that score for all three prequels. Or like something like like some bad blockbusters, but they have really good special effects to this day. Like those kind of examples. Like there is passion in at least some movies, and you can tell that Adam Wingard still cares. Like he really loves what he's doing, and there is some effort in some of these VFX shots. Even though I know, like Braden's here, like he'll think that most of them are bad, but there is still some love and passion in some of this stuff. Most of us will agree like the score isn't good, but that doesn't like excuse like everything about the production of the movie.
Yeah, well, and then the thing is, I can think, for example, that almost feels like the easiest low-hanging fruit to hit. And the reason why I think that like it would be better to do what what Animus does, it does more long-form content, because not only do I think we need it more in this fan base, I think that it's really easy to actually debunk a lot of bad statements from non-fans or people who are coming in who are far more casual, because not only are we far more insulated, that insulation provides us with a much easier access to interviews, statements, and clips than a lot of other fan bases. And because of that, we can also far easier go to people that we know who are experts or are specialized in a certain topic, ask for their advice real quickly on a certain topic, get it, and then produce videos and produce content that I think is far more informational, but also better and I think uplifting for the community.
You see,
which is why like I do the streams in the first place, because I think it's really easy to look at a lot of these like videos that are by non-fans, talk about them and deconstruct them, because I feel like I could go through like any argument most of these people are going to make and destroy it pretty easily.
I was going to say like, oh, the more people, the more like eyes are going to like find all this stuff. But at the same time, I was like, that means it will just be like more people spreading either misinformation or something that isn't true, you know?
Well, and I'm not really, because like if there's enough people covering the topic, like the Skipper, the attack on Adolf Skipper was
funny enough, I don't want to
and
brag, but I was
powerful.
like one of those people that actually like found that video. I was like, oh boy, here's someone talking about the whole -1 thing. I was like, then I got into I started watching the video. I was like, wait a minute. I was like, this is all wrong. Like, why is he getting all this stuff in history wrong?
Because like if we're just looking purely at just Godzilla on its own, you're obviously gonna get the Eminem video. That goes without saying. Big guy,
Millie Bobby
Big guy
Brown
says
makes
the word.
fun of Godzilla.
What's it called? You got shorts. You got another Eminem thing. Shorts, and
I swear to God,
just
I've
what's
seen
called
one of
random
those
stuff.
animated videos. Oh, there it is. We got
D-Man. Like, it's like, I think that because we don't produce enough of these, that's why they don't show up. Like, I think the only reason why I'm getting things like Omniviewer stuff and D-Man's and this video is purely because I was just watching it recently.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
that
yeah,
goes without saying. But I think that it's really easy to go and produce well-made content that I think is a boon to the community without like doing too much effort. Like, I don't think it's hard for the Godzilla fans to get together and do something. Let's see.
I don't get why YouTube like has these ads like, hey, 123 Movies is an ad, we're sponsoring piracy.
What's it called? YouTube has so many of its issues, but that's also another problem too, is that YouTube fundamentally having a monopoly on like the video sharing platforms online can't really be checked because of that.
Brandon's saying that the Godzilla community doesn't create the best content. I don't think most communities ever make the best content. Like, there's so many things you can just like pick out and like say, oh, this sucks. It also doesn't help that we're like a niche audience still.
But that's the problem, is that like I think that if we care about making good content, then become the content. I
try to make some good content, but most of the time, I don't have like money, the monetization off. In fact, I let it like not even renew itself. I just make stuff on my YouTube channel just because I
don't even think that you need to necessarily be monetized. I think just making content that gets views is important. But I think that because if there's a lot, I think that specifically for creators, if we want to see more well-made content, then if no one else is doing it, then you have to Thanos Giga Chat and be like, fine, I'll do it myself, and you get good content. Or if you're a fan and you're like, I don't really like the content that we're seeing, then support the content that you do see. And I do think that there are a lot of content creators who do specifically care about making higher-end Godzilla content and focusing on that stuff, because they do want to see it prosper. And I mean, that's why I do it. And I think it's not to go too political again, but when it comes to what Razorfist had said about the Godzilla, about being upset about like content in the like popular culture, don't cry about the culture. You have to become the culture. So you have to support what you think is good if you want to see more good stuff come around. Like, no one else is gonna do it if you aren't gonna do it.
Right. I thought about, for a while making like a Heisei analysis thing, because I know like it became popular to hate it. So a couple years ago I made it. Then I got like blocked by Toho, and then I re-uploaded it last year. But I'm still trying to make it an analysis of like Godzilla content, like other kaiju stuff. It's just, it's hard, and I have to write a script and everything. And I'm busy. I have like other projects I want to do right now.
Well, and I think that's fair, and that's why I think like it's important to build a base of other people to be like, if we as a people care about this, then we need to do it as a people. It is very much like a sharp point, a numbers game, and a a apes together strong kind of scenario. Because I don't do I try to do some of my editing, but I don't do all of my editing because I just don't have the time, because I have a job and I have like other prospects that I'm working on. So I give it off to another creator who I also help with his videos, his scripting, and his analysis, because I think that if I care, if I truly care about a community, then I'm going to do everything that I can do in my power to help a community. And I think that there is a lot of cases where people get jaded by what they see in the community, and they'd rather just sort of coast on things or do what they think I think other people are going to like, or do what's at least profitable to do so. And that's about it. Like, there's a reason why people making low effort content are able to make low effort content, because they are committed to the bit, whether you think that, if we're going to use the word, are grifters or not. if it matters so much, then you also have to beat it.
Right. But I think if Black Rooney, if you're talking to me about the whole thing, I was trying to say your name, but Zim was still talking, so I was like Black over, and then like he was still talking, so I was going to say Black Rooney. I've seen the movie like 5 times in theaters, so you can't get on my level. Got him.
10. Got him. And I know Elijah Transmissions hasn't like seen it 21 times, so he can also got me.
I think someone watched it 22 times.
Yeah, it's Elijah.
Yeah. I don't think we're thinking of the same person. They're on Twitter.
Yeah, no. E13 or whatever, ET13 or something. But yeah, was there any other particular things you had in mind to?
I guess there were a couple things, and I guess it just has to do with. I'm pretty sure Black Runny has some beef with me because I noticed that he had a live stream and I'm in the thumbnail, so I didn't know if he wanted to like get anything out of the way and like just kind of like explain my problems and just like just talk it out. And
Black, are you in the
he's in the chat.
I know he's in the chat. I don't think he said he might not be able to come on.
Right.
Which, if you are able to come on, you can come on. We can let you guys hash it out, or you can hash it out in the server.
Because honestly, I'm just going to make why I think the movie cares. I wasn't even going to. I'm not going to like mention screenshots or anything. It's just like the argument itself and just why I disagree with it. And that was just just leave it alone and just you do your own.
One sec, wait. So I said if I had known Rick was going to be here, I wouldn't have done our black screen episode. Because it was like, because his was essentially a response to your thing, and if you knew you were going to be on here for this,
well, if we can make it like old news, like out of date, you can do it here.
What's it called? Like, if you can't come on tonight, then you both DM me times that work for you, and I'll try to make a stream happen late at night and make it a stream. At least it means I
just want to let you know, Black Aruni, this isn't personal. I'm just the reason I am critical of you is just because I think what your criticisms are just don't add up, and I'm just trying to have a decent conversation in this community. I just think some of the things you go about this is just like not the best way, and I feel like that's just concerning to me. I just want like this community to be healthy. Especially with we're getting all this stuff. Like we may not like everything that comes out, like obviously, but at least we can respect that, even if like we think that the other person is wrong for that. But you know what I mean.
It's like I'm gonna go find a video. Unless because Black says something.
I can't get over the OBS over my eye.
Again, it's the Rick Sharingan.
The Sharingan?
Yeah. So wait, have you watched Naruto or no?
No,
so you had no context for what I was saying this entire time.
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
I got one time. Some girl in my Taekwondo class, like years ago, she like gave me a Naruto figure. I was like, "What is this?" It's like this anime thing.
Is the animes?
Yeah, I gotta get watching more shows, but like I'm busy with life, want to make projects, play video games, do things with my family.
I know. Once I get off the stream, I am just gonna play Skyrim for a little bit and then probably sleep for about an hour. And then I'm doing yard work. So
I tried playing Skyrim like years ago on the 360. I was like, "Oh, this is pretty neat," and then like I never played it again.
Oof. What's it called? I'm a bit similar, but as long as it's not personal, I'm passionate about Godzilla's about movies insane, and I want the best possible quality for these movies.
I get that. I understand that you want like the best quality for things, but the way I think you're going about it is like very similar to what I was critical of. Not in the same way, like not like in that insane like ableist or racist thing, but I'm just thinking that type of thing is like anyone who like disagrees with me is stupid and has no good takes. Like, yes, I know that there were people that did comments on your video that had no like good retorts to your videos or anything or your things, and obviously that's true with the fandom. Like, not everyone is going to like be like minded about this stuff, but you can't like you gotta. I lost my train of thought. You
I'm
can't.
sorry.
It's basically you gotta. I was going to say open mind, but that's not like what I was thinking of. It's like you can't like dismiss anyone for their opinions, even like if they have it well constructed enough, or like hear them out on their things. Like you can't just like put anyone that disagrees with you as like inferior, because that's very much like the tone that a lot of these people, like we discussed with the little platoon, is doing with people. It's like the person, like, say maybe they like Godzilla X Con like me, but they love Minus One as well, and maybe more so, and it's a better movie like I do. And I can respect others who might dislike Minus One but love Godzilla X Con because, you know, that's just what they prefer, like, or whatever their opinion is, or the opposite way around. Because at the end of the day, it's just a fictional movie. It's just a piece of art that is not going to do anything in life.
Well, I mean, so do you stand by that statement that it's just a piece of art?
What do you mean?
So what I mean is that, like, we like to talk about how the original film was a way for the Japanese to process a really traumatic event through a spectacular lens. And the reason I'm saying that is, like, do you think that it is possible to say that where it comes to art, that if there is art that is genuinely more uplifting or more well constructed and is able to help people through things, that it is better that all art, regardless of tone, so like a well-crafted comedy, a well-crafted action movie, a well-crafted drama, is a better film, and therefore we have better art if all art aspires to that. I think that that is like the main point that a lot of people say is, and I think that's probably the main point that Black is at least giving.
I think that it really just depends on what, you know, what they're going for. Like sometimes people like can like understand like that something is like very, very like
well, it's like Black has something specific to say to you. In the meantime, I'm gonna text you something, Black, while you can respond to that, Rick.
All right. Okay, the whole quality thing is like, but what if they think it is quality? Like, people do have different standards. Like, I was thinking about this earlier. Like, let's say in a drama, because I was thinking one of my favorite movies is a drama, and say this person, like in the story, there's like a character that was like abused by their like parents for a long time, and that causes them to like make bad decisions that normal people wouldn't do under normal circumstances, and like they're very bad towards like, you know, like the main character for that. Because of that, we see that as like, oh, that's a bad person or a bad character. But someone who might understand or has been through that, like I have seen abusive relationships with, you know, kids and stuff, and how that turns out for them. Like they understand why they're going through that. Like I just
real quick, Black just said he just DM'd me, said that he can't come on tonight, but he would like to schedule a full stream for this, which means in that case, Rick, would you be down with seeing what days this week work out for you? And
is tomorrow okay? Because I'll be busy.
I can do tomorrow and I can do Tuesday.
Okay. So right,
those would be the I can.
That's why
Monday,
it's important to have
Monday and
standards, right?
Tuesdays.
Like I
can
agree
do,
that there are things that you want, but
should be fine.
Some people might.
He just
some
said,
people might not
called?
value. Like some people, I know you as a person enjoy, like value writing in something.
Rick said tomorrow. No, Rick. Sorry. Black said tomorrow is good. So do you guys want to plan for tomorrow then? Because then it makes it's gonna be the full stream's gonna be dedicated to it then.
Yeah, but if it's not too long, I don't want to like go.
It's not gonna be. It's like, what's it called? If someone's got to bow out, then someone's got to bow out.
I just don't want to like.
But I want it to be like a full thing where it's the full. No. If like if you got to go because of reasons, you got to go because of reasons. I think we all understand that. What
I
I'm
just
saying
didn't
is
want to
that, like,
leave, and then the conversation continues after that.
no. If it comes to a point where someone leaves, then we just drop the conversation and become something different.
Okay, that was such something I was concerned about.
Okay.
Anyways, he was talking about the writing. Like, I understand,
Mm-hmm.
like you're a person, Blackaroonie, that like values writing and something. And I can understand it, but not everyone like goes into something or has that real preference or like doesn't mind that. Like, people will have tolerance for things, and that's okay. Like, my brother, he doesn't like a lot of movies. Like, he's very like specific. Like, he doesn't care about much dramas. He really likes just comedies and stuff like that. It doesn't really matter if it's like well written or anything, but if it like makes him laugh, like he thinks it's really good. Like, his favorite animated movie is Hoodwinked. So that's enjoyable, but for different reasons for me. But I got it on the out of print Blu-ray recently. But like, my question is that like, why does it matter that like maybe you value writing in something that makes it good for you? And like, I know a lot of people, like maybe in this chat or friends you have, might have that same opinion and stuff like that. But why does it matter that not everyone is going to like value that in a movie? Like, there are some movies that don't even like aim to be like well written, or like they're more of a visual like experience and stuff. Like, it's not like, what's the word? Like, it's not like the direction they're trying to go. Because when I was younger, I thought everything had to like be the exact same way, like I was taught in school. But the more movies I watched from different years, different genres, different countries, the more I realized some of the most acclaimed stuff and some stuff that's like very popular, if you try to compare it to like something that's usually brought up, you couldn't really compare them, because it was like apples and oranges. Like a movie like House, like try to watch House 1977. Like, that movie, that is a completely crazy movie that doesn't make any sense, but it is loved and is considered a masterpiece by a lot of people. Writing's backbone of movie. If you don't notice it, that's fine. But
I think this is probably gonna end up going into essentially the full stream, which is why I'm thinking that
because
probably
people don't notice it doesn't make it like, yeah, I agree that doesn't make it
primarily just so we can have this be dedicated for the next stream, because then I'm gonna give you guys the floor, so that I want to structure it more, so it's gonna be essential. I'll explain it.
Should I stop?
No, I want you to give your final point on it, and I'm gonna play the stream for tomorrow, and I'm gonna give you guys both the floor. I'm also gonna give some parameters as well, so that it's gonna be as productive as it can be. But I do want you to give your final thoughts.
Like, I'm not saying something like GXK is a masterpiece. It's my favorite. I think it's the best movie. Now, I know you're going to like say, no, it's not, and like, that's fine. I think it's like, in the way it's written, I have enjoyable time with the human characters. I enjoy the time with Kong and the other, monsters. I have my issues with it, of course. I did that over in my beta review. I had it on my YouTube channel. But like, of course, I can understand there are flaws and I agree with them. But if I love something, or like the other parts of it, they're like enough to like outweigh like the negatives of something, then I'll think it's good or something like that. Like, I think a really good example is like Doctor Strange and Multiverse of Madness. I don't think it'll ever be it's not a good written movie at all. It's like a Doctor Strange 2. Did I say Doctor Strange 2? It should be Doctor.
You said Multiverse of Madness.
Yeah, Multiverse of Madness.
Yeah.
Like, that movie is not a good movie writing wise. Like, I'll agree to that. But I enjoy it. I think it's good if I watch it as a Sam Raimi movie. I know you would probably say, "Oh, that's just a guilty pleasure," and like, fair enough. I'm still like assessing it, because my opinion on it has changed over time.
I'll let this be Black's final point. Let's call it, because I'll pull it up right here. I have no problem that you like it. The like of the movie is the subjective part. Story is a sequence of events, and the sequence matters whether they bother you or not. Is a different topic. don't think I've ever said anyone shouldn't like any movie. I know you made it as a 1-2 Black. If you make another second part just for this part first here, that should work, and then we'll transition that is to your last point.
I think
as for what's it called for times, would around this time work for you guys or no?
What time? This time,
Around
8:30
this
or
time.
not? Or oh, that's my time. Wait, what's your time?
My time zone?
Yeah.
EST.
Was it? When did you start this?
I started this at 9. I also don't work tomorrow, so
Is that going to be what you're asking us to come to?
yeah, I'm asking like what time you want to do, what time you want the stream for. Yeah.
Is it so like the same time?
I can make it the same time. I can make it a little earlier, or I can make it later.
Yeah. Well, I understand that there are people that are going to make the distinction between liking something and thinking it's good. I don't think it's necessarily like separate, in my opinion. If I think that I enjoy parts of a movie, but I think it's a bad movie overall, I'll call that a guilty pleasure. But if I like a movie,
Black
overall,
says he's available around 6-7ish. So would you want to try to do for like 7:30
Eastern?
Because if we do 7:30, yeah, I think he's Eastern too. So if it's 7:30,
that's
we
fine.
can do like about an hour, 2 hours for discussion. And if it ends there, you both leave, and then I can just do another thing for the stream because I had another set of videos planned for tonight. I just changed the topic, so it's not going to affect me at all.
Right. I think I was saying something about. Oh yeah, I was saying like if I enjoy something, but it's like still like a bad movie, I just call that a guilty pleasure. But if I like the movie and like even though I think there's like bad things, like maybe I think the special effects aren't good, like Godzilla X Kong does not have the most inconsistent VFX in the MonsterVerse and has some really bad shots. Like even though that quality isn't, and I don't think the writing is that the best. Like all the other things that I love about it, it's kind of like a score. Like even though you're like getting things like checked off, like if the positives outweigh the negatives for me, I still think it's good. I'll acknowledge the flaws, and if they're not like as prevalent for me as a person, in my opinion, then that's how I view movies. I know that some people view it differently, but I just think a lot of people that like take movies objectively usually, at least when I have come across people who see it like that, they're always condescending, and it's just like very annoying, especially when you're just having like discussions on stuff. Like it doesn't have to go to that, like being this like I have a superior intellect or like opinion on things, and it's just really annoying for like conversations.
Okay,
that's all I'm trying to say. But I can talk to Blackaroonie tomorrow about it.
Yeah, so we'll do it the full stream, and if like we'll just have everything prepped, and I'll make it a little bit more formatted so everyone can kind of get their own piece.
Yeah.
So
especially if we can like just like talk it out and like not have this kind of stuff and just move on from it, do our own things, like maybe even learn something from each other. That's something I will enjoy and look forward to. So
okay. I'm sorry if I sound quiet. I
was saying, what were you doing here?
What am I doing right now?
Yeah, with this dinosaur.
It's just something I do now since I got this model commissioned. I like doing a set of just animations, even though I don't save these at all. I think it's like a good process for me, especially since I'm learning Blender as well. Because it aligns completely with my principles where if no one else is going to make it, I'm going to have to do it myself. So this was one of the models I wanted to do for a kaiju video game idea with completely original kaiju. So the more I just kind of teach myself to do stuff is
he said it sounds good. So
okay, so that's good. So all right, after finishing my yard work tomorrow, I'll have all the parameters kind of set for you guys, and you'll be able to sort of know what's going into things and how I will conduct things on the stream. So
Kaiju Nut says,
I want to see this.
I'm pretty sure
I know what he means. Yeah, I'll show it. No, I know exactly what he means. That one sec. Oh, nope. Yeah. He means this one.
The what?
There's a Skullcrawler meme of someone taking a Skullcrawler model and just kind of flooping around with it because they're able to grab a piece of the rig and the bones. So that's what he means.
I thought that was like another kaiju or something that did that. There might
Nope.
just be a bunch.
It was a Skullcrawler one.
I've never seen it.
I'll probably be able to. I'll DM it to you either tonight or early tomorrow because I know exactly what he's referring to.
Right. Well, I just wanted to ask you: was this discussion like I don't know what this exactly say, but what are your just thoughts on this whole thing?
I think generally, like, I understand the point you're getting across. But I think that because I'm gonna make tomorrow focused on the discussion between you guys, I'll be able to interject more because it's gonna be my main focus. I think.
Right.
If that makes sense.
I did want to ask, like, do you think where I'm coming from is like well-meaning?
Like, I think you're arguing in good faith. If that's the question you have for me, is that
right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, trust me, I'm being genuine.
Mm-hmm. No, I think that like you're coming from it with a place of good intentions, and I think that like a lot of times we do like to kind of temporize things. So
I will admit that I have made mistakes, and I mean, you've had problems, and we talked it out. So, like,
Exactly.
I've admitted to my mistakes. That's just what I want. I just don't want like this type of like behavior, like something that I think might like go wrong in like the future, like something bad. Like we gotta like know when this is something that we need to interject or like have someone's perspective. Like I've said like takes on things, and people like said, hey, you never thought about this or something. I'm like, oh, that's true. That was not true.
No, I think that like overall you're coming to this well-meaning, and I don't judge that at all.
Right. I was a little, I'm always concerned about people. Like, if you didn't know, I have trust issues.
No, I understand, but I think that's exactly why I don't mind always bringing on people, because I think that I'd rather have bringing someone on so they give their case rather than it sort of being a like a sense of pillory, will rag on this person, they don't really get a say, and haha, get bent type scenario. I think this is far more productive.
Well, that was kind of my fear at some point. Like, if I went on your thing, it was going to be exactly like that. So I think that's why I say like I did this then. I appreciate that you're doing that.
I think if there's one thing I do believe, it's that I want to pride myself, at least on those streams, is giving people the chance to say their piece, and also giving as much dialogue as can be said. So that's like if people wonder like, why do I do this and why do I like doing this, it's not because of the drama, it's because I think generally conversations like this are helpful to the community.
Yeah.
And yeah, actually, what's it called? Vic can attest to that. I used to be nervous with Zim before I came onto the stream. Because I think like maybe it's because of how I project myself. Maybe some of that's good, maybe some of that's bad. I'm always kind of self-reflecting on that type of stuff. But yeah, I do. There's at least a certain level of corrigibility, charitability, and who's and what's it that I care about when it comes to stuff of this nature.
Is that how you're doing you go from one position to the other, and that's oh yeah, that's what you're doing.
Yep,
that's exactly what it is. Interesting. I'm getting to learn something new with 3D animation.
Yeah, I mean, like, what's it called? I'm dealing with a model that, like, I understand it's just the rig and it's just keyframes, but I think at least understanding like this micro workflow of this one model, and then looking at what other people do with more complex models, I feel like then the more I learn about these tools, the more I feel like I can do more and I can keep pushing. Who gave you that model? I'll pull up his Instagram again because I know it's Zolo. Yeah, it's Zolo Sito. Let me stop sharing Blender for the moment. I will pull over. Presents share screen. Yep, it's this guy right here. Primarily, I found him through these models here, and as you can see, I asked if he did commissions, and yeah, so this is sort of like his workflow, and he had time to do my model. I know he's working on something at the moment, but this is sort of where he's at with things of that nature. So yeah, like I said in the last stream, if I could be half as good as him on things like this, I feel like I've accomplished something.
Speaking of dinosaur models, I remember when someone pointed out that that Skull Island Rise of Kong game apparently stole fan art or something, or like concept art for Jurassic World, and used it in that game. I think I can pull it up.
That I was not aware of.
I
do know that like the MonsterVerse has done that before.
Right, they did that with like a Skull Island fan art, but
yeah,
this
Skull
was
fan art. Yeah,
but this was like for this was for like the novelization King Kong stuff. Like it's its own thing, its own franchise sort of thing, and they already have their own type of like designs and stuff. So it's kind of weird that they're going from something from Jurassic World that was concept art. And what's funny is that game wouldn't have been as infamous or like dogged on if it wasn't for my tweet that I posted of that one clip that became a meme. Kind of sucks, that my original Twitter got suspended, but it is what it is. Yeah, it was because too many memes of GXK and they didn't like that. So that goes like a whole bunch of work and like so many good memes and lost history now, but it is what it is. Like, just know not to do that next time. But
yeah, no, I feel you.
The worst part isn't even like, oh, I lost like my following from like people or like got like that stuff. It's just the history and all those stuff, because I know I didn't save a lot of that stuff. It was just on that Twitter, so I'm never going to like get that back, and that just sucks to me.
No, yeah, but what's it called? I think it looks like a lot of people are asking to go get onto the videos. But I do appreciate you for coming on, Rick. As always. Any kind of shilling that you want to do before you peace out?
I don't like the shill.
What's it called? I'm giving you the personal excuse to shill.
Nobody
real recognizes
follow
real.
me. If they followed me, they followed me. That's what it is.
All right, fair enough. Y'all know where to find the Rick if you are familiar with them.
But I got a lot of things. Got a lot of stuff, new stuff, old stuff. Hoping to get things done, but work, laziness, life. It is what it is.
Okay, fair enough.
Catch you up on the flip side, I guess.
Yep, catch you up on the flip side, my man.
Well, I guess I'll see you tomorrow. It's
you'll see me tomorrow, yeah.
6:30 Eastern time.
7:30 EST.
All right, sounds good.
All right, awesome. Peace.
Right,
have a good one, man.
You too. Bye-bye.
Peace. There we go. And that's a Rick. I'm glad he was able to come on. So there's that. And now we actually get into the discussion, at least about the videos that were supposed to be on the stream. But I do like it when we derail on things like that, because I think we come to understandings, and that's what these things are all for. So yes, but going back to the concept of the griftors. So we're gonna go first look at Mike's Monster's comments, and we're also gonna be using his comment earlier in the stream as a reference for what he means by these words. So to refresh everyone, he said he's unable to join, but he says anyone who leaks the plot of movies to get views, like Mr. H, is a grifter. And to clarify what he means, anyone who shares that stuff for views years or months before a film's release is looking to gain off a fan base and not helping it. We've already discussed earlier where there are scenarios that a fan or a new person can indeed be engaged with a fandom that way, so it's not as cut and dry. But let's go specifically into his videos then, shall we? So, and again, like I said, Solicido did my auto. And we're not going through all of his stuff. I'm going to try to keep it as consistent as I remember it being. I need to get that out of the way. My bad. This is what happens when you don't have a dual monitor. I think it's like right about there. But we'll start from the full beginning.
It's been a whirlwind time as a Godzilla fan, with more media hitting us in the last 90 days of 2023 and into 2024 than we've ever seen in Godzilla's entire 70-year history. We may never have a moment with this much happening ever again. 2023 delivered an awesome Godzilla day. Minus One was released and blew the world away, and has now won the Oscar for Best Visual Effects, an incredible achievement for the franchise. And it was delivered by Arnold Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito, something I never knew I needed in my life.
Godzilla.
Monarch: Legacy of Monsters had a strong start and an incredible and emotional finale. And now Godzilla Kong: The New Empire's marketing campaign has been unleashed in full force, with that movie's release just days away at the time of uploading this video. It's a moment worth celebrating in this big guy's long-running franchise. There have been discussions within the fan base and among general audiences and on YouTube that has often had me raising an eyebrow in confusion. Today we delve into the important and extremely serious question.
So at least these were all videos that are brought up here. I know we covered a few because I know he brings up the problem with Godzilla as one of those videos. And that's at least one I can be like, fair, okay. It's not a good one, but I wouldn't call it a fake fan type thing. But we'll start here because this is where he goes into the videos again. No, I'm weak. Love these ads. No, I won't get ad blocker, mom.
My life experiences do that. Yours do too. You and I have different lives. That's why we like different things. It's not that hard to figure out. However, forming an opinion requires first-hand experience. Currently, there seems to be a surge in online discussions stemming from individuals who may not be as well-versed in the Godzilla franchise. The fandom appears to have attracted temporary enthusiasts, or as I like to call them, tourists, driven by financial gains or seeking engagement, posting leaks, lies, misinformation, just to get your clicks and engagement. Resist giving them...
So we'll go back. I just want to skip one more time.
Currently, there seems to be a surge in online discussions stemming from individuals who may not be as well-versed in the Godzilla franchise. The fandom appears to have attracted temporary enthusiasts,
Temporary enthusiasts.
I like to call them tourists, driven by financial gains or seeking engagement, posting leaks,
driven by financial gain or seeking engagement,
leaks, lies, misinformation, just to get your clicks and engagement. Resist
posting leaks, lies, and misinformation. So keep those in mind.
Giving them attention. By interacting with them, you're only amplifying them in the algorithm so that they get shown to more people. Just don't interact. Just hard stop. They will fade out of our existences if we just do not interact with them. Don't like them. Don't hate share them. Screenshot it if you want to talk about it, but that also promotes people to go to it because they want to hear it themselves. Just don't even do that. Just ignore. Maybe tweet that you saw some bad take, but you don't even have to link to it. I promise you. The drama, the discourse, we don't need it at all times. There are a lot of grifters around right now, and they do not care about the franchise no matter what they say. They are only here for you to pay their bills, and you pay their bills by giving them the views. They've all now come into the picture thinking they know what Godzilla is supposed to and should be. And here's a very important fact. We wouldn't have Minus One, the one that everybody is praising and saying should be the standard, if it weren't for the Monsterverse. I think people are...
Okay. So at least I want to give as much context as the points that I'm talking about. So we'll start out with the yellow flashes. I subscribed for that reason, to see what was up, check things. The only one that I'd say like I genuinely followed for the longest time that I was subscribed to longer was Mr. H, primarily because I remember he started as mostly doing AVP content, and then he started doing Godzilla content later on, a little bit like right when the Monsterverse was starting, and then it's kind of been like a mixture of like culture stuff and other media franchises like Star Wars and the like, but it's usually been like AVP, Star Wars, Godzilla. Those are the big things I followed him for. Film Speak, not familiar at all. Movie Cynic, I've seen his stuff. I haven't really watched it though. And the Robot Head, I have seen some of his stuff that I do like, but I'm not subscribed. So we'll start from the Yellow Flash, and I'd say this is the big one. So I wanted to subscribe just to see like all the grifting stuff. And what we want to do here is going down. Minus one, celebrating men. That's a silly statement. Well, we'll see what it is he actually says in the video and whether or not this is a silly statement and whether I will back him up. So, of course, everyone kind of knows Yellow Flash primarily for his thumbnails, and primarily he's a culture channel. And because of that, people think it's like a lot of rage bait and things of that nature. So, yeah. As for his content, it covers a wide variety of topics, so it's not really like he's a specific certain YouTuber channel. It's mostly like a culture YouTube channel. I see a lot of people call him a grifter. Another person we covered on this channel, organized grifting, in my opinion, even more of a grifter, organized chaos. Guy literally had misinformation on one of his streams about Godzilla. I think called Yellow Flash a grifter, or at least I know he's talked about Yellow Flash before and said he is one of those kinds of people. So we'll go into it. And the video title is Hollywood media ignores Godzilla Minus One success while Disney wishes collapse at the box office. Well, and we'll do this at 2 times speed. It's only a 9-minute video, so.
I bet Disney wishes that they would have kept ignoring the director of Wish, who tried multiple times to work at the studio. If only they had.
So I just want to read the title. Disney's Wish director dropped out of mid school and got rejected by the studio multiple times. It took me a few tries to get here.
Us ignored her. They probably would not have fallen into this position. Disney's Wish is on its way of U.S. box office top 5 after coming in number 5, grossing $7.4 million on post-Thanksgiving second 3-day weekend, being beaten even by Trolls 3's third weekend, dropping harsh 62.4% from last weekend. That's embarrassing. This is worse in some ways than the Marvels, because this is an actual Disney stamped brand. Marvel's also a Disney brand, but they don't put their name on it like they do with something like Wish. Like, Marvel's still Marvel, even though it's owned by Disney. I know it's still a Disney brand, but this has Disney stamped right on it, and it's bad. So this movie has had another catastrophic flop for them. Overseas, Disney's Wish grossed a solid $18.8 million on second weekend, up 8.6% from opening weekend, thanks to a solid number in France, is $4.1 million, and Germany's $3.5 million. But it doesn't matter; it's still losing money. So this movie is not doing well for Disney. I want to talk about 2 things in this video: Wish and Godzilla. Here's an interesting thing about Godzilla, which beat this movie, by the way, at the box office. The media is very quiet on how successful Godzilla Minus One is, and I think that that's kind of interesting. You know, you have that movie beating 2 Disney movies, The Marvels and Wish. I think it's at number 3 at the box office. I think the first 2 are Renaissance, the Beyonce movie, which failed to even touch Taylor Swift's box office, by the way, and Hunger Games. It's coming in at number 3 when you have, it's relatively kind of an indie movie considering how much money they spent on it. 15 million is the reported number. 15 to 30 are what people are kicking around, but that movie has exposed the bloat of Hollywood. Why do these movies cost hundreds of millions of dollars when you put out a movie like Godzilla Minus One, which looks amazing? But I just wanted to show you, when you look up Godzilla, not Minus One, you just look up Godzilla, most of the coverage is on the Godzilla X Kong trailer. Right here. Here's the coverage right here. Godzilla X Kong, the new Empire director on the new Titan that's coming, the new villain. Godzilla's strength proves every monsterverse Titan is way stronger. All 21st century Godzilla movies ranked. And then finally, why is it called Godzilla Minus One? And then we quickly go back to them talking about Titans. It's funny to me that there's more coverage on the Godzilla X Kong stuff than there is on Minus One, and that it's barely getting covered. And I wonder if that's for a reason. Like, hey, we don't want this little movie being embarrassing for our little system that we have going on. I do wonder, like, what is with that? Barely any coverage, barely anybody talking about the success of this movie. The fact that, I mean, you got a lot, the audience score and the critic score are lined up for this movie. There's no coverage on it. More people, at least in the media.
It's like he says, trailer dropped on 11/3. Let's go. When was this? When was this done? No, this was. So it's not even like it's because this is a December video of 29. So it's not even like this was like a week or so after the trailer. This is more of at this point, what he's seeing in terms of people talking about the film. I think your argument would make more sense if he was covering it right around the same time the new trailers for New Empire had come out. I would say that's fair. So there's that. What's it called? Because the trailer dropped on immediately after Minus One release, the coverage window would have likely been pretty slim. This was the day after. No, this wasn't the day after the trailer. This is like a whole some odd while after. With the top articles are all Godzilla Minus One articles. The top one's like how multiple Godzilla projects can coexist and keep fans happy. Godzilla Minus One review features a mostly story. And there. That's specific Godzilla Minus One reviews, and then you have Godzilla X Kong stuff. And let's go back down here.
I mean, you got being embarrassing than there is on minus. And then we quickly go back to them talking about, hey, why is it called Godzilla? Director on Kong trailer. Right here. Here's
So at least what he's saying here is that, like, if you're looking for specifically Godzilla Minus One, the reason why the algorithm's giving Minus One reviews is because there is some buzz around Minus One. But you're looking here a day ago, all these new articles, because obviously they're a day ago, you're going to get more traction there. But it could be argued very much that either he's just reading the information wrong, which I would say is a fair point to say. He doesn't really understand the point. I don't think he's going around the point the best. Because, like, you could say that that's kind of Minus One related. This is kind of Minus One related. That's just toy related. And that's also, like, superhero art, that kind of makes sense. Screen Rants, I've never been a big fan of Screen Rant, and IGN Nordic. Kong, that makes sense why that would be there. Because, like, IGN's always going to be big focusing on what's new and what's coming up instead of, like, really focusing on one certain property. Go back up to the top.
Is on the Godzilla X Kong trailer.
And even, well, what's it called? And I would say the Renaissance film's probably only getting mentions here because of the fact that Godzilla Minus One and it are going on at the same time.
Right here. Here's the coverage right here. Godzilla X Kong, the new Empire. Director on the new Titan that's coming, the new villain. Godzilla's strength proves every MonsterVerse Titan is way stronger. All 21st century Godzilla movies ranked. And then finally, why is it called Godzilla Minus One? And then we quickly go back to them talking about Titans. It's funny to me that there's more coverage on the Godzilla X Kong stuff than there is on Minus One.
So, like, actually, if we'll do this right here, so I'm just going to keep a scoreboard then. Which it's going to be 3-3. How multiple Godzilla project can codes just keep fans happy. I'm going to give that one the warp one here. I'm going to give that 1 point on its own as a half point for GXK and a half point for Minus One, since it's talking about both MonsterVerse and Minus One. So one Tesla Planet animation going. We stopped that for the moment just so we can start covering the videos. I'm sorry. Javara.
And that it's barely getting covered. And I wonder if that's for a reason. Like, hey, we don't want this little movie being embarrassing for our little system that we have going on.
Let's go. I think you should.
And I wonder if that to me that he's ranked. Director on the new Titan. When you look up Godzilla, not Minus One, you just look up Godzilla. Most of the coverage is on the Godzilla X Kong trailer. Right here.
And let's just. Should I give? I'm gonna move the points just for Renaissance because they're talking about it being in conflict with Minus One. So I'm gonna move those off to the side. 1, 2, 3.
Right here. Here's
so. Okay.
The coverage right here. Godzilla X Kong, the new.
Ranked. What's it called? Godzilla Minus One. There.
New Empire. Director on the new Titan that's coming, the new villain. Godzilla's strength proves every MonsterVerse.
Okay. Let's make sure. I'll do it one more time just to make sure. Wait, the one above he points out is about Godzilla Minus One. Minus One to the thumbnail. Like, it's a bit odd. Yeah, I'd say that's fair.
Most of the coverage is on the Godzilla X Kong trailer.
You should be doing it like this, kind of.
Right here. Here's the coverage right here. Godzilla. Most of the coverage is on the Godzilla X
stuff.
Kong trailer. Right here. Here's the
Scar King thing. Titan MonsterVerse Power. Ranked. I'll give that a half point for both. Why is it called Godzilla Minus One? Right there. Skeleton. Put that as other.
Coverage right here. Godzilla X Kong, the new Empire. Director on the new Titan that's coming, the new villain. Godzilla's strength proves every MonsterVerse Titan is way stronger.
And the Titan thing, that gets another one there.
All 21st century Godzilla movies ranked. And then finally, why?
Godzilla's Nuclear Extra, Japan's film franchise. Okay. at least just going purely off counting. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 purely things about -1, and I think 4 just purely -1, 7 if you include the Beyonce stuff talking about Beyonce beating Godzilla that week, and we're talking about purely MonsterVerse stuff or stuff that's more focused on the MonsterVerse. It is gonna be 7, 8. It's gonna be 8, so it just beats out barely, and it's because I gave 2 half points for things that could be both -1 and MonsterVerse. And then the skeleton of Godzilla gets a 1 point because it's an other. So it's only just a small bit of a what's it called? A small lead there.
Is it called Godzilla -1? And then we quickly go back to them talking about Titans. It's funny to me that there's more coverage on the Godzilla X Kong stuff than there is on -1. And that it's barely getting covered. And I wonder if that's for a reason. Like, hey, we don't want this little movie being embarrassing for our little system that we have going on. I do wonder, like, what is with that? Barely any coverage, barely anybody talking about the success of this movie. The fact that, I mean, you got a lot, the audience score and the critic score are lined up for this movie. There's no coverage on it. More people, at least in the media, are talking about Godzilla X Kong. And I don't even hate Godzilla Kong or the MonsterVerse, any of that stuff. I like a lot of it. I think you can have both. You can have the Japanese Godzilla and you can have this. But it's just funny to me that there's no coverage on it. And by the way, Godzilla X Kong probably won't be a massive hit. Like, Godzilla -1 is going to be a better movie than that movie. It's just a fact. That movie's better than all the MonsterVerse movies. It's the best Godzilla movie ever made, in my opinion. But I just think it's funny that there's no coverage. Now, back to Wish.
So if we're going back, so this way he's saying is that he is going for the you can't have both, but he does feel like -1 is better.
Godzilla X Kong probably won't be a massive hit. Like, Godzilla -1 is going to be a better movie than that movie. It's just a fact. That movie's better than all the MonsterVerse movies. It's the best Godzilla movie ever made, in my opinion. But I just think it's funny that there's no coverage. Now, back to Wish.
And I think also the other thing, I would say, like, again, being charitable, the thing he's pointing out is the fact that there's really no one at least saying why or how -1 was able to come in and do so well as it is, because obviously Toho wasn't expecting to do have -1 being there as long as it ended up actually being. So that was already incredible because of how long Godzilla -1 was already in there for. But I don't think there's enough people who would be knowledgeable enough to actually give like a good reporting take on sort of the differences between the American and Japanese film industry, and therefore produce an article for that. But it's definitely true that there are a lot of issues that there are with insiders. So it could very well be the case that putting a large spotlight on certain failures of movies could be seen as an attack or hurting the bottom line of these companies. So therefore, there might be less early access. I know, especially in the games industry, if you're not really in line with like a lot of the sentiment, you don't get a lot of those insider packages. Biggest example I can think of is Fallout 76, only because I follow Bethesda a lot more because of Skyrim and Fallout. But like, I think the problem is that the point he's making at its most charitable, I think, needs more information behind it. But is what he's saying necessarily wrong? Technically, yes. At least with the not really many people talking about like how it's been doing so well. And then while Disney's Wish collapses at the box office. It's using the hyperbolic language, and that's sort of just feeding into the algorithm because that's what YouTube, what the algorithm pushes out. So it is like one of those cases where you are feeding the algorithm, and that can be seen as technically the grift, is that you're putting in the most low effort for the biggest sort of draw in. Like that'd be the closest you could say, at least so far in terms of videos. This is the closest you could say that is a grift, because you're not necessarily lying, but you're doing as much as you can to the least amount of effort to produce the video. But then, like we said, when it comes to like someone genuinely believing that what they're saying is false, and that's like my big criteria for someone grifting, is that they're doing it for money as the incentive, and they're lying while they're producing this content to therefore produce a result that they want. And I don't think that that's the case here. his whole GXK won't make money did not age well at all. Honestly, it was common consensus at the time that GVK made the money it did because of the pandemic and there wasn't too much else there. And because people kind of needed that breakaway, that's what allowed GVK to do so well. And I think that he probably didn't consider the fact that enough people were interested in Minus One that they went to go see GXK anyway. And then when they realized what kind of movie GXK was, they just didn't care. I think that that's, again, putting it charitably. But that doesn't mean that he's lying. I think that, like, at worst would be he didn't consider something and just a little bit of information completely escaped him. But let's keep going.
No Legs, Disney's Wish plummets in week 2. Animated original sinks 64% as Renaissance snags box office crown. That is, of course, the Beyonce movie that just came out. It's like a concert film, kind of like Taylor Swift's. Slowly, Pixar original lured audiences back to the theater. The film won't spawn any sequels, but its title scored a modest $154 million at the U.S. box office, adds $341 million in overseas sales, and Team Disney saved itself from another box office debacle. We're talking about Elemental and how it opened slowly. Like, it had a poor opening, but it had some legs. It still lost money, though. It lost money at the box office. It just didn't embarrass them as bad as Wishes. They call that having legs in the box office terms. The film legged out a respectable box office tally after a weak start. That's not the case for Disney's Wish. The film opened to a embarrassing $32 million over the 5-day Thanksgiving weekend. One of the best times to open a family-friendly film, which is true. The 5-day weekend of Thanksgiving is the best time to do that. That came in below even modest estimates for the film, till the heroic young woman exposing the local king as a fraud. Could the film repeat what Elemental did earlier this summer, using word of mouth to leg out a respectable box office score? Not a chance. The film dropped roughly 64% in its second frame, coming in 5th for the weekend. It couldn't defeat Godzilla Minus One, a film released on roughly half of the number of screens Wish had. The film lacks the buzz to propel it moving forward, and the lackluster critical reaction hasn't helped.
Real quick, Not says in YouTube chat, my take is that the pandemic made critics more accepting of the pulp action GVK had, less so that we are past it with GXK, which is why critics didn't take it as well, but the audiences does. I'd say action, maybe define what you mean by pulp action, because I wouldn't say GVK is pulp action. I would consider action. It draws a lot from the pulps, but I would not call that pulp action. I think the term pulp has kind of been bastardized in the modern lexicon, which, as someone who's been really diving deeper into like old comics and old pulps, and a lot of like some of the kaiju content that I want to do besides like Kaiju 2000, which the model is for, and I want to kind of delve more into that pulp spirit. I think that probably I'm going to have to do like a video sometime in the future about that. Jawar is heading out. Thank you, my man. Thank you for staying with us and at least contributing where you can. But at least what he is doing here is he's just reading off an article and talking about it accordingly. And if we say it's collapsed, could we argue semantically or even based on pure numbers, did it really collapse? But whatever you mean by the word collapse, sure. But at least like what he's backing up is a source. So he's like, at worst, he's parroting what someone else is saying, so he doesn't come up with the information himself. So he didn't do like his own research, but he's coming from another source. I wouldn't call this isn't a primary source. This would be like a tertiary source. But at least we'll look at what the Godzilla Minus One thing says specifically. It says the film dropped 64% in second frame coming in 5th of the weekend. It couldn't defeat Godzilla Minus One, a film released on roughly half the number of screens Wish had. So this didn't even have anything to do with the fact that it came in on a lower budget. It just came on the fact that it had less screens. So that's another thing that at least that strengthens his argument too, that Minus One was doing well, not just because of the fact that it had a low budget, but it also had less screens. And given the fact that I saw the film 10 times in several different theaters across my state, all the theaters weren't equal. I saw it on some of the best theaters that I could go to, and I saw it on some that were not the best. The funny story too is that we went to go see Minus Color, and that was gonna be my 9th showing, and that was it. But we ended up going, and I messed up the dates, and I was going to a Godzilla just regular Minus One showing, and the screen itself was not the best, and the audio in that theater wasn't the best. And for the entire time, my dad thought it was a whole different movie, and that was Godzilla Minus Color, because literally the color on the screen was washed out, and he thought that's what it meant. Until I literally I kept explaining it to him that no, I think that literally the film it was just a poor screen. Like Minus Color was literally black and white, and then we did go and see Minus One, No Color, and he made a reference to a old like comedy skit. I'm gonna have to ask him for that because that'd be perfect to bring up as a prelude for the stream tomorrow. But yeah, at least like this further strengthens the point that not only was Minus One doing well because of like low screens, but also low budget and word of mouth. But there was no real articles about it. So like at least that strengthens the point that like his point or his opinion, and if he wholeheartedly believes it, that the media is ignoring Godzilla Minus One's success, not just because of budget, but because of other factors. Nod says, I say pulp because of the way I see it, the writing of Cheesecake delves deeper into the fantasy elements of the monster movie genre, focusing more on the world and character of the monsters. I don't even think that's really like we would have to hash out on what we mean by pulp, because I wouldn't say that's it either. It's being mentioned, but it's sort of like no one's I would say that you're also fair too, Bio, where they are Godzilla Minus One's being mentioned, but it's being mentioned only as like an aside, rather than what I think he's trying to say, where you're not getting headlines about Godzilla Minus One's success, which in that case is like my entry, but then the title, which obviously we can say that the reason why not is because you want to have that provocative title because that's what feeds the algorithm, which in that case it's like you keep running back to the circle. Is he lying, or is he trying to make the title as provocative as possible while still not really lying? According to the definition, this is the definition of pulp. Popular sensational writing that's generally regarded as being of poor quality. No, I know the definition, like the popular definition of pulp, but I would say that like people that has become the sensational. I'm not being able to say words now. The use of the word pulp action or pulpy tone has inferred a new meaning to it, because obviously pulps were made because they were cheap. Pulps themselves were not necessarily a cheap form of entertainment, because you did have people like Asimov, Ray Bradbury, Lovecraft, Howard, and the like working in the pulps, and some of them primarily only worked in the pulps. So you could make the argument that the majority of them were of poor quality, so that's why you have the perception that they were of poor quality, when a lot of times when you're looking at the pulps, the poor quality comes primarily from the poor quality of the materials.
By the time Wonka opens December 15th, which will be lucky to stay in the box office's top 10 chart. Beautiful stuff. Another disastrous blow to Disney and their ego. And now the company rests mostly for a year. No really big films coming out next year other than Deadpool 3 and some Fox stuff that they acquired, like that new Planet of the Apes movie. I don't know if Fox made that and Disney acquired it or Disney made it. But either way, I mean, I still think of that as a Fox property. But even though Disney owns it, I'm just saying. Stuff like...
I'm leaning more towards disingenuous material. Then you have to... The burden's then on you to say that at least he's lying. Or at least he's not being sincere. Because if you're thinking he's being disingenuous, then that like does indeed mean he is a grifter. Because if he's being disingenuous, he's not being candid or he's not being sincere. So I think he sincerely believes what he's saying. I don't think necessarily how he's coming to these conclusions is necessarily right, because at least looking at everything else in the catalog related to Godzilla, he's been consistent on this point, to where unless like he's really sticking to the script and he has not faltered from that script at all, that means like for all we know, he is the greatest grifter. But in that case, if he's grifting so hard, then he's dedicating so much time to it that like it's almost impossible to catch him slipping. But with most grifters, in most cases of grifting, it's pretty easy to see when you can point out the person not believing what it is they're saying. I'm gonna have to call it a night, at least on my end. See you later, maybe on Thursday evening for my 2014 stream. I'm gonna try to come for that. Please, I'm gonna try.
Like that. I don't think Disney has any real big movies under their banner, like their traditional banners coming out. So we'll see. I'll have to look into that. But I'm expecting next year won't be kind to them either. Their brand is damaged. People just assume it's going to be woke bullshit anytime they announce something, and that's their fault. Anyway, that's pretty much it. Let me know what you guys think about all this. I'd like to hear from you. Also, if you would, please like, subscribe, share the video. Make sure you're still subscribed, hit the notification bell, check out my Rumble and locals, and I'll see you on the next one. Peace. Make sure to check out my locals. There's a link in the description. It's a fun community that I'm trying to build up. I'd like to hear something, and that's their fault. Anyway, that's pretty much it. Let me know what you guys think about all this. I'd like to hear from you. Also, if you would, please like, subscribe, share the video. Make sure you're still subscribed, hit the notification bell, check out my Rumble and locals, and I'll see you on the next one. Peace. Make sure to check out my locals. There's a link in the description. It's a fun community that I'm trying to build over here. If you don't want to support me on YouTube, you can come over here. None of that money goes to YouTube. You also can just come over here for free. But if you are a supporter over here, I do plan on doing an extra live stream once a month and throwing links to the supporters so you can actually come on and have a supporter live stream with me. Also, it's a good place to catch all my content. You don't have to worry about notifications like YouTube. They'll definitely work over here. So come check out my locals.
So at least in this case, we can say that that'd be the
right now.
At least if
half price after
if someone really
7
just
PM.
infiltrated what his things were, it'd be pretty easy to say that if he's not providing these streams, or it's easy to like record one of his live streams and be like he doesn't believe anything he's saying, then there's the grifts. Yeah, I'm gonna probably bring some people on for a little bit, and then I'll end the stream bio so you can come on.
Yamazaki Duncan on. Well, ladies and gents, you love to see it. Godzilla Minus One director Takashi Yamazaki Duncan on Hollywood. Because, of course, we all know how much Godzilla Minus One cost. I mean, it was absolutely nothing. A sub 15 million, between 10 and 15. So, what's that, about 12? 12 and a half, 13? Something like that. And he dunks on Marvel, Hollywood, DC, everyone. The whole Hollywood machine he absolutely dunks on. For a few reasons. Because we know that they kept their budget really small, despite having, significant VFX. But he's discussing about vision. And this is true. Inevitably, most things in Hollywood cost more because there's unions behind it, there's fees that have to be paid. It is a little bit more expensive. But he singles out Hollywood's lack of creative direction and vision, which we know all too well when it comes to the likes of Marvel, where they literally just keep making stuff up right into the wire. This is well documented. This isn't Marvel hatred. It's well documented. They always do this. They will even come out and admit this, and they don't have a clear vision. And that's why a lot of these projects are costing far too much money. They don't have one singular creative behind it going, this is what we're going to be doing. This is it. And as much as people don't like, say, the creator, for instance, the film creator, that's a good example of a Hollywood film, because it is Hollywood. It's a good example of a Hollywood film where a singular creative vision managed to create a film with a huge amount of CGI for a tiny fraction of the price a bigger budget movie would do, or like a tentpole property would do. So it makes a lot of sense what Godzilla Minus One director Takashi Yamazaki is saying here, but it's fun nonetheless. He doesn't, he is criticizing Hollywood. He absolutely is. And what he's saying, it's not out and out barefaced, but he is critiquing them because he's suggesting the process that they were able to go through could be something which Hollywood learns from. He does also note, and we'll get to the interview in a minute, he does also note that the process of payments in Japan is an issue. He wants to be able to pay people more. They're really, really tight on their finances. They don't really pay people that much money. And that is another reason why it's significantly less in terms of its budget, but it would still be less regardless compared to a Hollywood film, not just because of their salaries. If they paid the right wages, it would still be significantly less because they've got one creative vision working on it. So we'll dive into this today. Hit subscribe if you're new, folks. Turn the bell notifications on, and check out my Twitter at Mr. H Reviews. Now again, he really likes Marvel. Not Marvel. He likes Hollywood. He wants to work with A-list actors next. He's come out and said that. He's also come out and said he's met Steven Spielberg. He says I've met God. Like where do I go from here? Which is crazy. But hey, this guy's living his best life. He's just out here, and we're just enjoying watching the fun that he's having. So this article, says that he's dunking on Marvel Studios, and he is. But
so at least we can say that here, his phrasing is coming from another article, and overall, slams, dunks, creative process. This is like where you could say the Yellow Flash is really closer to the line of that of like the grifter or ignorance scale. If we're gonna put him on that far end, this is, even though like you'd still say the title is sensationalized, it's not as bad as Yellow Flash is, and it's far more consistent. And at least you could say that Mr. H has done more commentary about Minus One as well as Yamazaki.
It's not just Marvel, it's everyone in Hollywood. It's the Hollywood machine. So let's get down here, right? And this is, just as a quick aside, American audiences have become accustomed to watching massive budget superhero movies that cost nothing short of $250 million, and they get crap reactions. I mean, this is an unsustainable business model. It's unsustainable. There is no way in hell you can keep paying $250 million and getting $400 million back at the box office. You just can't. It's unsustainable. You have to do better. You have to get better results. It's not going to happen. So, yeah, Godzilla, highest grossing, I think it is the highest grossing live action Japanese movie of all time, I think. If I remember right, it's crazy. But it costs absolutely nothing. So Godzilla Minus One director Takashi Yamazaki would pour salt into the wounds of Western filmmakers by not only sticking to his claim that the film only cost $12 million to produce, but that the production was able to pull this off without having to cut corners on luxuries for the cast and crew on set of the movie. One of the things that they did was they did a refurb of a kitchen and had a dedicated sushi chef on site. I would love that. That'd be epic. Give me all the sushi. So he said this, right? He sat down with Vulture. Yamazaki said that his team underlined that working conditions were pretty comfortable during the making of Minus One despite the small budget, he claimed. One thing that I will say is that we had our company do a pretty nice renovation and overhaul of this office floor. Because once we knew that we were going to work on a Godzilla project, we knew that we were going to be spending significant hours together. We made it more comfortable and cozy, and we spent some time building out a kitchen. How fantastic is that? It makes a lot of sense. If you're on building an office floor or whatever, yeah, make it good for your staff.
We have a designated sushi chef in the kitchen. We really try to avoid long hours, but if you do, it's a very welcoming environment in which to spend a few extra hours. Hopefully, in due time, and this is the issue, VFX budget increases will allow for more improvements. I'm looking forward to the day when we can pay creatives more. And that is an issue, a long-standing issue in Japan, is that the wages of some of the creatives, they're not great, they're just not. And that is a problem, obviously. But still, they completely refurbed the office floor, built out a kitchen, and have an on-site designated sushi chef. Sure, you're not getting paid massive amounts of money, but you are working on one of the highest acclaimed Godzilla film pretty much of all time, I think, now in terms of views and monetary values and things. And you get all of this as well. That's pretty good. I mean, yeah, obviously, it doesn't pay. You'd want more money, but that's still pretty cool. Anyway, so he would go on to say about Hollywood, basically. I mean, he says, is there any advice that he could give Hollywood to solve the problem? Yamazaki said that Hollywood should exercise more care in the filmmaking process. So he said this: if there's a solid vision throughout the process of making a single film, then I think there is a way to cut down on costs. Yes, there are trial and error costs, and bouncing ideas off each other is necessary to a certain extent. But if you can clearly communicate that vision, then maybe there is no need to do a lot of experimenting on the side. That eats up a lot of the cost and time. Yeah, obviously. Clearly. So this is pretty straight down the line advice to Hollywood. Have better visions, have singular focus, singular drive. Stop piss-arsing around wasting time on other things, nonsense. So there you go. I mean, there's not a whole lot else to say here, to be perfectly honest, but it's fascinating stuff. It's good advice. It's something which they absolutely should be doing. It's something which they have done in the past. I don't understand why they've stopped doing this. I think a lot of the issue is when studios stop relying on directors. And this I think is the issue. It used to be that studio, albeit they would still have oversight, but they would rely more on the director. Go do your vision. Go on, go do your vision. And come back when it's finished and we'll look at multiple edits. Now it's, yeah, cool. Go do our vision, a little bit of yours. We're going to keep looking at it, keep reworking it, keep changing it. That guy's got a vision that he needs to bring in as well, by the way. So we're going to keep changing it as well. I think that's by and large a lot of the problem here, is the lack of trust. Studios have become far too risk averse, I reckon. Anyway, anything down below? Cheers, guys. Take care.
Yeah, I think like overall, it's funny too because Canuck and Mike brought up Mr. H as an example, and then Mr. H was a direct example that Mike brings up his comment. And like, I would say that this doesn't even fulfill any of the criteria because he's not leaking anything past the film. And most of this, you'd have to say, like, does he not genuinely believe the things that he's saying? I have not seen any examples directly saying otherwise. He's been very consistent in that part. He's been on other streams. He's been on other channels. And no one's been able to find, like, a direct, really big inconsistency there. I know that he's had a spat with Rob Entertainment Talk Nation. I'm not sure how that went down. I didn't keep up with it, but that's like the only big thing I can think that's like there was like something that went on drama wise that like I don't necessarily agree with was the beef with Rob. But outside of that, yeah, like it's better than Yellow Flashes, and I would say that overall, despite the sensationalism, pretty much it sticks to pretty much what's being said here. I can get rid of. No, I'll keep it there for later if I need it.
Audiences have simply
go back.
2023 has been a watershed year at the box office. After almost 2 decades of dominance, it's looking more and more like capes are out and just about everything else is back in. With this seismic shift in the market goes far beyond mere superhero fatigue or even general IP fatigue for that matter. Audiences have simply become more discerning when it comes to the movies they spend their money on. Whether it's because movies are being dropped on streaming and home media way quicker than they used to, or the higher cost of living in years following the pandemic has made consumers a little more selective when visiting the theater, audience behavior has changed almost overnight and resulted in an unpredictable year at the box office. Make no mistake, folks are still turning out for the films based on pre-existing IP, but those films have had to really stand out to put butts in seats. One of the biggest draws has seemingly been the promise of a bold artistic vision. Films like Barbie, Guardians of the Galaxy 3, and Spider-Verse have thrived by promising to be something more than your run-of-the-mill franchise fare.
And blood. A little ad break there. At least you can say that this is less the Hollywood woke type thing. It's a little bit more even, I guess you could say.
Highly stylized and brimming with personality. Coinciding with this shift in audience appetite has been the return of the monster movie. I don't know if you've noticed, but Godzilla is back. After years of tepid enthusiasm for Legendary's MonsterVerse, Godzilla vs. Kong became one of the most successful theatrical releases during the pandemic, while Apple TV's Monarch is being heralded as an unexpected triumph of premium.
Yeah, that one was pretty fun, just a bit sensational, but it wasn't even his sensationalism because he was just using an article as a title. Yeah, so like, the worst you could call it is lazy because he's pulling from another article. But if the sentiment is naturally shared, then could you really call it lazy? Because it's not like the article is posting it, like has its own YouTube channel posting the exact same opinions. It can also be argued too that like not every viewer, every person is going to reach out and find these articles themselves to hear everything that's being said, like us fans. And for the normie viewer is going to be watching like a Mr. H. It's not like he hid the article, so you'll be able to find the article based completely off of the title. So in that case, you have a much easier access to the information, unlike in Mike's Monsters case where because he's saying just don't engage with him, ignore, you are taking his characterization completely at his word and like assuming that whatever he says about it is what is there. And considering the fact that he said that Mr. H is a grifter, that is going to paint people's perception of things. Yeah, like at the worst you could call it is lazy, which if that's the like what you'll bite the bullet on, then I'd say sure for like either Mike's case or if you were arguing the point, obviously you're not.
Television. And now we have Godzilla Minus One, a dark, meditative return to the radioactive lizard's roots. And I don't think the resurgence of this 75-year-old franchise in this particular cultural moment is a coincidence, because in a way, the Godzilla films have come to exemplify exactly the kind of franchise filmmaking audiences are craving. Reigning as the longest continuous running film franchise in the world, Godzilla should be the epitome of the kind of corporate conveyor belt filmmaking audiences rejected this year. For God's sake, there are 38 films in the Japanese series alone, but somehow it isn't. Sure, there was a time when Toho was pumping these films out to turn a quick profit, but over time, the series has evolved into something more, settling into its legacy status and becoming one of the most interesting and ambitious film franchises around. While the American-led legendary series harkens back to the pulpy fun of Godzilla's Showa era, albeit with a much larger budget, the Toho-led projects of late have taken a more filmmaker-driven approach. Enlisting the talents of some of Japan's finest filmmakers, each new iteration of the series has reinvented Godzilla and his world to reflect the particular vision of the storyteller. This is evident in 2016 brilliant Shin Godzilla, which radically reworked the character right down to his physiology to tell a harrowing story concerning the Japanese government's lethargic response to the Fukushima meltdown disaster. So it's perhaps unsurprising that not even the 1-inch tall barrier of subtitles could extinguish the hype for Godzilla Minus One, which has become one of the highest rated films of the year and the highest grossing Japanese film ever released in North America. Beyond its jaw-dropping special effects and downright epic scope and scale,
I think like the other thing too is that like I was expecting this one to be one of the worst ones, but like even like his characterization of some of the Toho stuff is like a blink and you miss that statement about like some of them were being turned out to make a profit. And you can definitely say that the show films had like a creative vision behind them, but definitely the back-to-back process that the executives had post Destroy All Monsters into the 70s era, which a lot of the MonsterVerse is pulling from, was indeed made to make a profit. I think that's completely fair to say, but I don't think that is a one gut punch kind of defeat of those films. And I think that we can easily argue the merits of those films without being sidetracked by statements like that.
This one success can
like actually like I don't go directly back and forth on them, but like at least in my mind I've kind of gone against Blackaroni on certain things where he feels like it comes down to insecurity. And like at least in this case, like it feel like so far we're only 3 minutes in, it's a 30-minute video, but like it does kind of feel a bit like it's insecurity. But maybe the rest of the video is gonna be awful and I'm gonna eat my words.
Ultimately be traced down to its emotional core. Any assembly line can produce cheap thrills, but it takes an artist to capture emotional truth. And Minus One is brimming with emotional truth thanks to the vision of director, writer, and VFX supervisor Takashi Yamazaki. A soul-crushing meditation on national trauma and survivor's guilt, this is as much a story about Japan reclaiming its national identity post-World War II as it is a glorious spectacle of destruction. Godzilla Minus One can't help but feel like a victory lap for a transformative year at the box office, a film that fully embodies the changing tide of audience preferences. Let's wind the clocks back to 1945 and examine why this particular kaiju movie is quite possibly the best Godzilla movie ever made. But before we do, this video is sponsored by Ipsos iSay. Ipsos iSay is a survey-based company that wants your personal figure to add to your collection of Godzillas. Who wouldn't want this lovely thing on their shelf? Whether you use it to destroy model cities or sit on a shelf, you can purchase your mini monster using gift cards earned through surveys on Ipsos iSay. You can take part in surveys by answering simple questions and earn rewards for doing so. I personally like the Visa gift cards because it gives me freedom to spend my rewards wherever I please. So say I didn't want that Godzilla figure, I could go to Target or Best Buy and buy steelbooks, Blu-rays, 4Ks, all that stuff.
Yeah, what's it called? I can't post it on screen, but a movie made to make money can still be a valuable movie. At the end of the day, most movies are made to make a profit, but it's not an inherent. It's not an inherited flaw, you know? Yeah.
I'm a movie lover. And actually, the most recent thing I did with my Save Rewards was use them to purchase a record player I've had my eye on from Amazon not too long ago. The best part about it is that these surveys are tailored to my interests, so I never get bored. Plus, they're so easy. I can fill them out whenever I have free time, like when I'm at the gym training for an inevitable kaiju attack. I can curl in one hand and tell Ipsos iSay my opinions in the other. And thank you so much again to Ipsos iSay for sponsoring today's video. Now, back to Godzilla. The thing that immediately stands out about Godzilla Minus One is that it's a period piece. Despite the fact Godzilla is so intrinsically tied to the atrocities committed against Japanese civilians at the end of the Second World War, its films seldom revisit this period, instead opting to move forward with time, sometimes even going far off into the future. And while it makes sense to keep the series in a contemporary setting, it feels like a missed opportunity that the series has never gone full period piece until now. Opening in the final days of the war, Minus One follows a group of war veterans, each struggling with the sacrifices they made or didn't make while fighting an unwinnable war. You could even say these characters are living at ground zero, both emotionally and literally. Like most Godzilla films, much of this film is set in Tokyo, which is in the process of rebuilding itself after the war. While not subjected to the devastation of a nuclear blast the way Hiroshima and Nagasaki were, Tokyo looks almost indistinguishable from those cities, utterly flattened by firebombs, a grave year with countless innocents buried beneath the smoldering rubble. But if Japan was ground zero in the immediate aftermath of the war, the sudden appearance of a giant nuclear dinosaur pushes the country to something below even that, -1, if you will. Much like the 1954 original, Godzilla Minus One isn't actually about Godzilla, at least not really. Sure, on the surface it's the story of a reptilian monster emerging from the sea to wreak havoc in Japan, but at its core, it's about a much more real horror. As everyone and their grandmother knows at this point, Ishiro Honda's classic was a deliberate metaphor for Japan's national trauma in the wake of the US bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, a country already...
Like, again, I hate the fact that I'm stopping, and again, we're only 7 minutes into a 31-minute video, and we're only 4 minutes past the first time I stopped. But like, the worst I could say right now is that he's showing pictures of what looks like Godzilla and Godzilla King of the Monsters instead of just the direct black and white version. And because most of what he's saying isn't factually wrong, you could say it's low bar, but like almost everyone gets in via a pretty general overview of Godzilla and then gets into it more. So like, I don't know, like, at least from what Mike had said when he paired up all the videos, because obviously the nostalgic one was one I got into, the chat had a lot of problems with it. Like, I felt like I was going to have to defend this one more.
On its knees, being decimated in a show of raw power by an uncaring behemoth. Minus One is far from the first Godzilla film to go back to this metaphor, but it's the first to explicitly concern the aftermath of the war the way the original did. Rather than focusing on the nuclear bomb itself, Minus One explores the way the war that preceded those bombings had already scared the psyche of the Japanese people. A brutal, protracted conflict that exposed the cruel inequity of Imperial Japan. Godzilla forces the people to reckon with this inequality, representing a physical manifestation of a war not yet over for those who not only survived combat on the battlefield, but the cold indifference of their own leadership. As Yamazaki himself said in an interview with The Verge, whenever Godzilla appears in film, he brings a kind of reflection on nuclear war and any man-made crisis. In post-war Japan, citizens were decimated. Survivors everywhere were in desperate need of help, and I wanted audiences to gain an understanding of how Japanese survivors felt after World War II. More than just a stand-in for the nuke. In Minus One, Godzilla represents being on the receiving end of America's military might more broadly. In fact, this might be the most explicitly Godzilla has ever been equated to the United States as a nation, or maybe Godzilla Raids Against, in which his fight with Anguirus can be read as a microcosm of the Cold War Japan found itself in the of America's military might more broadly. Japanese survivors felt after World War II. More than just a stand-in for the nuke. In Minus One, Godzilla represents being on the receiving end of America's military might more broadly. In fact, this might be the most explicitly Godzilla has ever been equated to the United States as a nation, or maybe Godzilla Raids Against, in which his fight with Anguirus can be read as a microcosm of the Cold War Japan found itself caught in the middle of.
Like, outside of I don't think that you could directly state that Minus One represents the being attacked by Americans or American military might. I don't think that's necessarily true. Although a lot of people whose videos I have problems with more than this one have directly stated that. So it almost feels like he's pulling from other videos here, and instead of I don't think he's speaking with too much authority. It feels more like a lot of the more common meta arguments that I've heard. These are pretty standard. They fit well. They make you sound informed, but there isn't much malice, and I don't think that there's too much of what you could call the grift here. This isn't bad. And again, we went from 7 to 8 with some odd seconds, and we're only we're not even halfway through yet, but still. Okay.
In the prologue, we learned that Godzilla has been living on the island of Odo for years, more or less coexisting with the local inhabitants on the island, and even bringing deep-sea fish to the surface for fishermen to collect. Godzilla, much like the United States prior to World War II, was essentially a sleeping giant, a powerful being.
Okay, one sec.
And even middle of. In the prologue, we learned that Godzilla has been living on the island of Odo for years, more or less coexisting with the local inhabitants on the island, and even bringing deep-sea fish to the surface for fishermen to collect.
What's interesting too is that I might have to pull up my I was gonna do something for another channel / org about Godzilla's Odo Island name because it's in kanji instead of in the katakana that you usually see it in, and what it could mean is interesting because it could infer Godzilla's role with the Islanders, and I think I talked about it on Kaiju Transmissions talk about Minus One. I wasn't on the stream, but I mentioned it in the comments, and if I could pull it up or if I could find it tomorrow, I'll post it. But that's a fair read. But then again, the only problem so far, again, I'm only stopping 1 more minute, is because of the fact that you're showing clips of New Empire instead of Minus One.
Godzilla, much like the United States prior to World War II, was essentially a sleeping giant, a powerful being, but largely...
I don't think Godzilla's America. If anything, Godzilla's standing for war in general. Yeah, but I can't say that he's grifting or this is a grift or a tourism moment because this is what I've heard a lot of other people say, and unless at that point it's just ignorance, not grifting.
Isolationist, that is, unless provoked. In this way, the Odo sequence of the film is a microcosm of Pearl Harbor, in which a preemptive strike by the Japanese mechanics results in violent retaliation.
Have you Godzilla survivors go? Yeah.
Retaliation by Godzilla. This parallel between Godzilla and the United States is made overt when mechanics speculate whether Godzilla is some new Yankee weapon, something that becomes quite literal when Godzilla is made nuclear as the result of US testing at Bikini Atoll, a place it's reasonable to assume Godzilla wouldn't have been had the mechanics not driven him off Odo Island. Here the film suggests that Godzilla is the result of Japan poking the bear, or I guess I should say lizard. Not that lizard, just lizard. Like the Japanese military, the mechanics on Odo were ill-equipped to take on such a fearsome opponent, but fearing its potential danger, they attacked with the assumption their aggression would be met with submission. But instead, it unleashed unholy bloodshed made infinitely worse by their adversaries' newfound nuclear capabilities. But unless you think the film is letting the Americans off the hook lightly, blaming their destruction of Japan on Japanese provocation, the film very pointedly condemns the asymmetrical nature of America's response to Pearl Harbor. Throughout the film, it's speculated that the newly nuclear Godzilla considers Tokyo a new part of its territory, and that his ceaseless march towards Tokyo is an attempt to claim that territory. Godzilla isn't just an embodiment of American military power, but more specifically, it's asymmetrical retaliation against Japan. Let's be clear, the decision to kick a sleeping giant to deter them from joining the fight was senseless at best, and an act of hubris at worst, but the American response, using the most fearsome weapon ever created to attack a country that was already on its knees twice, was an astronomically unbalanced act of barbarism. And the people who suffered the consequences of that act weren't the people responsible for starting the war. It was innocent civilians. The United States collectively punished Japan for the sins of its government, thinking their suffering would hurt the government by proxy, but they overestimated how much the Japanese government cared about its people. And even if they hadn't, it wouldn't have justified their actions. Godzilla's attack on Ginza, taking a country while it's down.
No, I would say like also, again, this is something I've heard from other people, and usually a lot of people who say that, like, who have issues with like the anti-woke crowd, give this point that, yeah, Godzilla represents America and have a lot of these equivocations here. So like this, like, again, doesn't feel like Margaret Grift. It feels like pulling on the meta arguments at the time, and I just maybe think that like Godzilla fans just have better arguments and they're able to shut down and farm these videos reviews. But like, this is not the worst read. I think that what the read's fair, but I don't think the read's accurate.
Mirrors the choices of the US government in the final days of the war. The image of Godzilla standing in the shadow of a towering plume of smoke, having laid waste to Ginza, is seared into my brain. The fact that the devastation eclipses even the titanic lizard itself serves to symbolize just how asymmetrical America's reprisals truly were. But while Minus One's exploration of the war's lasting impact on Japan via Godzilla is endlessly compelling, it's not the reason Minus One is such a masterful piece of cinema. Or at least it's not the only reason. After all, Godzilla as a metaphor for real-world devastation isn't exactly new ground for the series, even if Minus One's meditation on the subject explores this metaphor better than just about any other entry since the original. No, where this film truly shines is in its human characters. Yeah, you heard me right. The human characters in Godzilla Minus One rule. Human characters have long been the chagrin of kaiju films, a necessary evil to drive the plot. Audiences may come to see the monsters, but monsters alone can't carry a film. At least not the kind of film that's palatable to a mainstream audience, which puts the filmmakers in a tricky position. They need human characters, but they're kind of doomed to be the audience's least favorite parts of the movie, at best being a mild distraction from what they really came to see. So what do you do? Well, the answer has typically been to simply treat these characters as audience surrogates, broadly drawn POV characters that can react to the monsters and contextualize their actions without eating into the monster's screen time. But while I'd argue there are plenty of human protagonists in the Godzilla films that I genuinely like just about everyone in 2014 Godzilla, yeah, I'm one of the weirdos who can get off-put by the fact that Bryan Cranston died. I actually thought that was kind of brilliant. The characters in the Godzilla series, by and large, can't help but feel a little functional most of the time. Their stories are designed to be as unobtrusive as possible, and that mentality has resulted in characters that feel both essential yet superfluous. They're front and center, but it isn't really about them. Miraculous.
Like, that's also like really fair, and most people take issues with that same take because it's more hyperbolic, and they'd be like, they're not serviceable. They're like, oh, bare minimum. And it's the verbiage that I think people take issue with rather than the point. Because I still take issue with the points, but the framing is far more palatable to the average person. But again, like, this is very common knowledge, very common sentiment from both fans and non-fans. I can name a bunch of big names who do Godzilla content who are like, who say they're fans, who have this take on the franchise. And I think it has less to do with tourists. I think it also has to do with like having these conversations with people in our own communities.
Minus One manages to avoid this trope.
TT the Boss 8, hello.
While the human characters are absolutely audience surrogates, they aren't only that. They have fully formed inner lives and interpersonal relationships that are just as compelling as the kaiju action. And perhaps even more importantly, they aren't plot devices. The journey these characters go on is just as important to the story as Godzilla. And in fact, they're deeply intertwined. If Godzilla is the embodiment of American aggression in World War II, then each of the three main characters is a byproduct of that aggression. Men broken by asymmetrical warfare that was thrust upon them by government that barely recognize their humanity. Yoji Akitsu is a jaded veteran who despises his government's indifference to his people's suffering, but has resigned himself to the idea that it will never change. Kenji Noda is an engineer whose brilliant mind was wasted developing weapons of war that prioritize victory over survival. And Koichi Shikishima is a kamikaze pilot whose refusal to follow his orders and die for his country haunts him. Through these three men and their interactions with every character that surrounds them, Minus One delivers an incredibly powerful indictment of the Imperial Japanese government and explores the psychological effects of waging war on behalf of a regime that saw its people as little more than expendable pawns.
Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I am willing to make.
Towards the end of the second act, Noda brings...
Like, I think that, like, we've seen other videos that people take issue with that have a similar dark humor to them, and people get up in arms about it. What's it called? Adam Does Movies had a similar thing. what's it called? Yeah, Adam Does Movies had that. A few other film reviewers who I don't remember the names of have done similar things. But like I guess because the verbiage and the framing here is not as like harsh or as like trying to be as provocative, that just doesn't come across as like that bad. Like again, I just feel like I've been betrayed by Mike's framing that like this was like a tourism video, because this is one of the examples he brought up.
You may die, but it's a sacrifice I am willing to make.
Towards the end of the second act, Noda brings this subtext to the forefront, lamenting the Imperial leadership's callous disregard for human life and accusing it of setting its soldiers up for failure by sending them to war against a technologically advanced adversary in flimsy tanks, planes without ejector seats, and little in the way of sustenance. The nation and the Emperor came above all else, and soldiers in the Imperial army were expected to be little more than obedient cannon fodder to win the war by any means necessary. By the war's end, this dehumanizing edict came to its logical and depressingly literal conclusion by way of the kamikaze pilots, men who were ordered to use their bodies as weapons for the Empire, deliberately flying their planes.
No, I think like that's the sort of the breaking up of a video topic with a dark humor joke or even a joke in general like that. It's pretty common YouTube fare. So like, I don't think it's out of place. I think it's standard because I've seen it across so many other YouTube things. It's not common for like Godzilla videos or like kaiju content videos. So maybe that's why it may feel out of place to you. But like, I don't think it's like weird in the slightest, but like it's the most tame out of these examples. Like Dr. Skipper did something similar, but his was more apparent and more common, and there's a lot more wrong with it. So I think that's why people took more umbrage with them.
Planes into enemy infrastructure in a futile attempt to postpone an inevitable defeat. These suicide missions were perversely framed as an honor, the honor of giving one's life to protect Japan. But these deaths weren't to protect Japan. They were a final desperate gasp by a regime that had failed its people and was unwilling to accept defeat. Minus One argues the kamikaze missions were a fundamental betrayal of the Japanese people and humanity itself. Shikishima, the most prominent of the three leads in the film, is defined by this betrayal. But rather than being driven by rigorous indignation, he's suffocated by survivor's guilt. Although he didn't die for what he recognized was a lost cause,
I didn't trust this one as grifting because of his GXK shrinks as a bit highlight. GXK strength. I did not know that he did a GXK video. Well, I have to watch it another time.
Still feels an incredible amount of shame that he didn't. After all, if your job is to die, survival is quite literally failure. This deep-seated guilt is made manifest in his relationships, most notably his relationships with his neighbor, Sumiko, and his brother-in-arms, Sosaku Tachibana. Upon returning to Tokyo after the war, Shikishima discovers his neighborhood has been leveled by incendiary bombs, killing both of his parents as well as his neighbor's young children. But rather than embracing Shikishima and taking solace in their shared grief, Sumiko instinctively blames him for what happened. Turns out, civilians were fed the same lies about honor and sacrifice as the kamikaze pilots. So in Sumiko's eyes, Shikishima's survival is a dishonor tantamount to treason and the reason her family perished. The ingenious cruelty of the way the Japanese government framed the kamikaze missions is how it turned survivors of the war like Shikishima into scapegoats for the Empire's defeat. Lightning rods people's shame and grief that conveniently diverts attention away from the true architects of Japan's degradation, its leaders. Sumiko personifies this attitude, haunting Shikishima as he attempts to find purpose in a life he's been made to feel he doesn't deserve. This anxiety is compounded by his relationship with Tachibana, the only other survivor of the Odo Island attack. Like Sumiko, Tachibana resents Shikishima for surviving. He believes that had Shikishima fired at Godzilla like he was ordered to, their compatriots might have survived. But whether he genuinely believes a plane's machine gun could have actually stopped the rampaging monster or not is less important than the simple fact that he believes Shikishima's inaction was cowardice. To Tachibana, the failure to shoot, regardless of whether it would have worked, was indistinguishable from simply giving up. Something he
I think like also the like what could have done this better is like had he been like spoilers ahead and explained the scene in more detail. His point here actually would be stronger because it could be argued, given the knowledge that we have in the film, that had Shikishima fired, a smaller Godzilla would have been defeated. But now with a larger Godzilla, what Shikishima failed to do has now cost so many other people his lives, and that's why he feels the way he does, and that's like a great part of his character. So I think maybe he missed that angle, but again, it just feels like what we're getting is super surface level, but like none of it's false though. And like what I could say is quote unquote false are pretty common arguments, and I, at least in terms of the meta right now at the moment, I think they're weak arguments that like most fans could easily destroy, but like they're not like grifter arguments, quote unquote.
already suspects Shikishima had done when he grounded his plane en route to his kamikaze mission, citing technical issues that Tachibana couldn't find evidence for during his inspection of the craft. To Tachibana, it would be better to die fighting than survive surrendering, a sentiment that reflects the mentality of most of Japan's leadership in the final days of the war. For these men, surrender simply wasn't an option. Japan had never been invaded, nor had it ever lost a war, and the idea of laying down arms while there was still a means to keep fighting was untenable. There was no honor in cutting their losses. But while this idea of fighting to the last breath is romantic, it's a disastrously inhumane way to fight a war, sacrificing real human lives for the abstract concepts of honor and national pride, things that ultimately mean very little to dead men. But in drawing this parallel between Tachibanas attitude towards surrender and the Japanese leadership's, -1 suggests that this foolish pride was merely a mask concealing profound guilt, and that the Japanese leadership's reluctance to accept defeat was the result of an unwillingness to accept their own culpability in that defeat. Just as it was easier to continue sending men to their deaths rather than admit they had mishandled the war, preemptively striking Pearl Harbor and not equipping their soldiers well enough, it's easier for Tachibana to blame Shikishima for refusing to fire at Godzilla than to confront his own responsibility in provoking the monster. So, in the aftermath of the battle, Tachibana projects his guilt onto Shikishima, a selfish act made physical in the form of family photos of the soldiers who died. In the end, Shikishima is only able to draw Tachibana out of seclusion by recognizing their shared feelings of guilt and prying at it, insinuating their deaths of their comrades were actually his fault to elicit a reaction. The film argues that it's only through the acknowledgement of our shared trauma like this that our wounds can start to heal. Over the course of the film, Shikishima's relationship with Sumiko gradually shifts from spite to genuine affection as she comes to see Shikishima isn't so different from herself. When Shikishima first takes in Noriko, another orphan of the war, and her adopted child, Akiko, Sumiko isn't dismissive of his charity, her words bordering on outright cruelty as she ridicules him for wanting to be the hero now, as if it'll make up for not being one before. But as time goes on, Sumiko becomes a part of their little found family, assuming the role of Akiko's aunt and helping to raise her, transforming her bereavement for her children into love for another. Similarly, in seeing how heavily the guilt he had passed on to Shikishima had weighed on him over the years, so much so that he was prepared to kamikaze Godzilla in atonement for his failure to die with his fallen comrades, Tachibana finally recognizes the inhumanity of his judgment and incorporates an ejector seat into his plane, imploring.
And I think that this is probably one of the only few faults I can say of the film, is that I don't think a lot of people realize that the ejector seat was already in the Shinden, and it wasn't that he installed it himself, it was that the plane already had one there, because if you read the German, it does say that that's an ejector seat. However, this would be another thing where I don't think this is grifting, and I don't think this is ignorance either, because you could also say that what's so good about Sumiko's character is not just the fact that she's able to, that you see her change and grow, but you also see that she's not just a one-dimensional Shikishima hater. You see that despite the fact that she literally berates Shikishima in one scene, right after she realized that Noriko isn't breastfeeding Akiko and that the child isn't hers, you immediately cut to her being super nurturing and loving Akiko and berating Noriko for not knowing what to do with a child because she has experience doing it. And she explains perfectly clear to her that the rice isn't for her and it's for Akiko, and makes that super clear. And instead of giving it to Noriko, who she doesn't know, she gives it to Shikishima instead, who she does trust. Even though you could say that that wasn't even intended by the scriptwriters, it naturally would make sense within her character. And I know F29, you had mentioned either this stream or the stream before, when can you make insinuations? And I think this is a really good insinuation, to where I would have to read the novel again to see if it makes mention of that, what I'm saying here. But this is a good example of an insinuation to where the scene is good on its own, but when you insinuate further, it crafts a deeper level to it, and why there's so many good layers to this film. So like, I would say that it could be fair that he didn't want to spoil more or explain further in depth of this movie because he wants other people to see it and sort of expound upon the virtues of this film with as little context as possible, so that people don't feel like they're being spoiled and they don't see the movie at all, because there is that balancing act to come in. And at this point, we're 22 minutes and it's a 31-minute video. And I feel like Mike's characterization of adding this to the list was completely wrong. I think that this was so far out of all of them. We could say Yellow Flashes was teetering on the edge. Mr. H's was that pullback. This one squarely feels pretty genuine, despite it being like a big film channel that I'm not familiar with. Like, this is not bad.
Shikishima to live rather than throw his life away. In the grand scheme of things, Sumiko and Tachibana aren't even a huge part of the movie, but their arcs beautifully mirror the surviving soldiers' real-world relationship with both people of Japan and themselves. As time went on, people started to realize they were all victims of a system that took advantage of them, a system that threw their bodies at a vein in futile conflict and reflected the blame back onto them once it was over. And out of that realization came unity. Likewise, it's only once Shikishima makes peace with Sumiko and Tachibana that he can finally let go of his survivor's guilt and choose to live, beautifully reflecting Japan's move towards pacifism and democratization following the war. However, as important as these two relationships are in exploring the meta-narrative of the film, Shikishima's inability to overcome his survivor's guilt and embrace life is most evident in his relationship with Noriko and Akiko. Although the trio essentially functions as a family for most of the film.
My sister saw safe, it was the ejector seat the touchpad were secretly installed. Yeah, well, I think that, like, at first I wasn't sure of the ejector seat, whether it was installed or not, but like, having watched the film 10 times, you could look back and notice that. And I don't read German, but
Shikishima is unwilling to fully let his guard down and embrace that dynamic. When Noda and Akitsu mistakenly assume Noriko is Shikishima's wife, he's quick to rebuff them. It's obvious he has feelings for her, but he can't allow himself to move on from the war and live his life, so he pushes her away. Likewise, when Akiko refers to him as daddy, he coldly corrects her, insisting he isn't her father. It's not because he doesn't love her or care for her the way a father would, but rather that he doesn't believe he deserves the love and respect that comes with the title. Noriko and Akiko represent the life he wants, but doesn't think think he deserves. There's a cruel irony in the fact that to get over his guilt, Shikishima needs to let people in and embrace life, but his guilt leaves no room for those connections in his heart and mind. His guilt is made even worse when Noriko seemingly dies in Ginza at the hands of Godzilla, the monster he failed to kill. In Shikishima's eyes, it's as if Godzilla has come back to punish him for even considering moving on with his life. He's the embodiment of the war he failed to fight, returning to personally torment him. It's this moment that commits Shikishima to his suicide mission, believing that he alone must destroy Godzilla as penance for his cowardice. And perhaps in a lesser film, this framing would go unchallenged, a kind of Moby Dick tale without the moral, with Shikishima seeking redemption by killing the monster that haunts him. But the brilliance of Minus One is in how it subverts this trope. In almost every other Godzilla film in which Godzilla is the antagonist, the day is saved by either the military or a lone hero. But in Minus One, the government is unwilling to get involved for geopolitical reasons, reflecting the same indifference for people exhibited throughout the war, and any individual attempt at heroism are shown to be selfish and self-defeating. Just as it was absurd to expect the tide to turn in the war by torpedoing enemy warships with manned planes, Shikishima's suicide plan is framed as a pointless act of martyrdom, and will only hurt the people.
Do you think Tachibana would have taken the seat out because he hated Koichi? I think that, like, overall, given everything that had happened, I don't think Tachibana had that same hatred for Koichi that he did back then. I think that there was a bit of a mellowing out process for him and he had moved on, but I think he was specifically angry at Koichi for blaming something that happened so long ago on him that he clearly felt was still his fault. And like, I think a lot of people have like had that feeling where someone wronged you and you haven't talked to them for a while, that even though you may not like that person, there's still gonna be that overt dislike, but you're not gonna have that same kind of I hate this person, everything that they was wrong kind of feeling. So I think it makes sense that what he had was like fine. And I think that probably also, considering the fact that they know the Shinden wasn't in the best condition, I don't think he would overly try to do too much to alter the plane. So they'd have to have found a new seat to replace it or taken out the ejector, which would have taken more time. And considering the nature of it, I think that probably he would have had to tell all of his engineer buddies to do that. So I think that that's also a toss-up. Again, another good example of insinuations that you can do as to why you could make sense as to why he didn't take out the ejector seat. But I also think that too, his blame has also clearly shifted from Koichi to the government based on like what he says about the men being crushed like insects and like what had happened to them. And given the fact that like he tells Koichi to live, I think that there's been a fundamental change in him as a character that even though we don't see it on screen, makes sense given the time past, to where you don't have to insinuate so much that you can feel like it's unrealistic. Like I think honestly, we would have had more scenes of Tachibana on screen for me to buy into him hating Koichi so much for so long to remove the ejector seat and try to get him killed, honestly, because you'd have to explain why he was able to hold on to this rage for so much. And I think that you could have done a lot with a story about a Japanese soldier and another Japanese soldier, and one hating the other for not doing his duty for so long that in a critical moment he has made an ultimate sacrifice. And it could be very much that would be an interesting story to explore. And why I also never agree with the idea of you're going to get the same thing over and over again, you're not going to like it, because there's so many other ideas and topics you could explore in this time period revolving around Minus One that I feel like the meta of we don't want the same thing over and over again, and if we do, it's going to be boring, is completely dead and buried. And again, not that far away. We're only like 6 some odd minutes left, and I feel betrayed by Mike's framing.
People who love him, reorphaning Akiko and widowing Noriko, whom he doesn't yet realize survived the Ginza attack. No, instead, it's collective action that saves the day. Instead of operating on a plan drawn up by aloof leaders safely insulated in their bunkers, the plan to take down Godzilla is devised by Noda, one of the people. His plan deliberately prioritizes the safety of the soldiers because he knows what it's like to serve masters who don't care if people doing their dirty work live or die, and he wants no part in it. He tells the war veterans they've recruited for the mission that he can't guarantee their survival, and for that reason, he won't force any of them to do it if they don't want to. And some of them leave, but he can guarantee no one will die as a result of the plan itself. To the soldiers, this is enough, with one man joking that it's more of a chance than they were given in the war. Though Shikishima is the one to deliver the final blow to the monster in this film, flying his plane into the behemoth's mouth in what is hands down one of the most exhilarating moments of the entire year. The silence right before Godzilla is about to unleash his atomic breath, only broken by Shikishima's plane crashing into its mouth. Just, it's so good. Even though the final blow is Shikishima's, allowing him to achieve a semblance of closure for his guilt without having to give his life unnecessarily, it wouldn't have been possible without the assistance of everyone else doing their part. From Noda coming up with the plan, to the civilians arriving in their boats to help pull Godzilla to the surface in an almost Dunkirk-like fashion. It's truly a fantastic payoff. Uniting the...
Again, I haven't thought about this too when I was in the theater. Like, again, I'm more upset by Mike's framing than I am about this video.
people of Japan to overcome their collective trauma by destroying the embodiment of their suffering. Their victory isn't a redo of the war, as I've seen some people claim, but rather it symbolizes a people letting go of the war, allowing the fight to end in their hearts and minds by showing a way forward together. Nowhere is this way forward more apparent than in Shiro Mizushima, nicknamed the Kid, the youngest crew member on Akitsu's boat. The Kid embodies the generation under those who served in the war, who were raised on the myths created by the Japanese government to justify their actions in the war. His playful banter with Akitsu is genuinely amusing, but reveals his naivete. He's still a boy whose childlike innocence blinds him to the cruel reality of war, one Akitsu is all too aware of. Akitsu lived through the war, served his country, and had his eyes open to just how much of a meaningless pawn he was in the eyes of his government. Shiro can't possibly understand that, but that isn't a bad thing. In a perfect world, we would all be unaware of how willing our government is to sacrifice our lives for its own interests, but unfortunately for many, that reality is their lived experience. The banter between these two comes to a head right before the film's third act, when Noda and Akitsu tell the Kid he won't be joining them on this mission. The camera tracks two veterans as they walk away, leaving Shiro to scream like a petulant child being denied a toy. To him, he's being denied a chance to prove himself worthy of the honor he feels Noda and Akitsu have earned, but the reality is they aren't taking anything from him. In fact, as Akitsu says, they're giving him the future by sparing him the same trauma they were subjected to. Having fought before, they choose to fight again so that Shiro and his generation won't have to. They're fighting to finally end the war that still hasn't ended in their hearts in the hopes it will break that cycle forever. But while this is a beautiful sentiment, it isn't as black and white as Shiro was wrong for wanting to serve his country. In fact, the movie is all about service to others, but his reasons were wrong. He wanted to serve for the honor it promised, not realizing that honor was an illusion, a carrot dangled by the powers that be to trick people into betraying their own best interests. When Shiro shows up to the battle with the other civilians, it's not for individual glory, but out of solidarity with his people. This moment was so beautiful and so incredibly earned, and just, it's so good. I love it. At the end of the day, this movie isn't about a giant lizard monster. It's about a victimized people overcoming the shame that was unfairly foisted upon them by leaders incapable of taking responsibility. It's a movie about love and life and fighting for things worth saving, about championing people over abstract concepts like honor and nationalism, and about finding the will to live this beautiful and precious life we've each been given a small window to experience. Yes, it's a Godzilla movie, and you get your money's worth of Godzilla mayhem, but it's so much more than just the spectacle of watching a giant radioactive lizard wreak havoc on a city. In a year where audiences have realized they don't have to settle for less, Godzilla Minus One reminds us that we don't have to. We can have it all.
That was refreshing. And it also means I was able to get through the video pretty quickly because like there was not too much bad about it. Again, going back to this.
Learn the wrong. And here's a very. They are only here for you. I promise. But that also. Misinformation appears to have attracted temporary enthusiasts, or as I like to call them, tourists, driven by financial gains or seeking engagement, posting leaks, lies, misinformation, just to get your clicks and engagement. Resist giving them attention. By interacting with them, you're only amplifying them in the algorithm so that they get shown to more people. Just don't interact. Just hard stop. They will fade out of our existences if we just do not interact with them. Don't like them. Don't hate share them. Screenshot it if you want to talk about it, but that also promotes people to go to it because they want to hear it themselves. Just don't even do that. Just ignore. Maybe tweet that you saw some bad take. You don't even have to link to it. I promise you. The drama, the discourse, we don't need it at all times. There are a lot of grifters around right now, and they do not care about the franchise, no matter what they say. They are only here.
Again, this was the framing that I came in with, and I don't think it was accurate. However, to give him the benefit of the doubt.
The Godzilla franchise, the fandom appears to have attracted temporary.
So we've already talked about skippers, so okay.
Enthusiasts, or as I like to call them, tourists.
I already talked about that one. Okay.
Driven by financial gains.
Not that bad.
Or seeking engagement, posting leaks.
And this one we haven't gotten to yet because that's gonna be the last one. So you could argue that no, he brought these specific ones where he feels like had misinformation and lies. So at this point, technically you could say Mike's right because he's right now 1 for 3 because I already talked about Skipper, talked about what's it called? Nerdstalgic. So if Robot Head's video is not too bad, I'm even. If not, I could say that Mike was kind of fair because he did not do all of them. Because it was earlier here where, let's go.
Only worth celebrating in this big, important, and extremely serious question is in the fan base and among general audiences and on YouTube that has often had me raising an eyebrow in confusion. Today we delve into the important and extremely serious question.
So if you can say he's raising an eyebrow in confusion, I'm not sure what you'd be raising an eyebrow with, unless it's the same things that I felt I was raising an eyebrow with. Yeah, like I think that was pretty good. I'm gonna give that a like, honestly. That wasn't too bad. That really wasn't too bad. All right, next one. Godzilla Minus One Nuked Hollywood. 20-minute video. Do it.
The movie continues to prove that the creature, the icon, is one of the most versatile characters in cinema history. The film itself is thoughtful, led by fully formed three-dimensional characters with actual arcs. I can't believe I'm saying this. Godzilla Minus One is the best movie of 2023, and I'll hear arguments about contenders, but it's my favorite movie of the year. As a lifelong Godzilla fan, the worldwide reception to this movie has made a cynical man happy. The movie continues to prove that the creature, the icon, is one of the most versatile characters in cinema history. The film itself is thoughtful, led by fully formed three-dimensional characters with actual arcs, motivations, and goals played by terrific actors. It's a film made by people who clearly revere the Godzilla IP and have lovingly crafted a film that doesn't just do justice to the character, but for filmmaking in general. What its production company Toho has achieved with the little they had to work with is a testament to the craftsmanship and dedication of passionate filmmakers. The visuals are stunning, and it's unbelievable that they were able to pull this off with the budget they did, which, according to the director, was even lower than the reported $50 million USD. Toho looked at the $155 million budget of the American version of Godzilla vs. Kong and said, "Oh, fuck yourself." Movies have generally been stuck in a state of bloated budgets paired with shoddy CGI and terrible scripts.
Like I could say, like, is that accurate? No. Is it funny? Sure. I like Bill Burr.
Box office receipts for Hollywood shitfest show audiences are growing tired of the shtick and want to get out of the mud.
As the ad, like again, So far, not too bad.
While Godzilla Minus One is the diuretic to a constipated movie experience. With each passing year, we become more and more saturated with content. The amount of money spent to create visually dull and narratively neutered stories is out of control, and it's leaving companies hitting the panic button as profits drop, customers leave or stay away dissatisfied, and everyone loses. I enjoy tearing apart bad movies to get some sort of entertainment out of them. In the current year, finding something awful to mock is easy. Finding something you don't just like, but something you're enamored with and want to recommend is rare in the current pop culture climate. Yes, I can find any films to recommend, but rare are those larger-than-life movies that have heart and a purposeful story to tell. Something that completes the hat trick and doesn't miss any part of the filmmaking process. Minus One is all that, with VFX that rival Hollywood blockbusters possessing 16 times the budget, with its own $50 million figure closer to an independent film's budget by Western standards. The movie's reception and performance at the box office could mean something positive for Hollywood, something they've desperately needed lately, and that positive would come in the form of a lesson. Make good movies people want to see for less money. Spending less means you can take more risks and invest more on story and innovation. You know, what made cinema so special in the first place?
You talking to me?
Now, if you don't want your skin to look like Godzilla's, I would advise you to pick up some lasers.
Okay,
Those blades are made in their own factory.
I don't need it.
For a direct price, allowing them to keep their incredible quality while keeping
I have
prices
my
affordable.
own
And time when
razor,
saving
thank
money is
you.
more important than ever. If you click the link. Speaking of story, much like any good Godzilla origin tale, this one involves World War II, as we follow a man by the name of Koichi Shikishima, a kamikaze pilot.
Segue.
Speaking of story, much like any good Godzilla origin tale, this one involves World War II, as we follow a man by the name of Koichi Shikishima, a kamikaze
You
pilot.
could argue that's about origin, which in that case, yeah, Godzilla's origin has almost always been World War II, so again, not bad.
The last-second decision to live, pretending his plane was malfunctioning. That evening, a creature known as Godzilla approaches the base where Koichi is hunkering down. His superiors tell him to fire at the creature from his plane to kill it, but Koichi freezes as Godzilla tears through the crowd of panicked soldiers, leaving only him and another man standing by mourning. By the time Koichi returns home the following year, he's found that his family's been killed in the bombing of Tokyo, and a woman named Noriko, in possession of a child who had also lost her parents, finds her way into Koichi's home, who he reluctantly decides to help. With a new sense of purpose, Koichi takes an ocean mine sweeping job. Meanwhile, the US is performing nuclear tests near Bikini Atoll, and guess who's hanging out there? The nuclear tests turn Godzilla closer to the one we know and love. He might have been a menace before, but now he's a fucking terror, standing taller than most skyscrapers and apparently indestructible, showcasing regenerative abilities. Turns out Koichi and his crew, known as Doc and the Kid, are actually on a secret mission. See, the Japanese government already knew about Godzilla, so they've sent these three to do something about it. Hijinks ensue as only Godzilla can do, causing untold destruction as he steps ashore. He obliterates tens of thousands of buildings.
So the only thing that's like wrong here is that at least how he says it, it makes it sound like those three were already searching for Godzilla at this point, when in fact he was settling into the job with those. So this is, I think, probably just a slip up, not a deliberate misinformation grift.
And goes full Green Goblin when he starts literally vaporizing people. I'm not going to spoil the rest of the story because I highly recommend you go see it, but there's enough detail given to discuss all the important elements, starting with the characters. Yes, I know how everyone normally feels about human characters in a Godzilla movie.
I don't give a fuck. Don't give a fuck.
I can honestly say, as an actual fan of the franchise, I've rarely become invested in any human character in any of the previous movies. Not that they're all of equal quality or even intended to have likable people in them, but with 30 plus films under your belt, you'd think I'd give a shit about somebody. Maybe it's just me.
Not none of these men are nihilists. There's nothing for it.
All of that's to say, I was so invested in the characters in Godzilla Minus One that Godzilla even appearing on screen was just a bonus. Movies with heavy focus on CGI creatures require either a great performance if the character is human-like, like Thanos for example, or if it's a figure like Godzilla, you need to be actively rooting for your heroes to make the audience feel the desired fear and anxiety something like Godzilla would actually bring to an unsuspecting city. Otherwise, you get the legendary studios Hollywood Godzilla films, where it was cool to finally see Godzilla in expensive-looking CGI glory, but all of those movies are hollow at best because they never get the audience involved with their cardboard cartoon human characters. They're afterthoughts, they're treated like such, and so those movies, much like the Transformers movies or any other CGI-laden blockbusters, are aesthetically pleasing but emotionally empty. It's junk food for the brain. Minus One showcases popcorn flick storytelling at its best.
You may not agree with the sentiment, but it is a pretty common sentiment that a lot of fans already share. So again, not really the grift, but I think like maybe the reason why this was picked out specifically was because Mike has more of a appreciation for the MonsterVerse in these aspects. So that's why he's raising the eyebrow there.
A simple tale, but its characters and its story are layered. The way Koichi is written spits in the face of the Los Angeles-style script. The movie exudes confidence because it trusted that the audience would be along for the ride. What I mean is that Hollywood now tends to self-insert. A character has to be relatable in some tangible yet completely shallow way. Koichi's plight isn't something anyone today in Western society would understand. He's a shamed kamikaze pilot, burdened with grief and a sense of duty. But we quickly empathize with him because, like all good stories, its themes are human and therefore universally felt no matter who's watching it. Koichi and his surrogate family are people who are lost, who simply want connection, protection, and love. He's also a man harboring unbelievable guilt. Shame and that sense of duty is a burden. I've seen this film twice now, and I just come away feeling like the script was tight and competent, and I mean that as an extreme compliment. There were satisfying payoffs to setups in the movie. Each character got their due, and there are a couple moments that were telegraphed, but they were earned. The movie wants you to want those moments, and you absolutely do. Even the way the script got around why the US or Russia couldn't intervene was reasonable. This needed to be a smaller scaled giant movie, if that makes sense, and Godzilla is intended to be Japan's problem to solve. Godzilla himself is much more of a living, breathing character now than he might have ever been on screen, and that includes the American versions. Toho has managed to bring Godzilla to life in a few shots that are undeniable. They're superior to many shots you see in Hollywood productions. Godzilla's movements in the ocean look fucking incredible, and when he comes to land, the creature moves slowly, methodically, purposefully. He's a living embodiment of mankind's fears. The slow, methodical walk exudes anxiety. It makes this creature seem inevitable. There's one scene in particular that's hinted at in the trailers that was incredibly tense in the theater and was reminiscent of the tension in Jaws when the shark begins chasing the boat. Everything about this scene was brilliant. The editing and pace is key to the anxiety they want the audience to feel, and you have to have some stakes in the characters he's chasing. Very rarely does the film's ambition get ahead of itself. The filmmakers were ballsy in some moments with the visual effects that don't quite hit the mark. I cannot stress enough how beautiful this movie looks. The color grading is gorgeous, and the cinematography rivals any Hollywood production. The cast is filled with new and veteran actors of Japanese cinema, starting with Ryunosuke Kamaki, who's 30 years old but has screen credits dating back to 2 years old in baby commercials. His acting abilities amplify what the script's already beautifully laid out for an arc. Oichi's often reserved, and the actor sells us with his body language.
I literally did not even know that about Koichi's actor, so I guess I learned something new. And yeah, the Jaws was mentioned. That's a pretty common meta to bring up Jaws. So, okay. But again, Nothing so bad so far.
And facial expressions. He embodies someone who is constantly questioning and blaming himself. A man who feels like his inaction has consistently led to others getting hurt, and the guilt is compounding. Newcomer Minami Hamabi plays Oichi's partner Noriko and is great in her role, and has the most devastating, emotionally powerful scene in the movie. There are also two actors that stand out outside of the leads. The first is Munetake Aoki as Mr. Tachibana, the lone man who lived through Godzilla's attack on the emergency base, and who blames it entirely on Oichi's inaction. And the film makes sure he gets a complete arc as well. The second is Hidetaka Yoshioka as the Doc. Hidetaka is a seasoned veteran and a two-time Japanese Academy Award for Best Actor winner. He plays the more typical Godzilla film role of scientist, but he has his own fresh spin on it. You can feel the weight he's bearing as he's concocting a way to defeat the monster, because the consequences of it failing will be dire. And you can see just from the trailers that the film is visually striking, but I was genuinely pleased by the sound design and how much attention was put into it. When Godzilla is swimming through the water or stepping onto land, you hear and feel every moment. I didn't get a chance to see it in IMAX, and even the sound mix in a standard theater made the seats rumble. The bass levels are used to amplify the stress levels. The scene where Godzilla attacks the wooden boat comes to mind again, because the impact and churning of the water created so much tension. It's another part of filmmaking where they knocked it out of the park. Speaking of that scene, they didn't bring in any music, and it heightened everything because of the shock of the sound effects. It's a brilliant artistic choice to not use music at that moment, but I'd hate to disregard how wonderful the score is. When used in the right context, the original Godzilla theme is still incredibly effective. I also understand the timing of dropping the Godzilla X Kong, The New Empire, or however the fuck you say it, the new trailer for that movie, near the release of Godzilla Minus One. It seems to make good marketing sense on the surface to release a trailer hyping up a project within the same intellectual property as the one hitting theaters. Godzilla Minus One hit theaters on December 1st, and the Godzilla Kong sequel trailer landed a couple days later. This originally was planned to be a prequel to the Godzilla vs. Kong movie that was so successful for Warner Brothers back in 2021, when the film seemed like it was going to be a victim of it a couple days later. Trailer hyping up a project within the same intellectual property as the one hitting theaters. Godzilla Minus One hit theaters on December 1st, and the Godzilla Kong sequel trailer landed a couple days later. This originally was planned to be a prequel to the Godzilla vs. Kong movie that was so
I think he meant to say sequel. So again,
for Warner Brothers back in 2021, when the film seemed like it was going to be a victim of Warner Brothers' terrible decision to release their entire film slate that year, date and date, simultaneously in theaters and on their streaming service HBO Max. Even though the theatrical experience was still up in the air by the end of 2020 when Warner Brothers made that decision, it was obvious this was to mostly help boost their streaming platform. By the tail end of that year, the major studios had invested billions into their own individual streamers, and Warner needed something to boost theirs above everyone else's. The dual launch in theaters and HBO Max hurt a number of releases, or in some cases, masked their poor performances by blaming it on streaming. But Godzilla vs. Kong was a hit in theaters and on Max. For better or worse, the new trailer for the sequel promises more of the same. That means more of the beautiful but weightless CGI that'll be the centerpiece of the film, and underwritten stand-ins for human characters. At that point, the Hollywood version of Godzilla's universe will be 5 films deep, and the last film of the franchise looks nothing like the first. 2014's Godzilla was a darker toned film that took itself seriously, and not to its detriment. Its biggest flaw was that the main characters weren't very interesting, and they wasted Bryan Cranston.
No. He's saying that Godzilla X Kong was a prequel to GVK. That's what he said. So no, it's not that bad. It's not as bad as yesterday when someone said that in the 1954 Japanese version of Godzilla, Japan was doing nuclear tests and was trying to talk about the politics of that film too. So that's like a minor slip up compared to yesterday's, and it's nowhere near as bad.
The negative response to the even more self-serious sequel, King of the Monsters, made the studio go toward a lighter tone with Godzilla vs. Kong, which received some acclaim for being a fun, albeit brainless and forgettable popcorn movie. What the studio took from the negative reception to the darker films were that darker films were bad. Yet the praise for Godzilla Minus One and the success it's seen in comparison to its budget and overall expenses suggests maybe people don't care what tone you're going for, they just like good movies. A wild concept. And the film's story is emblematic of its production and the approach to film by Toho in general. It's simultaneously massive in scope while being a small, simple story. It's easy to follow but has a deeply human core in all its messy complexity and contradictions. The soldiers in the movie feel lost, abandoned, yet burdened with a sense of duty that's never going to be resolved, or so they think. They want to fight for their country but feel betrayed by the regime.
No, he literally, what's it called? He didn't say that.
They just like good movies. A wild concept. And the film's story is emblematic of its production and the approach to film by Toho in general. It's simultaneously massive in scope while being a small, simple story. It's easy to follow but has a deeply human core in all its messy complexity and contradictions. The soldiers in the movie feel lost, abandoned, yet burdened with a sense of duty that's never going to be resolved, or so they think. They want to fight for their country but feel betrayed by the regime. They're proud men lost and finding purpose in uniting against Godzilla. Speaking of him, Minus One shows yet again why he's one of the most versatile movie characters ever created. The first Godzilla film released in 1954 is an all-time classic and one of my favorite movies ever made, with Godzilla the character reflecting the fears and anxieties of Japan at the time, nearly a decade after the conclusion of World War II. On the surface, it was a well-crafted film, but it was so much more than just a monster movie. It illustrated the consequences and impact humanity can have on the planet, with Godzilla essentially embodying nature, exacting its revenge. In my opinion, this is and always will be the best way Godzilla's ever been utilized as a character. But there were more than 30 movies to go after that, and those themes weren't necessarily repeated.
Oh, he's doing the thing. He's doing a Megalon. Oh boy. Yep, there it is.
And that's where the diversity of Godzilla can be understated. The character has endured because of his versatility. He started as a frightening screen villain and a living embodiment of humanity's fears, to a kid-friendly hero and a childhood icon. Serious or silly, the character and concept of Godzilla can do it all, and why he's been around for nearly 80 years. Over that span, there have been 4 different eras of Godzilla film and media, each with its own identity. The 1954 film kicked off the Showa era that ended in 1975, and so began his transition from terrifying villain and threat to Earth to a hero and the savior of the planet. New monsters would begin showing up as early as the first sequel. Now, nearly 8 decades later, there are over 30 kaiju in Toho's Godzillaverse, with some starring in their own films like Mothra and Rodan. As a fan, I can appreciate all these eras for what they are and what they represent. Godzilla is a character that can be reinvented, reinterpreted, and used as a tool for whatever the writers need him to be. After the Showa era ended in 1975, the franchise lay dormant until the 80s when King of the Monsters was brought back for what's known as the Heisei era. He returned to form, so to speak, with a darker, more serious tone, and leaving behind a kid-friendly hero, although he'd gained anti-hero status by the end of the era. After this, Toho decided to risk licensing out the character to Hollywood, and the results were, well,
100%. You're a piece of shit. That's how I feel.
And that's how we got the next era of Toho Godzilla films, known as the Millennium Era. This one was pretty unique because it was the first era to have each film represent a different interpretation of the character and his mythos, culminating in the Wham Bam fan pleaser known as Godzilla Final Wars. If some of the older films seem like kids just smashing their toys together, this was if those kids grew up and given a budget to keep going. The franchise is currently in the Reiwa era, and its film output is considerably lower than the previous ones. Aside from the Netflix animated Godzilla projects, the Reiwa era has seen 2 theatrical releases: Shin Godzilla in 2015 and Minus One this year. Shin Godzilla would go on to win the Japanese equivalent of a Best Picture Oscar and was lauded for its themes critical of government bureaucracy during times of global crisis. They've licensed Godzilla out to Hollywood and produced animated features, but Toho has taken a much more conservative and thoughtful approach to their theatrical releases.
I think the other thing too is that like you could the only actuallys are sort of the fact that they don't bring up the anime trilogy, but outside of that, like that's not bad. Like it's really not bad. But so far, like nothing's been too awful.
Godzilla carried modern, broader themes, Godzilla Minus One tries to and succeeds at doing the opposite, because it's a much smaller personal story that follows a single character as the clear lead, instead of an ensemble that's normally required for a story of a global threat. It's a different approach to a story that requires great character writing, because the success of the movie hinges on the connection between the audience and the people on screen. How they're going to deal with Godzilla becomes surprisingly secondary to what's going to happen to Koichi, Akiko, Doc. Will they make it through this? And even if they do, will Koichi be able to live with himself? It's wild to care so much about characters in a Godzilla movie, but it stands out more now because it's rare to have it in a movie on the big screen in general, unless you're in the indie market. You simply don't get this in an IMAX level popcorn flick very often. And in the center of it all is the character of Godzilla himself. Whether he's a force of nature and a catalyst for change in the lives of our lead characters, or he's the actual focus of the film as a hero or villain, whether it's a rubber suit or fully realized CGI, Godzilla's an incredibly versatile character, and it's proven to be true time and again. Just how goddamn good Minus One is really shines a light on the poor quality of the Hollywood version of Godzilla. The monsterverse has its own charms in a way. It truly is the Americanized version of the schlocky, rubber suit, more kid-friendly creature. Legendary Studios decided to go the more anti-hero route with Godzilla instead of making him a full-fledged villain or an indifferent force of nature. While the first movie in the franchise in 2014 had a dark tone, and I mean that in every sense, you couldn't see anything in that fucking movie.
I'm not blind 23 hours a day or 22 hours a day. I'm blind the whole goddamn time. I'm blind.
They moved forward with a lighter, broader appeal to the franchise and the character by the time they got to the slugfest of Godzilla vs. Kong. Compare the lead characters in Godzilla Minus One to whoever the fuck was in that movie. Yeah, who were the characters in Godzilla vs. Kong? The girl from Stranger Things, right? And the brother of the guy who played it. And if we're comparing the quality of Minus One to Hollywood films, you can't get better than Godzilla's direct American Hollywood counterpart. The American-made monster boxing match was fun during the brawls, but all the movie was good for was spectacle. It's the epitome of summer disposable trash, and I say that as a fan of the franchise. Contrast the American version with Toho's, and you couldn't find two franchises that are literally the same thing be more opposite from one another. I'm curious what kind of impact Minus One will have on the American monsterverse moving forward. I wonder if fans will scoff at the assembly line nature of the next Godzilla vs. Kong film coming out next year. Now that we have a brand new example of how great a Godzilla movie can be, the budget of this film reflects the dedication and passion of its filmmakers. The word embarrassing has been thrown around quite a bit in relation to how Hollywood studios should be feeling, but it's true. Godzilla Minus One won't make hundreds of millions at the box office. It'll probably cruise past 100 million in the end. So we're not talking about an Avengers level cultural shift or anything, but the overwhelming praise from fans and the continued expansion of the film through North America should prove to studios that you can do more with less. That smaller films can be profitable. That a big budget movie makes people more risk averse, and that makes movies bland, boring, predictable, granola assembly line trash. Godzilla is an IP that's well over 80 years old and can be reimagined and reinterpreted seemingly endlessly. So when you hear about superhero,
I literally thought you meant me, Kaijina, and I was like, wait, what are you talking about? But no, you meant Lend.
fatigue or anything related to the overuse of IPs. While there's merit there, I would suggest maybe it really is bad movie fatigue, and it can be applied to anything. You can get granular, but it makes sense to be fatigued with an entire genre if each thing has been mid to awful. And there stands the king of the monsters, showing how an intellectual property can endure with a passionate and caring crew behind it, who care about producing the best quality work possible. The end result is the best movie of the year. If you can, please.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, not awful. And now let's see if I go 1 for 3 or 2 to 2. Just Robot Heads video on Godzilla Minus One celebrating men.
Godzilla Minus One.
This film is the antidote if you are suffering from severe Hollywood sickness. All the complaining we do, the videos we make criticizing Disney, Marvel, Star Wars, geez, Hollywood in general, all the things that drive us crazy about modern Hollywood, the bad writing, the bland characters who have completely flat story arcs, the general lack of care and talent. Well, this film, Godzilla Minus One, this film doesn't have any of those current problems that are dragging modern Hollywood films and TV down into the gutter. This film has no woke agenda, no forced diversity, no latest social message bombardment, just creative people making a great film with a great script. Godzilla Minus One also has that one thing that seems to go missing a lot in recent Hollywood monster movies, and that is it's character driven. And the characters are so well written and portrayed, you could literally remove our big lizard friend here, and you would still have a good film about the struggles of a returned serviceman.
You're still going through your arc. I'm realizing how he is Grace. No, in fact, the more I have done my rewrites for the film, the worse it's become.
Returning home to the ruins of his former life and dealing with the shame of not being the hero he thought he should be. Godzilla Minus One is a film about what it is to be a man during times of crisis, the pressure to be brave, to make sacrifices, to provide and care. All these things are explored in this film. Yes, a Godzilla film. But there is one thing everyone is getting wrong about this film. We'll get to that later. This is a film about being a man. Men are celebrated in this film. We better warn the white tards. And unlike a lot of the recent Marvel and all of the Disney Star Wars content,
Let's not talk about that.
the characters in this film actually feel real. They act in a real manner. They speak in a real manner. Thanks to the help of some subtitles, they have believable relationships, and God forbid, there's even a love story, an element of storytelling that Marvel and Lucasfilm have mostly removed in the fear of upsetting the latest attention-seeking cancel group. The characters in this film are allowed to have flaws and problems to overcome and learn from, which is such a...
Considering the fact that I work in a bookstore and I have had media discussions with a lot of my contemporaries, and a few of them are like, I don't understand why a lead man and a lead woman need to get together. It does feel like the defaults from at least a general analysis that I see from my contemporaries, who I don't necessarily agree with everything on, and even people who come into my store, there is that feeling that unless it's like specifically romance, the idea of a leading man and a leading woman getting together isn't necessarily something that a lot of people like. Maybe it's just me, and maybe I'm pulling from a small sample size in the real world and outside the real world.
Belief after watching so much of the Hollywood garbage.
I can't.
And we haven't even got to the Lizard King yet, and boy, is it glorious when he turns up. This Godzilla is a killing machine. None of that overused sympathetic villain bullshit here. This Godzilla is no accidental hero like the American Godzilla movies. He doesn't save humanity by fighting other monsters. No, this Godzilla is here to destroy and kill. And let me tell you, he's great at the destroying and killing part. In this film, you feel the power of Godzilla and the fear he brings. Unlike the mindless explosions and destruction you get a lot of the Hollywood big blockbusters, where the loss of human life is unimportant and glossed over. Here, the human toll has gravity, and we feel it. It feels that lately Hollywood has forgotten how to write truly scary monsters. They always feel the bloody need to give them human emotions. Thankfully, in this film, the human emotions are saved for the humans. We're the monster. They're just a killing force of nature. quick break so I can help you set the mood at your house.
Let me move past that. I don't care.
Pilot who decided not to
Take me to another stratosphere.
The story for Godzilla Minus One is set at the end of World War II and revolves around a kamikaze pilot who decided not to go through with the whole human sacrifice part of his job. So, already 5 minutes in, we have an interesting character. A guy that must deal with the fact that in his culture, he's going to be considered a coward that has let his country down in a war that his country just lost. His journey to find some type of peace is moved along by all the people he meets in his journeys, from his fellow soldiers to the people in the destroyed town he calls home. All the characters around him have their own story. They have their own story arcs to move through. Our pilot's neighbour has a better story and gives a better performance than most of the leads you'll get out of modern Hollywood these days. And she's just one of many. Our pilot meets a young woman, a baby, and a team of new work colleagues, and all of them are interesting. And by the end of the film, we care about all of them. We want every single one of them to survive, which is the opposite of what we normally feel in these type of movies. Usually we're on the monster side.
Again, I think like a lot of the issues I think people are having right now, at least I'm seeing in the comments, is the editing. And, you know, fair. Yeah, I don't like the editing. And I think this is like what you're getting to appeal to like a younger demographic. I feel like specifically on TikTok and in a lot of YouTube videos, a lot of younger viewers have a engagement issue, and that's something that's documented. So I think that, yes, this kind of style of editing is specifically to keep that type of viewer engaged. So I understand why you don't like it, but I understand why people are doing it specifically to not only help with their videos of the algorithm, because again, people want to make this a career. Then there's nothing wrong with trying to maximize that, and considering none of what he's necessarily said is wrong so far. Again, it's not bad.
There are story elements dealing with love, loss, bravery, dignity, and what it is to be a man, which his work colleagues really try and help him with, but not in the Hollywood cliched way. They want him to be happy, but they have to point out when he's getting it wrong. All of the relationships in this film were written by someone who actually understands people. Relationships have depth. The characters haven't been written to teach the audience a lesson in the latest Twitter social trend. They're all written for us to feel something about human relationships. You really feel that the Godzilla Minus One filmmakers really want to entertain their audience.
I think it's just a constant reminder of wokeness. It's like jingling keys in my face. Yeah, I think that's fair. I guess like the worst thing you could say is that he could go into more detail about it. And I guess that's sort of like, if you've already watched the channel, you understand what he means by it, which isn't good for a new viewer. But then also, if you're actually looking at it honestly and then giving a criticism, then I still don't think it's that bad.
Which is what good filmmaking should be all about. Weird concept, I know. There's also some nice insight into how the Japanese view the war and their part in it, as well as how their soldiers were treated by their own government. Yes, all of this in a monster film. And there's another thing that was good. That's right, the big fucking lizard. Who, combined with the sound design and the amazing score, fucking rocks. This character-driven monster story is so good that every time Godzilla turns up, the excitement level peaks because the film got us to care about the characters, all of them, and we're on their side. Not Godzilla's for a change, but there's something everyone's getting wrong about this film. There's been a lot of talk regarding the production cost of this film, $15 million to be precise, and how this film looks amazing for the money spent. But I don't agree with that, because this film looks fantastic regardless of how much money.
And he's also lampshaded both his title and the thing everyone's been talking about too. So it's not like, it's pretty clear that he's aware of this.
I was more captured by the look of this film than I've been by any other film for a long time. For me, tangible models and sets look far more cinematic than CGI overloaded filmmaking, which ends up looking more like a video game. Now that might have more to do with the films I grew up with, and my brain connecting more with models that actually exist. But I can't help it. I fucking love how this film looked. You just can't beat well done practical effects mixed with good CGI. And the CGI in this film is used in a way that resembles doing it practically, which lets your brain go with it. And I'm a sucker for a good monster attacking train scene. I think that goes all the way back to when Robot Father showed a young robot head the 1976 King Kong. That train scene set this little robot head off on my journey of monster love. That King Kong film taught the young robot head quite a few things about life.
I hate this King Kong movie. I think this is the King Kong movie that set the character back, in my opinion, but that's a whole nother stream.
I also believe that problem solving drives creativity. When you haven't got endless money to throw at ideas and problems, you have to be smart and creative, and that's just what they did here. Quick update, the director just said that it didn't even cost $15 million. He was quoted as saying, "I wish it were that much. Take note of that, Disney, you money laundering scammers." The director, Takashi Yamazaki, who also wrote the film as well as working on the special effects, sure you didn't know that, buddy, has stated that he would love to do a Star Wars movie, as Star Wars is the reason he got into filmmaking. Imagine if Disney would let someone like this just go off with a small budget and do their own thing. Who knows what we'd get? But instead we have Dave Filoni blowing $250 million on Ahsoka. God help us. So don't wish for big dumb movies, wish for big smart movies. Wish for more films like Godzilla Minus One, because you can have both, monsters and a good story. And go see it at the cinema.
Yeah, well, I guess I am 2 for 2. That wasn't that bad. Wow. So you get to come to that time in the video where we kind of let you guys on and have a little bit of fun. What do I do for about maybe half an hour or so? Let you guys have a little chat. So, invitations. There you guys go. I just realized, again, whoever's watching from one of the other ones, Facebook or Twitch, I appreciate you viewing. You are awesome, because it is showing the discrepancies between my YouTube numbers and my my StreamYard numbers. So That's fun. I love that. And what I'm also going to do too is share. So, yep, that link right there that was in the chat for you guys should allow you to get on the stream here. And yeah, show up quickly. Minecraft World and
What's
one
up,
of you guys still got the stream on there, so there's that.
Hello. Yeah, I just muted it just now, so
no problem. And we got the Ericzilla in the chat too. Was good? Was good? What's up?
What's up, guys? I'm probably not going to be here for long because I'm probably going to be leaving at around 11 o'clock by my time. So
Gotcha.
It's late, yeah. 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 Have you been?
You know, living, enjoying it. Feeling like I've been betrayed by Mike's monsters.
Yeah.
What I still hear an echo?
Not me.
Hopefully it's not me.
One sec. Let me put my headphones on. Yeah. So I rewatched Gamera Rebirth yesterday. That was pretty good.
How was it?
Better. It was over half a year later, and it holds up fantastically.
That's good. Vixen's here too.
Oh, hey, Vic.
What's up?
Yeah, Gamera Rebirth was great. Yeah. Man.
It had some of the best designs or redesigns of like the classic Showa monsters that Gamera fought.
Yeah. My favorite redesign for that was Zigra. Zigra's was my favorite.
Zigra, yeah.
I love that one. And they
For
actually
me, it was
made
Girwan,
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, I kind of want to see if there are any similar video essays like this about Gamera.
I don't think so. Not a whole lot. Almost all of them are stuff about like the Heisei trilogy. Not. It's mostly from fans too.
Yeah, but like, I've been interested in doing something like that for myself. Either Gamera, Yongari, since TC's been doing the thing and I've been rewatching the movie, or Nemesis, the Nemesis saga, because I really want to talk about
I think the Nemesis saga would be a pretty good one to do.
Yeah. I need to reread the books though.
Yeah.
I own copies of all of them, so easy access.
Also, I think one sec. Yeah, I think it is you Minecraft World with the echo there.
Oh, I don't. I could probably try putting like earbuds, see if that.
Do you have headphones on?
Not earbuds, headphones. See if that works, but.
Yeah, that might be just the issue then. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But what I will do is that since I actually need to pee, I'm gonna let you guys talk for a little bit. And Eric, you're in charge now.
All right.
Have fun.
Oh boy. So, what were you guys all doing before you guys entered in?
That was like I said, I rewatched Gamera Rebirth. I've been writing a script for a podcast I've been working on as well.
Oh. I was actually I got done writing down a script for because I don't know if you guys are familiar with like Lost Media.
Hello.
Apparently I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with a lost film called Godzilla.
Oh, I remember that whole fiasco. Oh man. Yeah, that was
apparently
painful.
Yeah, it was so like something, and like not a lot of people know about it, but like for those people watching, apparently the lost film that was supposedly found isn't actually found, unfortunately, because the person that claimed that they found it it was all made up. It was a lie. And
yeah, that was frustrating, especially
it was
like,
really was, man.
as someone who's fascinated by like obscure or lost kaiju properties. That is so painful.
Man, back.
Yeah, it was something.
Yeah, we're talking about Gogala, we're talking about Gogala, the Lost Indian kaiju movie.
Gotcha.
Which
yeah.
Well, yeah, you know that fiasco.
No, yeah, I know.
Yeah, that was genuinely that was painful. That was
it really was.
My God.
But yeah, I
actually kind of like his design. Like it's kind of funny.
Yeah, it's it's like its own sort of entity. It doesn't even resemble anything that you could. I mean, obviously they'll probably compare it to like a fat, chunky Gorosaurus, but like I don't know. It's like it kind of feels and looks like its own thing.
Yeah.
Like I dig it.
Yeah.
It's just unfortunate that someone claimed that they found it, even though it's not found.
Yeah, it's slightly painful that someone did that.
Yeah. I wonder if there was people that found out about that. I wonder if they were like annoyed and pissed off. Cause I know I know some people that are like they take it really seriously, like Lost Meal, like they need to find it, like they take it really seriously. So it's like
I wouldn't be surprised if they were actually pissed off.
I got a friend
that actually caused a bit of a ruckus in the Lost Media Finders community.
Does anyone watch Dino Diego stuff on Paleo Media?
Everyone.
All those Lost stuff.
Yeah. Dino Diego.
Yes, I'm sub to him. Dude,
is he like the Jurassic Park, Jurassic World toy reviewer, or like?
No, he does videos about dinosaur media.
He's like a dinosaur media variety channel.
Yeah, his most recent one was on Gertie the dinosaur. He also did a video on the Rhedosaurus, the beast from 20,000 Fathoms.
Yeah, like he's honestly like one of those channels where I don't necessarily like watch him for like stuff I already know. So like I didn't like jump on that Rhedosaurus video right away, but a lot of his stuff is really good. I like it.
Yeah. Yeah, usually when I watch him, I'll just have him in the background or listen to him while I'm doing stuff, usually at work, when it's not too busy. So, but yeah, he's a good channel.
Has anyone else here watched the new Planet of the Apes movie?
No.
Yes.
I have unfortunately not seen it yet.
I saw it on Thursday. We had a long conversation about it, about the new movies on the previous stream, I think.
Yep.
Which that was fun. That was really fun.
Monkey. Monkey. Stinky.
Proximus Caesar, bro. Proximus is like I haven't seen the movie, but I've seen the trailers and stuff, man. Proximus is already like my favorite like ape villain. Even though like throughout the entire franchise there's only been literally 3 apes that were like real villains and shit.
Yeah, I recommend it. It's good. It's really good. I rank it in 3rd place above Rise, but below Dawn and War.
Okay.
That's the thing. Like that's the thing with me, man. Like I can't even pick like what's the number 1 for me. Like I absolutely love I love the old franchise, but I also love the new rebooted franchise of Planet of the Apes, man. It's like
that's fair.
Yeah. It is just a whole different thing, man.
I've only really seen the new ones, the Tim Burton one, and the very original one. I believe it was 86. I think
Wasn't there one? Isn't there one like that's like below the Planet of the fucking Apes or something?
Yeah, that one was the sequel to the first one.
Really? Is that the direct sequel? Jeez.
Yeah,
it's Planet of the Apes. Planet of the Apes, like it was Planet of the Apes, and then it was Beneath the Planet of the Apes, which was the sequel to that first movie.
Beneath the Planet of the Apes sounds like a 6th movie in the franchise kind of sequel name.
Oh yeah.
Honestly,
I don't know. I guess
watched Beneath before I watched Planet all the way through, so there's that.
Really?
Yeah.
How'd that happen?
But it was on a marathon when the new Planet of the Apes movie was coming out, so they were showing all the way through the Sci-Fi Channel, and that's how.
Oh
Which-
yeah.
which
That
new one?
channel always here for me.
The first new remake that had what was his name? Harry
Rise.
Osborn actor. What was his name?
I know we know
You know what you're talking about, yeah.
the one that one.
Yeah, Rise.
Not the other
first
Harry
one of the Caesar
Osborn
movies,
actor.
I think.
The good Harry Osborn actor.
The one that was the one that was not
Yeah.
bad. Holy shit.
But yeah, no, like at least so far, gentlemen, what would you say your opinions on the videos that you saw tonight are?
I unfortunately got here late.
So I think the main thing that I got from them was they were just kind of bland and like trend following, but I wouldn't call any of them except for maybe Yellow Flash, like Grifter stuff. I wouldn't call
Yellow
like
Flash.
Grifter.
Yeah, Yellow Flash felt a bit more felt the most grifter-y to me, if that makes sense. But it wasn't terrible. Film Freaks was my favorite of the one that we watched. Well, Film Speaks.
Film Speaks
is another guy. Film Freaks was another guy. He did a 3-hour long video on. He mostly does animation videos, like animated shows videos. He did a 3-hour long video on the Owl House finale, but that's besides the point. Film Speaks' his video is my favorite, though it's mainly because he feels a lot more genuine. Granted, it is a bit more surface level, but it shows a genuine passion for the genre. And also because I liked his GXK video enough, so I knew that he wasn't really a grifter going into it.
Like he wasn't trying to cause any like ruckus or anything like that.
Yeah,
His video wasn't even like controversial, really. The only thing controversial about it was the title is a bit evocative, but like even then, it wasn't like some of the other ones. Like where
like I mean, it did. I mean, you will have to agree. Like it did do its job.
Yeah.
Like obviously, a lot of Godzilla fans like, what? This person said, what about this? Okay, I'm gonna click it and watch.
I will be completely honest. I feel like playing devil's advocate here. I feel like Mike was only using a lot of these videos as for the thumbnails because the thumbnails are admittedly for a lot of them I saw the thumbnail of Godzilla's face and then fuck Hollywood on either side of it, and I thought it was the funniest shit ever.
Oh, that's where that's from. I've seen that.
Yeah, but
on Twitter,
I think the
bro.
problem though then is that if you're pointing out for the thumbnails and then you're telling people not to engage with it, then that's you're enforcing a fortress arc, and then if someone actually curiously looks at them out as well, it almost feels like you're trying to hide it. And I don't think Mike was trying to hide what these videos were trying to say. I think he just didn't even look at the videos, and that's the problem. And like, if your entire point is don't look at the videos, and then the videos aren't actually that bad, it sets a bad precedent. And if I wasn't as charitable as I could say that feels more disingenuous and grifty than like even the videos were.
Yeah, at least
I wouldn't say
the only one
I wouldn't go as far to say Mike's Monsters was grifting.
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't think he is, but I'm saying that like if we're gonna be as uncharitable to these videos as he is, then fair is fair, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair.
I feel like it's less grifty. It's more just like being disingenuous in general.
Movie Cynic's video was the only one that I actually had seen before that, and it was honestly a little better than I remember it being. Probably because that one's been warped by Little Platoon's video, which I genuinely despise. Not because of the points that he makes, but because he basically just says fuck. He basically just says, if you enjoy this movie, then you're an idiot, and I will not refuse to elaborate any further.
Yeah.
Causing an idiot refuses to
Feels
elaborate.
disingenuous.
A little rude, I'd say.
Yeah.
We're talking about
Feels
Godzilla movies here, man.
disingenuous to the point where it actively feels insulting. Like,
Mhm.
and it is very clearly insulting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially-
The only one that felt really griftery to me, like it's the one I pointed out in the comments, the fucking yellow flash was like
Mhm.
a lot of like, I feel like his video it wasn't like intentional. Well, I don't think he was lying. I think he was like twisting things to kind of fit a narrative that he was trying to portray, which is a little more like I wouldn't call him scumbag like how I defined Grifter at the beginning of the stream. I would say it's a little weird.
Based off our definition of grifter, I think, like I said at the start of the video, so Dr. Skipper, and like that's pretty much on point. Basically presenting misinformation as actual information, contradicting himself multiple times throughout the video, and just not really putting as much effort. I'd still say, for as much as I despise Little Platoon's video, even he put a bit more effort and tried to be at least a bit genuine with his film, with his review of the film.
Yeah. Because like, I think the reason why I take so much umbrage with Mike's point is that like I said, is that if you're gonna go on a policy of don't like, don't share, don't talk, don't give attention, and then when someone doesn't, it just feels worse, and why I don't subscribe to the Fortress arc as a means for community building. And the other problem too is that like a lot of people have like a lot of gatekeeping issues, and I feel that doing what you're espousing is indeed a form of gatekeeping, which in that case fine, but just then honestly say yes, there is forms of gatekeeping that are good.
Yeah.
And that's like
Granted,
a whole other conversation.
Granted, I still feel like something that should be taken into account for like the defenders, that one video specifically about like the toxic positivity of GXK. One thing I feel like really needs to be taken into account is the why factor. Why are we being so protective over this medium? One, because we love it, but also I would argue, like I commented in that video itself. I wasn't part of the video, but like as I commented in the comments on that video, the residual feelings from the years between Final Wars and 2014 likely carried over, as well as the whole Dr. Skipper fiasco causing a bit more of an uproar with this being the fallout. If that makes sense.
I feel
but then I think that like we can be better then if that's the case. In regards to I think like the dark times is like a lot of us like to call it between Final Wars and 2014. I think built better people, and I think that like we're better than feeling really insecure about that time where there wasn't any Godzilla content. And I think at this moment right now, one bad or like being critical of Godzilla isn't going to be what tanks the MonsterVerse. And I think that if we subscribe to the theory that Legendary listens to the most loud segments of the community, then if we are vocal in terms of like we want this, we want that, then I think that what we're doing things for the better then.
Yeah.
I feel
I think that's definitely something I agree with. Granted, the way the MonsterVerse is going, not tonally speaking, while I do feel like GXK, like the next one should be taken a little bit more seriously. I feel like in terms of monster portrayal, I think it's doing really, really well. Mainly like focusing on the monsters themselves Minus One did phenomenally focusing on the human characters, and that's definitely to its benefit. But I feel like the MonsterVerse focusing on what makes the monsters themselves interesting, I think that's something that it should try to lean into a bit more. At least for me.
I think I get what you're trying to say, but I also think, however, that you can have good stories featuring the monsters without sacrificing a good human story.
Yeah, that's fair. Honestly though, it's. I think I watched Blackarooni's video, not the parody one, but on the "No, They Can't Coexist" demand.
The "No, You Can't Have Both" one.
Yeah, that one. That one got me thinking about. Okay, so if we can't have those two coexist, then why the hell are we allowing things like the Hazy trilogy and the Rebirth and Mothra Rebirth trilogy coexisting? Why the hell are we allowing things like the Batman the Animated Series and Tim Burton movies coexisting? Why the hell are we allowing things like Superman?
Well, I think also what's it called? He's been very vocal about wanting to criticize the Heisei series more. So like at least then he's still logically consistent.
Yeah, that's
like not to right him too hard here.
I'm not. I know. I respect the guy very much. I don't think. I think the freaking outcry that the community's had over him as of recent is genuinely undeserved. Even if I do disagree with a good amount of his points, but still it's also got me thinking about like why I like GXK and why I think it's better than a lot of people give it credit for, because that is a thing that I've been dealing with as of recently. Not to turn this into a venting or like discussion or like that kind of thing. But the biggest reason why I think GXK is far better than people give it credit for is because it understands what makes the kaiju themselves unique, specifically King Kong. Watching GXK, I went into it expecting Godzilla vs. Megalon, but as the movie continued, I kept comparing it more to Godzilla Final Wars, King Kong Escapes, the King Kong shows, and King Kong 33, and as such, I took it on that terms, and I think as a King Kong movie, it fits phenomenally. It highlights what made the character unique, his more human personality traits, his loneliness, his anger, his fear, his desire to have someone look after him, that kind of thing.
And that's the thing too, is that like I think that the film obviously is a very good King Kong movie, but the problem I'm seeing though is that when you take it on the terms of it being a Godzilla X Kong movie, that there's still a whole lot missing. And I think that had there been a lot of changes done, you're leaving with a much better film overall.
Yeah, the movie was originally intended to be a solo Kong movie, and it shows. Like, I don't say that as a bad thing, but yeah, Godzilla could have definitely been given more to do here if you were going to include him anyway. Even if it was a more Kong-focused story. Like, I'm still pissed about the Tiamat thing. Like, genuinely. Tiamat could have been an amazing antagonist later down the line, not only for fans of the MonsterVerse, but just in general.
Yeah, I kind of felt like she was just like, man, she was just like killed off way too quickly, and like was just. It should have been saved for like maybe for the sequel, you know.
Yeah. I'm just confused. Why would they even bring in this comic character if they were just gonna fucking kill her immediately? Like,
honestly, though,
they could just made up a new one and just had her.
With Scylla, I get, functionally speaking, she was a one-off kaiju in KOTM, but like, for those who didn't read the comics, you just introduced a really interesting kaiju and then killed them off right then and there. And for killed her off right then and there. And then for those who did read the comics, you used probably one of the best MonsterVerse Titans in the roster and killed her off right then and there. Like that's kind of
She was good and she was wonderful and you killed her.
I just one thing, like even with the Scylla thing, it's
Nice.
like, oh, I guess Scylla's just dead now. Like
Actually, yeah, for both Scylla and Tiamat.
Yeah, but like Scylla, at least you saw her in one of the movies. Like Tiamat was like a comic character. Not everyone's seen the comics. I kind of understand where they were like, all right, just fucking no one get not as many people have seen this one kill it. But like,
granted,
people
Scylla
have
doesn't
seen
really do much in the comics.
Yeah.
Like aside from battle Tiamat Behemoth that one time.
Yeah.
Or was that Amuluk?
That was
I can't
Amuluk,
remember.
yeah. The fucking
no, that was
weird,
Amuluk.
like,
Okay.
weird vine one.
Yeah, no, that was Amuluk.
Yeah.
It's like I think World, this probably describes your feelings towards Tiamat and Scylla pretty accurately, I guess.
I loved that girl like she was my own. She was good, she was kind, and you killed her!
It's so weird. Like, why not just make? Because like they make up a fucking Titan for Kong to murder indiscriminately. I don't know why they didn't just make up one for Godzilla too.
Yeah. Like,
well, here's the thing: is that like there was narratively there were less stakes for Kong to kill a random Titan there because the emotional connection was the character of Kong and Tsuko, so it didn't really matter who he killed there as long as he did something. Whereas with Godzilla, there had to be a narrative mountain for him to climb, and since we already knew that Scylla and Tiamat have had scuffles with Godzilla in the past, it makes logical sense for them to use those two. But ultimately, that decision comes at the cost of so much more.
Yeah. But like I said, Scylla, I understand because functionally speaking, she doesn't do much at all. So like she didn't really have that much time to shine. But Tiamat, from even in Godzilla Dominion alone, she had so much interesting aspects to her, and especially even if it's non-canon, Godzilla versus Kong versus Justice League also expanded on her interesting aspects, even if minorly, and still elaborated on why she's cool. And hell, there's the upcoming comics about the individual Monsterverse Titans, Tiamat being one of them. So
Yeah.
It's a bit of a shame.
Guess that one's a prequel.
Oh, obviously.
Well, we know for a fact it's a prequel now. But yeah.
Yeah, so I still think killing Tia, like it was a little weird. Like Godzilla's entire plot line felt a little strange that he was like it was entirely based on him just murking random kaiju seemingly just to get a power up to go beat up a fucking
dude was basically speed running the entire movie.
He was. Yeah, that's what it was. It was a speed run.
It's also by the way,
but like,
I just have a joke.
Like you probably could have included Tiamat anyways and not have her be killed. Like you could. She's very clearly smart in the comics, so don't have her like envelop Godzilla and lose to the atomic breath. Like have her notice the atomic breath is charging up, let go, and maybe try to downplay the situation this time instead of kick his ass.
I just, by the way, also, just on the topic of Godzilla X Kong, were you guys like, was it just me or did it seem like every time Godzilla and Shimu fought, Godzilla was just kind of kicking her ass?
Yeah. That's the problem too, is that like...
Yeah, that's another issue I had.
Well, the other thing that's funny too is that like, shout out to Godzilla King of the Monsters, he's like a power scaler, and even if you look at like all the statements and stuff, the hype for Evolved Godzilla isn't really all there if you like look at everything that's been done world building rise for the Monsterverse and even statements. So like it didn't feel like, not only did the transformation not feel earned, even when you think about like the past battles, it feels like now that they used up Ghidorah in King of the Monsters, that nothing's ever going to really live up to the fact that you've got Godzilla versus King Ghidorah in your second Godzilla movie, third Monsterverse movie.
I think
Yeah.
there's very few kaiju in Godzilla's roster that I think would actually be able to match something like King Ghidorah. Off the top of my head, Space Godzilla, Destroya, Gigan, maybe Orga if you play it right.
I wouldn't say Gigan, but I would definitely say Ghidorah. Well, what's not Ghidorah? Destroya, Space Godzilla.
I mean, Gigan, you could probably, if you play your cards right, you could probably do something with that to make him just as much of a threat as, like, the threat level of Ghidorah with the personality of Scar King.
I would
probably
also
do something with that.
Personally, I would also kind of take Space Godzilla off that list. Not because he's not super powerful, but because, like, let's be real, we aren't getting Space Godzilla in the monster.
Let's go. I'm gonna have to go through the rabbit hole of that one guy who everyone's mentioning is like a big Space Godzilla confirmed stan. So
like he's got space.
I thought Dangerville was crazy.
Like, I get that MonsterVerse is getting pretty silly, but like they're not gonna introduce a kaiju named Space Godzilla.
I'm a Space Godzilla supporter in the monster.
No, I love Space Godzilla. He's one of my favorite.
I'm not against. I wouldn't be against him showing up, but like, good luck.
No, like
one person. One person I talked to, I think he was on the Gigabash Discord. He said that Space Godzilla only really works in his own movie because like it's extreme. Because his origin is so hyper specific, you can't really change much about that.
You could do Destroya because like they've already done fucking.
Yeah,
Destroya.
Destroya. You don't even have to connect him to the Oxygen Destroyer. You could probably connect him to something like the Hollow Earth or even Mechagodzilla.
Yeah, I would connect him to the Oxygen Destroyer mainly because like callback fans.
Yeah,
love that kind of shit.
Callback, but like you don't even have to. For Space Godzilla, though, like his origin is just way too hyper specific. Mothra takes Godzilla and Biolante's DNA into space. Black holes go burr, and then boom, he shows up.
Like even if you take
out
Godzilla and like if you take out Mothra and Biolante in that equation, how the fuck did Godzilla's DNA get into fucking black holes? Like.
Yeah. How did it survive the black holes?
How did it get there in the first place?
Godzilla's just that guy.
He's just that guy, I guess. DNA got
No, but and also part of the reason why I say Orga is like the desire to copy Godzilla.
Yeah.
I would also say I don't think Orga is gonna show up in the MonsterVerse either, to be honest.
I know. I wasn't implying that these guys would show up. I was just bringing them up in a general context as characters that could feasibly be considered on a similar tier to Ghidorah if done well.
I don't know why. When you brought up Gigan, I suddenly had like a vision of him just like making like a weird robotic cybernetic laugh or something, like a chuckle. Like, I don't know why. Like I feel like that'd be like a really badass thing to see.
He looks like he's got a mean chuckle in him.
Exactly.
He would do.
I mean, he has done his chuckles before. He's already done it. So
yeah,
I think it was in Megalon actually when he was like, yeah, he did that. Yeah.
No, what's it called? Just imagine Gigan being like, "I'll fucking do it again."
Fucking
do it again.
Like you could chuckle pretty hard though.
Yeah. I've been having a long
I'm gonna slash
conversation.
open Anguirus' face again.
I've been having long conversations with friends about like what voice actors we'd want for Godzilla characters. I chose Steve Blum for Gigan because like come on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it was partially because of Starscream, also because of his Green Goblin performance in Spectacular.
Steve Blum, Gigan versus Keith David Godzilla.
Yeah, I was literally about to say Keith David Godzilla.
Godzilla's Keith David as Godzilla just sounds way too good.
Yeah. I mean, Keith David.
And if we're gonna get on the Space Godzilla train, if there's one voice actor that I think would fit him so well, it was Sephiroth's original English voice actor from Advent Children.
Just evil motherfucker.
What was his name?
I don't know who the original Sephiroth voice actor was from Advent Children, because I know there's a new voice actor for the English, new FF7 games. FF7 Advent Children Sephiroth.
Advent Children voice actor George Newbern.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Like one sec, let me pull up
Yeah.
one line from him.
I also saw an idea for Michelle Yeoh as Mothra, which
Nah, bro, Aquafina.
I will murder you.
No, no.
I will drive across the country, and I will Anton Chigurh you for that.
Get it, Vic.
That's
Get it.
crazy.
That fucking they would have to. I feel like they're gonna need. It's either gonna be Destroya. I guess you could. I've heard people make like arguments for Biolante or fucking Hedera.
Bro,
Honestly,
I'm honestly like in the boat of like wanting to see more original monsters.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I genuinely do not get the hate for the MonsterVerse original Titans. Like the Mutos are really
I think the
interesting.
problem is that like Legendary doesn't. I don't think the Legendary monsters can stand on their own, and because of that, Legendary doesn't have faith in them. And because Legendary doesn't have faith in them, general audiences don't. And then there's a lot of Godzilla fans who are more aligned with the general audience's opinion, so they reinforce that because of the authority they have as quote unquote fans.
Yeah.
And because of that, you get the self-fulfilling prophecy where they're like, oh, even fans say that our monsters aren't really all that, so let's just kind of use them where we can.
I wish they would do more stuff.
That makes
'cause,
sense.
like, you know what I think it is? I think it's that a lot of the Toho original monsters were original, like they had their own movies going into the actual franchise.
They what's it call it?
Like Rodan, fucking Mothra.
Yeah, even if they weren't like one of the big five, at least like they appeared in their own movie, so they had to stand her on that aspect.
Varn, my beloved.
But yeah, what's it called? This is what I consider for like my dream Space Godzilla actor or voice.
I want you to beg for forgiveness.
It just has that gravitas. I just love that voice.
Bro,
that's really good.
That's actually that's actually really good.
One sec, let me.
Oh my god, I just saw fucking what's his fucking name? Oh,
7 Sephiroth.
Steph Curry. No, goddamn it, no, that's basketball. Fuck.
Yeah,
the guy who played Pennywise.
Yeah, that guy. Fucking completely. Every time I think about him, I completely forget his name. Tim Curry.
I don't know why for a second I thought she was about to eat a cup.
Girl ate a whole cup on the ad. These ads
The
are
fucking
getting
ice cream
weird,
and
bro.
shit. Bruh.
There he is.
Has anyone actually seen this full movie after seeing
I
the
did.
commercials and Final Wars?
No, I know Omniviewer did a video about it, but I
Oh, he
don't.
did?
Yeah, he did want using it as a counter argument for like AI, for generative AI.
Oh, this is the Japanese
and why
one.
that's
Forgot,
unfair.
yeah. Probably not gonna find the English one. Oh well.
A big.
I don't want to get my stream just absolutely nuked either. Have fucking
No.
So not Sony. God, why am I blanking on the company's name right now? Square Enix. I want Square Enix kicking my ass over this. There was so many movies on my show too.
They're gonna
like,
send Sephiroth after you.
yeah, they're gonna come get a bunch of. No, they're not even gonna bring Sephiroth. They're gonna get a bunch of Japanese police officers to take a plane ride over to the States, dress up as Sephiroth. And
They're gonna show up at your door like Godzilla to Tiamat.
They're gonna send some weirdly dressed Disney characters with fucking keys.
No, but they're gonna like my parents are gonna open the door. It's like a bunch of them just running around like Sora with that goofy like jog. Come up to my room and start beating my
Nice.
30 dudes dressed like Sora curb stomping scene.
God.
Oh my gosh.
But what's it called? We made it to the 4 hours. It's only 2 hours beyond my long man or my longest stream.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna probably end it here for the night because it's 1 a.m. and I have work to do.
It's pretty fucking late.
Yeah, it's
So-
11:05
Dude, I
for
noticed-
me. It's a school night tonight, so.
Oh, I'm sorry.
My college is out, so I'm good to go.
Yeah.
I'm graduated.
Yeah.
I'm still currently studying.
Oh,
But
I graduate.
I wanted to point
graduate
this out
next week.
before. Oh, I hope you will. I hope you graduate, man.
Hell yeah.
I was about to say, before you close the stream, I noticed that the stars comments right here, it shows that Blackaroonie was like here, or
Yeah,
like
he was.
showed up.
He was here
Like,
for a
don't know if I'll join, but I wanted to say hi.
He's gonna be on tomorrow's stream. That's
Yeah.
it.
Like, I noticed
I'll probably tune into that, see how that. I'm probably not going to join it, but I'll tune in, watch that.
I'll probably listen. I'll
see how
probably
that
be
goes.
listening to it. I'm not gonna lie, cause
Mm-hmm.
like not like to like not to like really like try to like start anything or anything like that, but like this guy, like out of all the videos that people have made videos on his video, he chose a friend of mine's that was like I guess for him it was like way more easier to like debunk, I guess, like to call out easily, because like he didn't really exactly like adjust. He didn't really have a script. My friend didn't have a script when talking about Blackaroonie's review on his whole review of Godzilla, and like it was just like a whole like weird sort of thing watching it. Like he basically was just like, it made it seem like he just wanted to, out of all the videos, you know, just that one. Okay, I'll make that one to call out this guy's points because they're way more easy to debunk.
He really wanted that smoke.
Yeah.
But I will do the what's it called? I'm gonna do some patented shilling, and I will bring you guys up one at a time so that you can shill properly.
Alrighty.
Oh shit. Oh, what the? Wait, am I supposed to? Oh. I don't really have anything going on right now. I'm currently writing a script. You can follow me on my YouTube channel, where I basically do a lot of tour reviews, gameplays, and a bunch of other crap. I'm working on a video where I'll be discussing about the weird craziness behind the lost media thing of Godzilla. So I don't know if you guys are into that. You can go ahead and check it out when I get it out there. And yeah, I got Instagram, DeviantArt, Twitter. That's about it. I don't know what else to add.
Oh, hi, it's me. Hi. I'm 12. Follow me on Instagram. I'm writing a Kaiju OC tournament at the moment. Currently on the second round, and about 124 pages into it. So, wait. But you can find me on Bios Battles in Instagram. I'll probably post it in the same from Discord again. But and I also have a YouTube channel at Bioman12, but I review creepypastas, so like you guys won't want to watch that shit. Alright, that's all I got.
So hi, follow me on my YouTube channel, Minecraft World 1954, or just Minecraft World. I do versus content and kaiju related content, among other things every now and then. And follow me on Instagram, also Minecraft World 1954, where I post artworks and concepts for a Greek mythology inspired kaiju movie I'm working on. So yeah, take care, guys. Peace.
Alright, you can follow me as Kaijunot on YouTube, where I do Godzilla 98 related videos and other kaiju content. You can also follow me as Vic Monstrous on Twitter, where you can catch up on my art and get commissions from me.
And of course, you can find me as Zimzilla99 everywhere. OG _ on Twitter with number 775 or 7775 on Discord. The link was also there in the chat for you guys across the board. Join if you haven't. That's the easiest way to get on the streams. And I thank you all for staying with me for this long. And I think we'll end it off on a video, because I think we got to do the appropriate video. So thank you guys. And ended off on a little bit of on the skiducks right there. So I'm going to remove everyone from the stream there real quick, only so that we can see the marvelous Skiduck face. So get out of here. Yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah.
USA YouTubers, and let's be honest, grifters in any fandom would.
So the first thing I'm worried about is that it gives some of these YouTube grifters, these tourists that have been, you know, visiting our fandom just to shit on some of the projects, it adds more fuel to their fire that they're trying to burn about how, you know, American Godzilla sucks, or you know, there's only 3 Toho movies worth watching.
There are a lot of grifters around right now, and they do not care about the franchise, no matter what they say.
Grifters.
YouTube grifters, these tourists.
There are a lot of grifters.
Grifters.